There we go. Unexpected, victorious Tornado Energy.
2016 Wargaming.net League World Champions.
Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome to the Wargaming.net League Season 2 online playoffs. My name is Jordi Versmeister, I'll be your host for today. On the left here I have the wonderful Mihailo Jugovic with a beautiful bow tie, it has to be said, Mojo.
This is not going to go away.
No, I really want people to clip it.
Okay, welcome guys. We haven't seen you for 2 weeks. Who watched the last broadcast, he could remember I lost a tiny little bet in a worst possible moment. So here we go, the result is here, but I will wear it like a champ, I hope, at least.
Mojo, you look magnificent.
Well, first time for everything in life, and this is first time to wear a bow tie, I guess. So why not live?
It took you an entire season to take a bet and you lost it. Must feel pretty bad.
Lies. You backed up a couple, but never mind that.
Never mind that, we're here for the online playoffs. We have worked an entire season towards this point where the teams decide who's going to go to LAN and who is not going to make it.
Yes, we are going to see facing of teams that are ranked between 3rd and 2nd position on the standings, and it's gonna be quite a matchup because they had a big history of the matches between themselves. Everyone played 3 round robins with different kind of results, and the biggest surprise here is Gohard actually being here after having really starting season. They actually lost in I would say photo finish.
Yep, photo finish, you can see it there on these standings. They merely missed that top 2, Kazna crew sneaking into that one, so obviously 3 against 6 and 4 against 5. Mojo, what do you expect of today? What do you realistically predict is going to happen?
Well, Gohar should take over as Suba, but that's kind of unknown for us because they already lost 2 times to Esuba actually, which is quite surprising. Oops and Utopia, that's going to be a really close one because Utopia was more, let's say, stable than Oops, but Oops is more innovative team and a younger team with fresher ideas. So this will be a super great matchup. Also, it's really important for all of these 3 teams at least to get to the season finals so they would have a chance to go to grand finals because 3 teams are going. You can see the points at the last bracket there, and Utopia and Oops are actually tied there.
And they are tied, so that's going to be very interesting. One of these 2 is not going to make it. Now, Mojo, I think everybody seems to have the same predictions so far. All the people I've asked seem to have Gohard and Oops, and that makes me worried because when everybody says one thing,
usually never happens.
The other thing happens.
Yeah. It's nothing is given in this season. That was quite obvious the entire time. So many matches that were supposed to be easily won by some teams were lost. In last moments of the season, we even saw Gohard actually losing to Esuba, which no one expected. But hey, it happened, and it was quite a result also. Not very compelling one for Gohard, 5-2.
Yeah, not forgetting, Esuba took down Gohard, like you said, and they also took down Kazna crew.
Yes.
So they are a contender in these playoffs. I think a lot of people are actually kind of forgetting about Esuba in a sense because they have had results to show for. They have beaten Gohard twice. They've beaten Kazna crew. They've beaten plenty of other teams, and they're here now, so I don't think we can underestimate them.
No, they're here not by a fluke or any kind of chance. Everyone underestimated them hugely when they entered the season. They came from silver and everything, but they proved their value. And they're here for a good reason, and I think they will put a good fight.
I hope so as well, Mojo. Let's take a look at the bracket for today, though. I want to remind everybody this is a best of 13 format. Mojo, explain what that means.
So best of 13 means who gets to the victory number 7, which is above 50%. He wins the match and he can proceed. Now, all they need to qualify for season finals here in Katowice and play with Ding and Kazna is to win this first match. So winner of Gohard and Esuba goes to Katowice for sure. Same goes for the match Utopia Oops. The next match will be played in best of 9 format. So that means who gets to 5 wins first, as it was played in the entire season, and that's only to determine a seeding who will actually play Ding and who will play Kazna when they get here.
Yeah, that's going to be crucial as well, those seeding. I think a lot of people don't want to play Ding, but then again, you don't really want to play Kazna either. But if you get to pick between the 2, I'd still say you go for Kazna crew.
Yeah, Ding is definitely on the rise toward the end of the season, but honestly, so is Kazna. Both are playing better and better, but I believe if you want to bet on something that's more certain, you don't want to play Ding early because they are quite the dangerous ones, and they woke up recently.
They did wake up recently, that's very true. Mojo, let's take a look at that roster from Gohard. Those players, we talked about them entire season, highlight some of the crucial ones.
Well, Failware joined them from Knekkebrud, we said that many times, former Gold League team that dropped out, but he's a really, in my eyes, crucial member for them at the moment. Very calm on comms when we heard him, great player in Bachat and so on. The guys that joined him from CIS region, Coca-Cola, Zafarchik and Maga. Zafarchik maybe not the best player there, but absolutely the crucial one considering he's leading the tactics. He plays the lights and the arties, and we've seen some quite suicidal display from him, but mainly in the start of the season. Lately, he was actually performing quite well.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have seen him do those crucial plays. MX30 on Ghost Town comes to mind, for example. So he is a player that can perform, but usually we don't expect it to. It's a little bit like Koritz. If Koritz is doing the damage for Ding, that means something's wrong. As far as doing the damage for Gohard, it means something is off. Somebody's not doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, of course, we should not neglect the old players like Nile, who was carrying them in last entire season. Kaizu, and so on. And the only guy they actually lost to this lineup is Diplomat, who went to Kazna. So that's the guy that you do not see in Gohard anymore entire season, of course.
Yeah, that is true. He's been doing pretty well for Kazna crew, but let's focus.
As you said, he's not doing a hard carry there like in Gohard, but he's doing well.
He's doing well. But now let's take a look at their opponents, though. It's going to be Isuba. Mojo, again, same question for Gohard. Highlight some of the players who you think were crucial this season.
Suba coming from Silver, more like a functioning team than a team of individuals. We can say not huge names here, but we can say definitely that Froli would be one of their best players as a Bachat and so on. Combat playing good RT plays, Lukin playing heavy tanks, Andrew usually playing tank destroyers and such damage dealers. So, but every one of these guys had a good day from time to time, and you cannot really say, even like most chaotic player, as we can say, like Pratelicek, he had some games that he absolutely won or lost for his team.
Yeah, that's true. The thing about Isuba is we don't have to really question who's going to play for Gohard. We know who's going to play for Gohard, but Isuba, pretty much everybody except for like CNNK, I think he played maybe one or two.
He played only once.
Who's going to play for them? Who are they going to put in the online playoffs? Because this is where it matters, and they've rotated a lot. So now is the moment really where they need to pick 7. Almost, because if they make to land, they have to go for 7.
It's not only that, they even rotated some of the functions after the patch. We noticed that Tomaszek, who was usually playing light tanks, he actually went on heavy tanks now. So it's going to be a swap between them maybe. We will see. We will see. What are they planning?
Now, Mojo, let's take a look at the comparison between both MVPs of these teams. It's going to be interesting that as well. Froli versus Annihilator here.
Yeah, really two best damage dealers in a game. You can see the most played tank obviously here, but I would say Nile also played a lot of TVP next to that. I mean, highest damage done by both. This will be absolutely after the patch, because it was almost impossible to do this kind of damage before. Now with this mouse meta, with a lot of raise in HP pool of the teams, it's quite common here. And these guys are very, very experienced how to do dash damage over time. Maybe they will have a bad round, but they will not have a bad match.
Nope. They're very consistent in their plays, especially Froli. I highlighted him throughout the season, I think, saying he's a very versatile player. He has played a lot of different tanks. He's played Bachat, he's played IS-7, he's played RT, he's played RU. He is just super versatile in the tank picks, and I think he just picks what his team needs him to play. If they need somebody to climb on steps, we have seen him do that. They need somebody to play RT on steps, we have seen them do that as well. It's a key point of a good player. Somebody can play more than just one tank.
Yes, understanding the game from various aspects is a really great advantage, but you still need to focus on specific classes and master them in the best way, because that's where you need to excel. And I believe he's excelling at playing Bachats and such tanks, fast tanks. That's kind of his line. Nile actually can play even slower tanks. He plays heavy tanks and so on, but still, I like him more when he's in a kind of a backline, backlining and covering his team.
Covering his team. Yeah, I don't know, man. Every time I think about this matchup, I think Gohard, but then the results kind of tell me it's Suba.
Yeah, this is the problem between these two, because Suba actually won them 2 times, and what's worrying for Gohard, they won them in a last matchup that came after the last patch.
Yep.
So they won them in the new meta that we have, the mouse meta, and it was quite a beating here. I mean, it result says 5-2, but honestly, when I rewatched the match, Gohar kind of threw a couple of rounds there.
Yeah, that's
for
true.
no reason. But that's also part of the game and mindset. And Esuba is one of the more stable teams in that regard.
Well, we're going to have to see how they do in a best of 13. There's going to be a lot of maps to be played. Let's take a look at them, Mojo. First up, it is going to be Ruinberg.
Oh, Ruinberg there. I mean, this is quite an excursion here. It's obviously Gohar pick having a really high percentage of wins, 100% in attack even. But only 2 times played for Esuba, and both times they picked only defense. So I believe they're actually hoping for a 1-1 scenario here, because I see no other reason why would they do this kind of expedition here. Steps here should be a close map between these two. But the map we should point out is definitely Himmelsdorf and Mainz.
So, Mojo, you think Himmelsdorf and Mainz are going to be the maps that could decide this series? Because there's a lot of maps to talk about here, but what do you think are the crucial ones?
Himmelsdorf and Mainz are, in my eyes, definitely the map that are the biggest risk here for Suba, because they are really not good at it, especially on Mainz. Mainz is horrific for them. They actually have 0% on defense from all the games. They played quite a lot, 19% overall win on a map. That says quite a lot. I mean, they're risking huge playing this.
What we also saw during the pick and ban phase, Mojo, is that 2 maps are not played here. It's Murovanka and Prokhorovka. And funnily enough, these are actually 2 of the worst maps of Gohard. But Esuba is still playing on their worst maps, though.
Well, Murovanka is 100% ban of Gohard. I can't believe that they would allow to play that. I mean, they're horrible on it. There is no other way to say it. And they played it only a few times, so I believe that's a map they just decided to discard the entire season. Other map, Prokhorovka, I don't know why did the Suba actually choose to ban it. They actually met with Gohard last time, and they won it. They won it by far against Gohard. So I guess they have some other plans here, and they probably want to surprise us on these maps that they don't play the best.
Well, Mojo, we've seen the maps now. We've seen pretty much everything. Prediction. We've talked about everything there is to talk about between these 2 teams. Now, if you had to make a scoreline, I need to ask you, what do you think it's going to be?
I would say it should be maybe 7-5 for Gohard.
7-5 for Gohard?
Or 7-4, one of those.
I'm going to go with 7-4 for Gohard as well. Both of us on the desk are going in favor of Gohard.
I believe these maps will just break Esuba in one moment.
I'm really surprised, like I said, about these maps, because Gohard got to remove their worst maps. Yet Esuba is playing on their worst maps pretty much. They have not so good stats, like you said, on Mainz. Let's say not so good to give them a little bit of, benefit of the doubt on it. But like you said, that means they have something. The thing is, we have seen throughout the season a lot of teams picking a map. They haven't played much, and usually that didn't end up working. So why would they go for that in the online playoffs? Yes, they've had a lot of time to train, but it's still a risky move.
I guess it's one of those moments when they say, time to shine, boys. We're going to do it.
You mean a hold my beer moment?
Oh, yes, we can moment. I don't know, man. I mean, for us, it's a gamble. Maybe they have a hidden knowledge. So it's all that stays is wait and see.
Yeah, like I said, they did have 2 weeks to train on it. So they have a lot of time to refine their strats and get to figure out how to play the map. But it's still different playing a map in training than playing it in a match.
Well, obviously it is, but I believe the lineups are ready, so we can see them.
Yep, let's take a look at those first lineups coming out between these 2 teams on Ruinberg and Mojo. So far, any picks here that spring to mind? This is interesting. This is unusual.
Well, Esuba obviously playing defense with high mouse tanks. I mean, 2 of them. Gohard also, but playing with Grille. Grille is kind of a giveaway. What will they do? But we've seen Gohard played quite a lot of mind games. So that Grille can be positioned even to snipe the middle, to cover the upper cap. The only thing I don't like about Grille at the moment is because Grille is nerfed at the moment. So even backing up with it is not the same. Moving over the map is definitely not the same.
Yeah, the speed of the shell also slowed down a little bit, but the Gorilla is still a good pick though because of those heat shots. He could possibly pin down a mouse, and he's less. Yes, the STRV is very quick, right? And it's good against mouses, but the thing is, what I don't like about
he has
STRV...
to go to siege mode.
Exactly. For one, he has to go to siege mode. Second of all, the thing about the STRV as well is, in my opinion, the alpha. Compared to the Gorilla can make a peek, He doesn't have to be in siege mode. He can make a peek somewhere. He can still peek around the corner, hit for 750, back around the corner. That's something the STRV just can't do.
Yeah, I also don't like one more thing about STRV. It's perfect on maps like Prokhorovka when you have a lot of bushes and you can use your camo value. Here, obviously not. When his damage gets engine gets damaged, and it does get damaged quite a lot. I mean, going in and back from the siege mode is like doing it manually. You can literally hear the tank. It's like dying.
Yeah, pretty much. But Mojo, the first round between these two is ready, so let's get into it. It's going to be Ruinberg.
Ruinberg, a mixed type map. The defending team starts the battle on the green, and the attacking team starts at the centre square of the town. Bases are located quite far from each other. Both bases are better controlled from the village when playing a heavy setup. It's better to attack the first base through the top direction with the help of several well-armoured heavy tanks. For the attack on the second base, it's better to use a more mobile setup and either play through the...
There is a push on the upper side. Andrew in combat, as we said, Zafar is the one to spot them, I believe, and we need to see what will be the direction of Gohard to that, because that's the real play that will come in from Esuba.
Yep, that's the real play coming out here. Andrew combat crossing over. Andrew taking one connection, only two so far. Zafarczyk is in trouble though. He goes down. They get across. Andrew's still alive. Overo's still alive as well. Nope, actually, when I say that, he goes down, but now combat losing his gunner. They're clipping on towards Barry. He goes down and towards the mouse as well, and it's actually looking okay for Esuba, Mojo.
It's looking rather okay, but there is also parallel fight on the lower side of the map where Kaizu is. And we need to see how will that actually envelop, because just flanking with two batshots will not win them a game. They still did manage to kill Kerry Berry, and that is an important part.
Pratelicek here is on reload, though he needs to be careful. He's getting shot from behind. Failware will close out his kill. He doesn't seem to realize Kaizu is on reload, but Coca collapses there as well. Pratelicek goes down towards Failware as expected. And Mojo, Andrew, combat, why didn't they start a cap yet?
Because they were uncertain and probably had some shells to support their guys. But I believe still it's a great mistake, because if they were capping, there would be a dire situation for Gohard. They would have to send someone back. And I believe this might actually lose them the round.
Andrew combat deciding cap is not an option. They're pushing forwards. Annihilator here in his 50B. Dog has perfect shots on toward the mouse. Already connecting two. Should connect all four actually. One more shot in his clip. He does all of them. Great stuff there from the 50B. And his Suba Mojo. They're fighting here in the south, but their battles are still out of the fight. They're going for Maga. You think it was still a mistake not capping?
I believe it is, but they will go for Maga. Maga will probably fall to it, but if they lose both Luke in here and Yuket and Andrew, we can see he's on 49 HP. What will be the result of their game?
I'm not sure, Mojo. Yuket's now left alone here. Froly in the middle does damage towards Failware, though. Yuket's getting another connection on towards Annihilator, but I think Failware's going to come around, close out the kill, needs one more shot after this. These bad shots, Mojo, they're still out of the fight. Yes, they've killed Maga, but they're losing their tanks where it matters. Yuket's is going to go down. He does fall to Failware. Annihilator low, but still in the game. And now what does Esuba do?
Suba will try to spot them and snipe them probably with one of the batshots. Froly needs to stay alive as much as he can, but look at this really good shot coming in from Gohard on a tank that should be impregnable when he's angled.
Andrew seems to line up the shot here against Coca Collapse, gets the first. Now looking towards Failware if he might get a connection towards that, because Coca Collapse went unspotted. And the HP Mojo is super even here between these two. But Gohard has the advantage of being the defender.
Being the defender, and they have a gun more, but Nile has a dead ammo rack. Also the problem here for Gohard is Kaizu and Nile are both on one shot. And even Coca Collapse might fall to one big roll of any of these tanks. So this is quite a tricky situation. But at the moment, it does look actually like Esuba might pick it up.
The worrying factor here is combat has a lot of HP, has no gunner though, Mojo.
Yeah, no gunner, but still, we have jack of all trades on a crew, and you will have coffee. So that's something you can live with.
But look at Froly, Mojo, he's pushing forwards because both Annihilator and Coca Collapse are pinned down here. Andrew actually gets the shot. Coca Collapse can still not move from there. Andrew has one more available. Froly is now going to go into the 1v1 here with Failware, perhaps push him out for combat to get the shot from the side. And the Suba, Mojo, they're taking it step by step, and they're taking it well.
This is really good. Actually, after spotting Kaizu, they knew they had some bigger ground to play with, so Froly just rotated over them and they kept them pinned with Andrew. They can't spot Andrew from those bushes, but they should know he's in reload. So this is the only play that Coca Collapse and Failware have left. They need to take out Froly if they can, before I mean, Combat or Andrew join the fight.
Failware pushing around the corner. They want to take down Froly. They seem to realize Andrew's still on reload. Coca Collapse does not pin his shot though. Froly will probably close out the kill here against Failware, who doesn't have the alpha to kill him. Froly gets Failware. Andrew gets Coca Collapse, and it's just Kaizu and Isuba look to pick up their attacking round on Ruinberg as well.
Unbelievable, they actually picked it up. And it was quite a simple plan, something we've seen many times before. And Gohard, being one of the masterminds of mind games, actually didn't predict this.
No, it didn't seem like that whatsoever. It's now Kaizu in a 1-on-3. Yes, he has two one-shots against him. Technically, Mojo, he has enough shots to kill everybody. I mean, he has the shots, but can he do it?
That's really in a shoulda, woulda, coulda domain. I believe not, honestly. I mean, it would have to be such a lucky coincidence for him to come from a perfect angles and not to be spotted, which he already is.
Combat closes out the kill. That's
needs a gunner?
Suba without gunner, making it 1-1. So both teams picking up Ruinberg attack. It's a day of first, Mojo. I still stand by it though. I think they would have won if they just went into the cap with 2 bad shots.
Yeah, I believe they would actually win because who would go hard send to them?
Maga was the only one close enough to actually get there.
And Maga is a mouse.
Maga was an FE215B in this game.
Was he?
Yeah, he was. He was an FE215B in the little city because they closed out the kill against him. He would be the only one quick enough.
Oh yeah, he was.
He would be the only one. I know. He would be the only one quick enough to get there, and Froly would spot him out. So I don't think he would have made it. One Batcher could have just peeked out and clipped him, or if Froly didn't kill him. So
and Kaiser was on 40 HP and stuck
Exactly.
down, so that wouldn't happen.
But they still close it out on their way. Crucial here, Mojo, Andrew in that 0 line. Very crucial. The plays he made, the shots he did, killing Annihilator, getting Coca Collapse, chipping
Not
away some
getting
HP.
spotted.
Yes, double bushing. It's important.
Very important what Daki means. If you shoot through double bush, you do not get spotted. That's how the game mechanic
Well,
works.
15 meters, right?
Or you need to be 15 meters behind a single bush.
Yep.
That means you have to go in the bush and not shoot, go backwards and shoot while the guy is still spotted. So you can do that also. But people forget it in a heat of a moment often, and they pay the price.
But Failware, 4.8 in his FE215B, trying to do what he can. I mean, he did a lot of damage here, but there's a lot of Isuba players on this first page as well. Andrew, the player we highlighted, 3.7 in a bat shot. And that's worth mentioning because on Ruinberg, it's very hard to get this amount of damage because of the amount of well-armored tanks around.
Andrew obviously being a hard carry for his team in this 2 kills and that amount of damage. Zafar in his T49, yes, he saw them, but too late.
That was also about it, what he did. He saw them.
Yeah, they really were not prepared for this kind of rotation. You could see they were caught with pants down, more or less. They lost the mouse, Kerryberry in the middle. I mean, he was pressured already one-on-one by one mouse.
He couldn't
and
go anywhere.
No, there was nothing for him to do. As soon as these butchers survived, it doesn't matter that Andrew had so little HP. They were able to clip in the back of a mouse, dominating one part of the map. And as Daki said, we really expected they will start a cap then, because it would be a super logical move. But obviously this worked out well, also just a bit more dramatic.
Was good for us though. Now, Mojo, we're going to be moving into steps. And when I see steps between Isuba and Gohard, I get worried for Gohard because every time they played against Isuba, let's just say it wasn't really good. Twice Isuba had the upper hand on step, Mojo. Yes, Gohard won it in one of their matches, but even then Isuba had the round.
Yes, I mean, last time they met, actually, I remember Gohard was defending and they pushed into Isuba tanks.
Yep.
They were very confident it will work out quite okay, and it went magnificently wrong. Just last seconds of the game saved them more or less, and a bit of a better team play.
Yeah, a bit of a better team play indeed. What do you think for steps, Mojo?
Well, I mean, honestly, Gohard here was losing to Isuba just because their own super aggressive play and faults. Like, if they study themselves, I think they can exclude it.
Alright, Mojo, these lineups though, E50, mouse and STRV for Gohard.
2 mouses and an RT in attack for Isuba. Interesting. I mean, E50M, really strong gun, precise gun, good for fighting against mouse tanks, I
Heat
guess.
as
Heat
well.
ammo as well. And STRV,
Can be boosted.
yes. But a risky pick here, especially since Isuba, a lot of teams are taking RT.
Mojo, let's see if the risky pick for Gohard is going to work out as we move into our second map. It's going to be steps.
Steps, the most open map in the league. The attacking team appears near the rocks at the bottom of the map, and the defending team starts at the top. Bases are located near the railway and on the green. The best way to control them is to use the lowland near the second base. The attacking team usually begins the attack from the rocks and the railway, but sometimes they can attack through the green. Teams often drag vehicles from flank to flank, so both teams usually pick light vehicles with a good camouflage rating, but sometimes use tanks with a strong turret and even SPGs.
After a strong start for both these teams on Ruinberg, this is where we had steps 1-1 between Isuba and Gohard. Isuba on the attack and Gohard going to be defending.
Isuba not wasting their time. They obviously want to pressure that one cap. Once they are moving there with mouses, you know they must commit. And Gohard is trying to get over the rail and maybe intercept them on time. I mean, they do have enough potential and they can snipe. Let's see, will Failware actually manage to climb up and unspot it? Andrew is really going fast there.
Andrew is not close enough yet to spot him, though Failware might just about make it. I think he is, but he's spotted, so he needs to be careful. RT will be lining up the shot. Overus misses. It all depends on towards Ukets now, if he can get a connection on towards Failware or not. Isuba, do they back off from this side now, having seen Failware climb on the A-line?
Yeah, but we've seen many times RT is a real bane of that position. Once the Bachat gets spotted there, he really has no much option how to position himself. Also, if Isuba gets some tanks over the rail, like let's say a mouse, and start pushing over, he will have nowhere to hide between RT and that tank.
Yeah, if the mouse gets towards the A4 position, but then there's the E50 and the SDRV though. That can perhaps pin him down if they try to go for that heavy play down the A-line.
Yeah, usually you would have I7 crossing the rail. There you go, RT is trying to pin him out because these are some default positions where he can hide.
I think Ukets might find him at one point though, because there's not a lot of positions
Yeah, there is
to hide.
like 2 or 3
Yes.
in total. So usually what you have in a team is something like 113 or I7 that would go over the rail, and because they're low enough, you cannot shoot them while they're progressing toward the A5, and they can then turn a turret and shoot a guy like Failware up. But mouse tanks are quite tall, and there is a possibility they will be connected.
But look at this mojo. 4 tanks from Isuba coming towards the south, but there's 4 tanks from Gohard there.
And there is all Bachat rotation here. Now, what the teams often use, they just leave Mousy somewhere because they have good EPM and good armor and they can actually fend for themselves. It's really hard to counterattack against them, and that gives you a lot of freedom. Freedom which they're using now to send all Bachats on other part of the map.
Froley and Andrew are there as well, but they need to be careful because Gohard has a lot of tanks in this area. Doesn't seem like Gohard's going to go for it. They realize the tanks from Isuba in position. Tomasek and Lukin spot out Failware though. Ukets is 75% through his reload. He might be able to predict where Failware is playing. He needs to be so careful.
Well, this will be a cat and mouse kind of game between these teams. They will try not to make a mistake and sell out a player without need. But obviously a weak link here for Gohard is Failware himself. Yes, he's on elevated positions, but once at least one of these slow mouses gets around and gets in position where he can shoot him, that will be a problem for Gohard and probably a moment when they will have to go all in.
Does seem like that. It's going to be a while, but I think Gohard coming back towards the south here. Combat actually takes a shot from that E50M. Nice connection from Kaizu. But like you said, Mojo, it does seem like Gohard is starting to gear up for perhaps a push here, and Froley might be able to get a nice clip.
Kaizu is actually spotted there, but Froley is saving his shells for something more certain. And also he does not want to really give out his position there. That's the more important part, because he doesn't know how many hidden guns are behind Kaizu and who would actually shoot him back for much more.
But look at Coco Collapse, Mojo. Look how far he's gone. He's actually in the middle of the field. He's pushing towards there as well. It does seem like Gohard's going to go against, for this overmatch here, against Combat, Overus, Andrew, and Froley.
They are leaving Failware and Nile to fend for the upper cap and against the mouses. Nile can also just go away from his siege and join the fight in the middle if needed. And there is definitely a pressure going in here. Coca Collapse will try to use his armor and just go in.
Especially this timing might work out here for Gohard because Ukets has just fired as well. So there is a timing gap here. And Coca Collapse still is not spotted. Look where he's gotten. Now he got spotted.
20 kilometers per hour. Slow and steady, boys. Slow and steady.
This is the move from Gohard to Mojo. Is it going to work?
Well, I believe it can work because once they get their armor tanks like E50M and Mouse against Bachats cannot actually win that engagement, especially with late Bachats coming in from Gohard.
In the meantime, Annihilator in the STRV, the perfect tank against this mouse. 3 penetrations already, but the real fight is in the south where Combat and Overus are locked down. Kaizu in the E50M is taking a lot of shots, and Coca Collapse is now pushing in. From the back lines, we see Maga and Barry come in as well. RT's on reload. Overus is going to be the first one to fall as they now focus their attention on towards Combat in the bad shot. So, some climbs there by him, but it's not going to help him as he goes down. They might lose Maga in this trade, but Lukin getting shot from the side by Failware. Gohard's taking the south, and they're controlling the north.
Brilliant positioning here by Gohard. Good decision how to push. As we said already, this is like something medieval ages. Heavy cavalry, Mouse and E50M were taking the point, bouncing the shells, and then fast tanks like Bachats just went and picked up the kills.
That seem exactly like that, Mojo. They lose Andrew, they lose Frawley. All they have left standing is 2 Mouse and an RT, and it's not going to work out well for them because Annihilator has just been pinging them all round long in that SDRV, and on this kind of map, Mojo, it works wonderfully.
Yeah, but let's not forget, Failware was also there spotting for him when needed, shooting them in a side while they're trying to progress on angle against Nile. So between themselves, perfect combination how to stop those mouses.
1-2 combo, Mojo. 1-2 combo. Failware from the hill, Annihilator from the side. Perfect. They just have to kill Tomasek. He goes down. Now Lukin, the last man standing for his team in a mouse. 1v7. Yeah, that's not going to work out as Annihilator claims the final kill, and Gohard picking up a very, very convincing win here on steps. But Mojo, Isuba gave away their positions throughout the entire round. They had 4 tanks spotted pretty much the entire time. So Gohard just made the right moves.
Yes, I mean, Isuba counted that those mouses will be enough pressure on the upper part of the map, and they will be able to do any kind of significant pressure that will keep at least several tanks from Gohard on that side of the map. But obviously they miscalculated. Gohard took a risk. They took a slow mouse. It took him quite some time to get on the lower side of the map. But their tactical choice was brilliant because it was used in a best possible way. He attracted all kind of fire from the Bachats, and once they were low on shells, they could do nothing.
The thing is, when they spotted Coca collapse, it was already too late to retreat.
Yes, you cannot run away from those. I mean, when Mouse comes so close in a close combat with mediums, he already won. He's better.
So both those batches being spotted out throughout the round. See Annihilator here, Mojo. He had an easy time up in the north. 4k damage for that STRV. Those mouses not doing much. The 50M of Kaizu as well, Mojo. I wonder if he pushed in on the K line. I wonder how much he actually got to block in his E50M, because the tank now with the update, it's very, very bouncy actually. It's interesting. Zafar actually does a lot of damage as well.
2.7k blocked for E50M.
That's what I wanted to know.
And
Mojo.
only 494 mouse. So Kaizu actually blocked majority of the damage.
That's what I wanted to know, because E50M after the update is very, very bouncy, and I wanted to know if he did exactly that. And 2.7k in
he paid off for sure.
In the south, which means it's Bachas shooting at him, which means that they wasted more than a full clip on him.
About 7 shells.
Yep, that's
quite a lot.
Not good.
Well, not good for Isuba, a good lesson for them. They will go now on their defensive side, which is their better role. They have 80% actually defense wins on steps. So we will see what they have prepared for us there. Here, obviously, they tried something. It failed because, for one, Gohard really made good tactical choices what to do. And number 2, Failware definitely didn't fail the climb.
No, Failware.
That was absolutely on spot.
Yeah, I think maybe 1 or 2 Oops players are looking at him right now. Well, it's not mines, but you know.
Yeah, how to climb.
But yeah, Failware, Mojo, you highlighted him in the beginning as well. He is a great climber. Pay attention to him. If there's a mountain, he's probably somewhere on it. Hiding.
Lurking.
Lurking. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, Gohard got also a little bit lucky. UCATS didn't find a connection on towards that Bacha, but I don't think it would have changed much unless he one-shotted him.
He was kind of just, Failware was playing a bit safe game. I know most of you guys don't understand, but he was just sitting on positions that are, let's say, secondary and not meant to spot anything. So he was just more or less hiding himself while Artie was trying to find him on those positions where you would normally take.
Yep, good stuff there from Fairware, but let's move on to the next round and the tanks that have been chosen by both of our teams on the second half of Steps. Isuba, T95, Mojo.
Will we have a good use of T95 for the first time ever? after the patch, a bit sped up, Nitro T95. I'm really wondering, and I want to see it.
I want to see where he goes because he got a speed buff. So I want to see where they position him.
He goes
exactly.
in the speed of a mouse now.
Maybe he's gonna climb the zero line mountain, Mojo.
Not.
Well, you never know, you know.
Not.
Well, Mojo, it was worth a try. I wanted to see your reaction, but it's gonna be interesting. Who's gonna be playing that? It's gonna be Frawley in the T95. So
Unbelievable. Their best budget player is going on T95.
well, Mojo, I'm gonna have to find out what he can do in this tank. It's 2-1 in favor of Gohard. They're going to be attacking. Suba is going to be defending. You can see here the tanks rolling out for Suba. Some quicker than the others. Frawley a little bit slower, but you know what to say, Mojo. Slow and steady wins the race.
Fast progression here from Gohard tanks, though. They are going immediately toward the 2 cap. I mean, fast as that mouse is coming with Coca-Colas, but the rest of the guys are taking the positions. And you can obviously see the plan there. Annihilator is playing I7, so probably means he has camo, binos, and he will go on a cap.
Yep, that is usually the plan if you play with an I7 towards that eastern side. But Mojo, Suba has a Batshot boosted. Combat is climbing the A line as we speak. Now, there is an RT available here for Gohard. How much is this Batshot going to be able to do?
Batshot is not a light tank, so he's going to be much easier spotted. But also, this is Zafar in M40 RT. We've seen many occasions that RT can actually 100% one-shoot a Batshot. So it's going to be a lot about positioning and reading where that Batshot is.
Seems interesting. It's going to have to wait a little bit because Koga collapse in the mouse is going to progress first while the rest of his team follows. And this round, Mojo, it's actually all going to be on Zafar pretty much. What he can do, how much HP can he remove, because there's 2 mouses and a T95 on the battlefield.
And there is like 2.5k HP advantage here for Suba. Doesn't look like much, but it is, especially in a game that will have to end in a close combat in one moment.
Especially also in a game where Gohard already loses 2 minutes trying to get to the position.
Yeah, I mean, Coca-Cola, when he's rotating that side, it's going to be really hard to move him elsewhere. But of course, they can just move the rest of the team and leave him behind with some minimal cover.
Gohard should realize here, though, that Suba is not going to leave that zero line just open. They know that there's the potential for a bad shot to be there. So I wonder right now how they think they're going to be able to counter that one.
It's going to be quite interesting here. I believe they need to approach undamaged and unspotted as much as they can. And that I7 needs to be placed in a cap. The real intrigue for me here is how they plan to use T95, Suba. I mean, I've seen his position.
Fairly certain he had binos or something sitting over there counting on not being penned a lot.
How will they use him if the cap is triggered?
Perhaps push him towards Overus, play hold down there.
Yeah, but it's really risky and it takes quite a lot of time for him to get there. I mean, even with the speed buff, that's not a medium.
True. I mean, for me, it's going to be very interesting to see where Zafar is aiming throughout this entire round. Because Mouse is getting towards the cap soon, TM. And Mojo, I hear you want to bust out your crayons.
Well, we need to point out here that, as example, here we have Ukets, for one. He's spotting this area here to make sure nothing sneaks in on them. Then we have Overus here, who will give them info who is coming, and he has some cooldown with that object. And of course, this guy is not the main spotter, he will just shoot the tanks from distance. All of these guys are kind of a counter-attack reserve. So they're just waiting for anything to be spotted, and then they can be distributed where it's needed. And of course, they have Frawley here as a main spotter for this area. He is armored and he has a low silhouette, so he can sit there and do some really huge shot. So it's really centered kind of play here coming in from Suba, while Gohard doesn't have many choices. They actually have to press and get this under their control. They have to chase him away. They have to put a heavy tank here, and they have to kind of take this guy out of equation with RT and maybe some shots from the tanks. So it's rather simple for both of the teams what they want to do. The execution is the only thing that we will have to see.
Well, looking get spotted out now. Zafar is on reload, 569. First connection from Zafar. Gonna need a lot more than just one, though.
Yeah, 4 minutes in the game already, 4.5. One connection, I would say not enough. We've seen some teams play with RT here before. Papa Pavian as example, and he had above 5k damage with Arti, if you remember. But those are also games with a lot of mouse in them.
Thing to point out here, Combat got spotted on that zero line position, and look at Failware Barry pushing up over there as well. Overus now getting himself spotted out. Gonna do a connection towards Prokhorovka collapse. Nope, doesn't go through. Now, what is the next move here for Gohard? Work with RT for a few minutes?
Yeah, I believe they need to work with that Arti at least for 2 more minutes. Overus is taking some damage. I would actually prioritize killing Overus first.
Well, it does seem like that. Barry Failware pick up Overus. He's already on fire as well. He put that out quickly. One more shot to take him out. Barry is going to close out the kill here. He does. He takes some damage in return, but it's still a good trade for Gohard.
Yeah, they lost the spotter, they lost the single shooter, but Andrew was waiting down so he can pick up some kills maybe. This is really not good now for Gohard because they completely neglected that tank and they knew he's there. So Overus was kind of a sacrifice here for Esuba, but still they went out with a decent trade where Carryberry is on one shot.
It does look like that. Barry also has a dead driver, forced to back off. Failware going around the corner as well. Cap has started off 45 seconds. Froley now getting into the fight, Mojo. The T95 closing in. Actually does a nice connection there, 728.
That's quite a connection from the start, so some good use of him. Also, he can just go march forward. And yes, if they shoot him, he's gonna say, yeah, why not, guys? Like, I'm gonna bounce half of your shells minimum.
That one didn't go through though, but the mouses are going through the bottom side, Mojo, and then Froley from the top, and these guys in the cap, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, Collapse and Nile here will not be in the best situation once these mouse tanks emerge. There is 25 seconds left, and I believe T95 can load HE shells and play with them.
He can, but 18 seconds left. There's going to have to be a reset very soon. Kaizu clipping from that position, has 2 more left. 12 seconds now. Isuba needs to get in here. 9 seconds left on the clock. Somebody's going to have to reset. I don't think it's going to be Froley. 5 seconds. Actually, Collapse drives off the cap. Annihilator going to put a shot in towards Andrew as well. And Isuba, Mojo, they're losing a lot of HP all around.
This is really a disaster now for them because the damage, the crossfire from Gohard is kicking in. Andrew actually died now. Froley with that slow tank, he cannot really catch up to the fight.
And he's getting shot on the side as well. Mojo Yukets drops towards a one-shot. Failware now joining Maga. Maga needs one more. Froley is in position there. Froley needs to close out the kill here against Maga. Maga does not get the connection. Froley actually missed in the T95. That's crucial.
Ooh, Combat is left on one shot, but he is on reload now. Maga has to pull back. Yukets might finish him off with this shot if he has a normal roll. And he will probably try to do that.
Froley now gets a connection on towards Prokhorovka collapse, but he's just a bait. They want him to take the damage. And all this time, Gohard has been trading better and better. They have 6 tanks alive against just 4 of Isuba, and Tomasek has all the HP. They lose Froley in the T95, the last hard hitter out of the game. This should be Gohard, Mojo.
This is a really good rotation by Gohard here, and again we can see them picking up the steps just because they have better coordination between their players. And how are they doing it? From the taking moment they took Overus down to rotation of the Bachat, it was just perfect from that moment on. Once they decided the course of action, it was just flawless.
Well, it's not just over yet. 2 minutes. Maga gets Yukets though. Now it's just 2 mouses. Barry, Maga, Failware can start the cap. Triple cap, Coca collapse to control, and that should be all she wrote.
What will they do about it? I mean, mouses cannot even get in position to spot that cap anymore. Once there is a triple cap on, it will take them 40 seconds to cap, and that's it.
And Annihilator has found himself a nice wreck to hide behind as well. The 140 gets the shot onto the side of Tomasek there. Now 28 seconds left on the cap, and Tomasek looking.
RT shot should come in.
Nope, he missed. He missed. But unless Lukin and Tomasek get some jet boosters on their mouse, doesn't look like they'll get back in time in this one. And they might even die towards Coca Klops and Annihilator. The crossfire between himself might be too strong. Tomasek bounced off Annihilator there. 8 seconds, and it will be Gohard in just 6 seconds left here. Will Tomasek go down before? Probably not. 2 seconds, 1 second, and Gohard putting himself 3-1 here after steps.
Really good game here by Gohard. Not the fastest one for watching, definitely, but that's the current meta and we can do nothing about it. A lot of mouses in there and you have to find a way around them and still keep the game balanced enough so you can rotate on a map. Gohard actually did a good pick on both sides of the map. They made correct tactical choices. All the decisions were on point, and actually the plays, because they managed to survive even on low HP, and it's always crucial.
And they even managed to get combat on that position there on A9 where he was, which is also crucial because if he was still alive, he could potentially do something. He could do a few shots here and there, make it a lot closer. And then there was Andrew as well, who tried to come in for the reset, then drove away and died on the way out.
Pretty much. There is nothing these guys could have done. Once they lost all their mediums, it was pretty much game over.
It was T95. No, it didn't really work out.
Mouses are best used when you want to pressure the enemy, so they need to be in a forward line. They need to be sacrificed more or less, so the Butchats would actually win the game eventually.
Annihilator coming on top here, followed by Coca Collapse. Both heavy tanks doing extremely well here on steps. You know what I'm missing here in this top 7, Mojo?
Failure.
No, Zafar.
Zafar actually, yeah.
In a game like this,
he should have connected much more.
he should have done at least
RT.
2K. At least 2K in a game like this.
I don't know. For me personally, I always had a problem. I stopped playing RT because, like, when you want to command people, I spent more time watching with RT where is everyone than shooting.
Than shooting.
So you can't really focus on your job then. And that doesn't help the case. So where is Zafar on measly 1200 HP in a game where enemy team had above 1600, like 16k from the start.
So he should have done at least 2K damage here. But the rest of his team making up for that failure. Not the greatest amount of damage, but still getting 2 kills though. And then Maga was pretty much spotting the entire time, so didn't really get to do much. Overus, pretty much a little bit sacrificed here for Suba.
Yeah, I believe they wanted to trade much better for him. They had a decent idea, I must admit it, like Andrew waiting down behind the curve, waiting for these Butchats to clip out so he could eventually just finish them off, hoping probably he will clip out together with Combat, who was on the top of the hill, but they just didn't do enough damage.
No, they didn't do enough damage indeed. And now, Mojo, we're going to be moving into Mines. This is where you said it was one of those break or make maps for Isuba. You were worried about them. It's 3-1. Could we see 5-1 after this?
There is a high possibility because this is definitely a map you could call a black hole for them. I mean, 90% win rate on the map that they played so many times. It's simply something is not ticking and working there. Of course, everyone had 2 weeks here to prepare more and get some better tactics and study their own mistakes. But it's really hard after the entire season to change your ways just in this time. You can improve it a bit, but change it completely, hardly.
Well, Mojo, let's see what they changed in the lineup. So as we look at them going into Mines, let's see what tanks have been chosen. Double mouse, Type 5 heavy though for Gohard.
Oh, we've seen this used once, if you remember, by Ding.
Yeah, and it did work.
They kind of deleted Algo in the start of the match with it. We even made a highlight out of it. So combined with this M40 RT, but there is also M40 RT on a Suba side. Will there be some tracing here? I wonder.
I wonder. At least it's not a GC.
Yeah, that one is really hard. But that GC can actually work quite well here, especially against the mouse tanks. If you can make a play around it, I believe it was really close game. Just details kind of decided will Suba win that one.
And here, Mojo, we have the RT comparison between Combat and Zafar.
Zafar being the team leader of Gohard, but he plays RT and light tanks. You can see this M40 RT most played. Why, guys? Because that RT, given the tier, is probably most grateful even for randoms if you want to do missions. Has really high damage, good splash, best in tier 8. And you can really hurt those mouses with it. It's a difference because when you hit with M40, as a tier 8, you can do 500-600. With Lorraine, not so much.
Well, Mojo, let's find out which RT is going to prevail as we move into our third map here. It's going to be Mines.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the center hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
Gohard versus Isuba, 3-1 in favor of Gohard, who are going to be defending, trying to get that 4th point. Isuba going to be attacking, and so far, Mojo, what's the start here for both these teams?
This is a wild bunch play kind of style from Isuba. They're going for the water play, And this is something we've seen only once by Utopia, as far as I remember. They played without Arti, but with a lot of mouses going down, trying to cap. But the problem is, Utopia, when they won that match, they played against a team who didn't have Arti. And Failware trying to climb up. Wow. Almost costed him a head.
Yeah, Froley there in the TVP managed to connect 3 out of the 4 shots, and RT comes in from combat. 732 Failware, lucky to be alive, hanging on by a thread here. And Mojo, we highlighted these RT players in the beginning, and Combat's the first one to show his skill.
First blood almost there, but Failware is still alive and dangerous on that mountain, and he finally faded. I was wondering, why is Asuba risking so much by sending only 2 mediums here, but here we are answered very well, because Gohard effectively had nothing to stop them with. They had only 2 butchats, so this was a correct choice. Over was doing a really cheeky spotting from this bush in the middle. I like this.
Combat might line up the shot against Barry here. I don't know if Barry realizes he's perma-spotted at this point. He could take a big RD shot at any given point in time because he doesn't know. Obviously, if he doesn't get despotted, he doesn't know he'll get spotted again.
Interesting tactical play here by Asuba. Look at this. Lukin and Pratelicek are going for the hill here. I wonder, honestly, this is a good opening for them.
Yeah, it's a strong start. I mean, already taken down Failware pretty much, who's on a one-shot. Maga blind firing some bushes here. Combat on reload. Tried to make a shot somewhere. Did not connect. Overus actually managed to get away unspotted, Mojo.
Really, really strong play here by Asuba so far. They're rotating the Retain team on the other part of the map. Arti still has to come into effect. I mean, he did shoot a Failware, but there we go. Kerry Berry's taking some.
But Froley takes a lot more in his TVP. Minus 1.2. That kind of evens out the game.
He got greedy and he shot mouse, I believe, and he paid a price because he was not really well positioned here. But still, he's a TVP and he can backline. I believe Bachat loss of HP is much more important, because in one moment Asuba can climb a Bachat up and just pick up Failware in one shot.
Yep, that's true. A lot of times here for Gohard centered around this 1-2 line. Kaizu, Maga, Barry. Now what is the play here going to be for Asuba? They have 2 mouses and a 1-1-3. It's very heavy. I mean, the type 5, yes, it can work, but if he just gets pushed by those 3 times, he's done.
They have 2 mouses positioned on a hill. This is rather peculiar, especially since Kaiser is here. You can see him in a bush, and he can really annihilate them if they just go from the hill and say, hi, we're going to push from here. So that one shouldn't work for them, because STRV, as we've seen in the last game, when Nile played an STRV, can punish them hard. They need to find a way to take out Failware, and they need to pressure from there, because if they position a Bachat up on a 0-line mountain, they can actually do quite a lot of punishment toward Gohard, and then eventually maybe even pressure the 1-cap or just push from that side.
Annihilator getting spotted out in his mouse, forced to back down. Andrew needs to be careful. He Zafar almost has reload available. Andrew's going to be safe for now, though. Tomasek moving towards that E0 position, perhaps going to try trying to play against Koga Collapse. Meta type 5 should prevail. And Mojo, you're busting out your crayons again.
Yeah, I believe it's about a time. I mean, we know that eventually 1-1-3 will try to get this position here. I'm going to have to be careful about this drawing. Last time it was really quirky. And he will try to get some HE shells here on Coca-Collapse and make him go backwards, which will make him actually open for Arti from these angles. Arti will eventually probably move somewhere in this area in that case. And they will use that to boost the Bachat here. And if that happens, he can actually punish the guys down. He can shoot on Nile, he can shoot on Coca-Collapse, blind shoot Kaizu, and possibly in a later stage just go pick up Failware and Zafar. So this is the core of their play there. If that happens, it will be perfect for Asuba, but the time is ticking. We are on half the game, and Zafar is actually almost dead.
Zafar almost getting countered out there by Combat. Tomasek takes the type 5 heavy shot while Andrew's climbing the hill. That's perfect to Andrew, needs to make it up. He does. He's not going to take any damage whatsoever for this climb, Mojo. He's going to get up for free.
He needs to fade.
Well, maybe.
16.5 seconds is the reload of Coca-Collapse, as far as I remember, when you are boosted with full crew and all consumables. But there is a miss. Coca-Collapse could have shot him. He had a chance, but that derp gun, it's a good gun, but you can't call it really a sniper gun.
Nope, and now Failware is going to be in trouble, and so it's going to be Coca-Collapse Failware is looking at Lukin here. Lukin gets connected by Artie, but Failware needs to be so careful because he's got trouble coming on the hill, and the trouble's called Andrew.
Trigger finger. I mean, he's probably itching so much to shoot looking here, but he's just keeping him spotted for the team. Gohard actually has an HP advantage here. You can see it on up. It's almost 2000 of HP, but Esuba actually is in a better position to push them.
That is true. Andrew now on this hill area. He's going to play at combat mojo. You talked about it. He's now moved. Can he hit Coca Collapse from there?
It's
That
going
is
to
the
be
question.
critical because they need to take him out to be able to progress anywhere. Because let's say if you push with a butt shot or 1-1-3 from the village side, Coca-Cola can just like split someone in half with one shot.
Looking got Amorak to Zafar, killed over who's full HP pretty much. Zafarchik says, combat, you've done a lot of damage, let me one up you Overus. He's down and out.
Well, that's gonna pretty much end the game for Esuba here because the rotational force is down to Andrew. Andrew's on the top of the hill and Gohard knows that.
Well, Mojo, with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, there's gonna have to be a move here from Esuba very soon.
It's gonna be a gunrunner style. 2 minutes down, what we're gonna do? YOLO.
What can they do, Mojo?
Honestly, beside YOLO, nothing is left here. There is 3 minutes till the end, so they must prepare attack and hope for the best.
Well, hope is all they have right now, Mojo. They've lost Overus. Combat gets a connection there on towards Coca Collapse, 615. So that's good. But now Tomasek pushing up Mojo, and I think it's time. I think right now we can listen to Esuba and hear how they're gonna close this one out.
Pustu!
Dvě pryč,
Mouse.
3 pryč,
Mám jet na
Andrew je
to
úplně
padne?
nahoře.
3 pryč, man.
Mouse vystřelený.
Pro ně.
Andrew, ten baťák je úplně nahoře.
Jako zkuste, no.
Musíš píknout a je tady nahoře, no.
Oba na tebe čuně.
Tak vole, jel jsem
A,
jako.
co? Jsi byl full, ne?
No, mě dal soustřel všechno, kámo.
Cože?
Type, mouseové.
Trefilo type? No. Dobrý.
Dobrý, to je jedno.
Nedáme sem taky jednoho toho typa na další hru.
Jako můžeme místo mouze, no.
Vážně to nebudu penit, jo.
To je ráno od té artsky do mě, to je docela nesmysl.
Jako tenhle mouse tady byl kurva dobrý, protože já jsem nemohl rosnout tohle z toho, ani náhodou. No jako, tam byl problém, že ten bot projel. No, já bych ho jinak vyklipoval celý. To byl jediný problém.
Well, Mojo, one batch that got deleted by Zafar, and we think the other one got deleted by the Type 5 Heavy.
Type 5 Heavy played by Coca-Cola, probably connected on Andrew while he was trying to rotate and kill Failware. Something Gohard expected for quite a while, and obviously this is why they picked Type 5 Heavy, so he can shoot a butt shot while he's climbing, which he missed. But Andrew, no he didn't.
Nope, he didn't. Barry, now the 1v1 of the ages against Lucan, wins it. What a player, what a man, Kerry Barry, the man who can. Now Froley, the last man standing in his TVP. Yeah, Froley, it's not going to work out well. He takes one shot, he takes the second, and Gohard put themselves 4-1 Mojo. And this is starting to look worrisome for Esuba.
This is a really kind of a downplay for Esuba at the moment. We've seen Gohard taken down by them twice in this season, but each time there were massive mistakes in communication, in some plays made by Gohard, which I would really call a better team in most of the situations. So we were actually quite surprised when they lost the last time, because that match was one of the crucial ones for Gohard to be top 2. And actually the match against Esuba is 100% the one that costed them their position. And that's why they have to play the playoffs.
Yeah, but it's not always necessarily a bad thing to go through the playoffs. I mean,
it gives you some kind of stability, more practice, experience, and more overall, you can see they're focused here.
You have more match rhythm as well, because Ding and Kazna will be not having played matches for a while, a month pretty much, when they come to the LAN finals, when Gohard will have played 2 if they win this one.
Yeah, last time when we were watching the last season finals, Ding barely passed the semifinals. They had 7-6 victory over Oops. They barely passed Oops.
Yeah, Mojo, look at that. Both RT players we highlighted, number 3 and number 4, so far in combat. Getting some names, getting some fame here in this Mines round, but Coca collapsed. Yeah, he did the damage, Mojo.
He pretty much deleted Andrew in that one point, and I believe that's the most critical shot he did, because that was the last chance for Esuba to do something.
Yeah, and
Andrew didn't fire a shell there.
I feel like Zafar already kind of closed the round when he killed
When
Overus.
he killed Overus, that was pretty much opening of like the beginning of the end for the guys here. But the closing shot was that one on Andrew. After that, it was just a matter of time. How fast will they die?
Looking what we said about Overus and Andrew, Mojo, number 13
And
number 14.
Andrew didn't fire a shell. The first one was supposed to go on Failware, who had 100 HP, and he couldn't even do that.
Nope, and he would have been
Good coverage.
Yeah.
Good coverage by the rest of the Go Hard.
But also a little bit of a fact that Overus, if he was on the hill, he might have been able to spot out Failware when he was shooting from that position, for example, because obviously Mouse, Bacha could have possibly spotted Failware. They didn't, so losing Overus, then Andrew had to go in. It just didn't end well for Esuba, even though they took the positions that were necessary to break this camp.
Yeah, I mean, tactically, I like the play they did. It was okay, it was sound, it was thoughtful and everything. It just wasn't enough.
Oh, Mojo, I can't wait for the lineups to be ready. Oh, don't look at your screen.
I'm not. Okay.
Okay, this is going to be interesting. We'll see when we get there. Yeah. But now, go hard going on to the attack, Mojo. What do you think we can see from both these teams?
What do I think we can see from both these teams? I don't know. Lately, we've seen quite a lot of mouses used, so a couple of those, I guess. They must be used, and some flanking force needed.
Mojo,
But why are you smiling so? That looks so dirty.
Yeah, look, here we go. Conqueror,
Oh, GC.
Gun, Carriage.
And an E50M.
And an E50M and a Tier 9 Waffenträger.
I mean,
Against-
it's E50, not E50M.
Yeah, E50. Against double E4 and a Type 5 Heavy. That is like the perfect play for a GC. There's 4 pretty slow tanks on the battlefield.
Yeah, unless this Lorraine actually manages to kill GC, Artie, it's gonna be a pain chain here for Esuba.
It's more likely for the Lorraine to die to the GC.
Yeah, but GC can do such a pain to Esuba team, and Lorraine can't really do that huge return to go hard.
Well, Mojo, let's get into it. Let's find out what this GC from Zafar is... Zafar. What he's going to be able to do as Gohard take on the attack, Esuba take on the defense. It's 4-1 in favor of Gohard. They want to make it 5-1, get closer and closer to that match point. And what do you think is going to happen, Mojo?
Well, obviously, Gohard doesn't have to tiptoe a lot. They're just doing a sporadic cover of the top of the hill while main forces are down in the water. Now, what's the problem with this defense of Esuba? Those 2 E4s are brilliant when you need to counter the mouse tanks.
Zafar is spotted.
Already, again?
Yep, Zafar is spotted out. Maga gets a connection, though Zafar needs to be careful. Is he running off the hill? Zafarchik, where are you going in UGC? He takes a shot. He's going to take a second one. They're going to lose the Conqueror on Carriage before the game even begins. Overus picks him up and Gohard. What was that? What was that? What are those?
Come on, man. Like we said it, like in the start of the season, this happened a couple of times, even on Mines. I remember when Haiba shot him in the mouse, no less, when he played an arty, and he allowed himself again to get spotted. Again, they had a loop in their, let's say, spotting perimeter, and again, they lost such a crucial piece of tactics in the start of the match. This is not going to work well for them.
He's going to keep climbing here. He's going to take at least 2 shots. Pratelicek, that's the first. That's the second. Pratelicek, you need to be careful, mate. He's going to take a 3rd shot here. Pratelicek, be careful. Do not pull like Kasna once again. He's going to go safe, though.
Well, Failware actually took one, and Pratelicek is quite lucky because, oh, he bounced one. He would have even less HP. He would be on like 100 now. But still, it doesn't change the fact that the GC is dead, and now Gohard has to punch through all the heavy hitters Esuba has. A mouse, a Type 5 heavy, and 2 E4 tanks.
Overus taking some damage on this crossing, though. He will get there. Take some more, though. Esuba giving away a lot of HP here. Maga is just like, okay, Overus, you want to go there? I'll kill you at one point.
This is really strange play. I would say that Esuba...
If they now had a GC, though.
Yeah, Esuba is kind of surprised with their success, so they try to rotate a bit around and play a different kind of game after picking up GC, but that did cost them quite a lot of HP because, let's face it, Pratelicek took a huge risk going up there. It was a blind climbing attempt, And now Overus is
Is
gonna
dead.
get wrecked.
Maga, like we said, comes around the corner, picks him up, and is Suba. Boys, what's going on? You got a first kill, and now you've lost Overus. Pratelicek is low HP. This is not going well for them right now.
If Esuba manages to lose this round after such a great opening, this is GG for them. But Failware is shot
And
and
dead.
deleted.
Failware peeking out too far. 1-2 combo, E4. Bashar closes him out, and it's just like Isuba's giving gift. Gohard's like, we gave you one. Well, here's number two. Two for the price for one.
Maga has a dead driver and he's on completely other part of the map, same as Coca-Cola. So there is really no one to challenge anymore Pratelicek on that side of the map. Honestly, he can do whatever he wants now around it. Froley is actually flanking. What kind of game is this?
Froley, the E4, that can.
E4 flanker model.
The E4 on the flank. Froley lurking in the bushes, finding a spray. Cap has started though for Gohard. This was the correct move to do.
That's
And
the
now-
only move they have left.
Yep. Now Froley doesn't connect on towards Annihilator. Pratelicek will be joining him though. RT not connecting either. And now Gohard has positions to defend this cap. What is the move from Isuba to counter this? Because they don't have RT that can reset.
This is gonna be really hard for Esuba because they need to utilize this RT and they can't at the moment. So they have to actually get in the crossfire of Gohard, somehow survive it, and they're already in deficit 2k HP.
Well, Mojo, let's listen to Gohard and see if they can close out this round.
Michael, we need to go. We need
Да,
to go
давай,
fast.
давай, кок.
Yeah,
Info for budget. Now you have.
yeah. He hasn't shot. He hasn't shot. Butcher is here. Butcher is here. Okay.
Maga kill Batcher. Minus too bad.
Do one more, Kaiser. You E4 if you rush.
I will kill E4, Maga. Maga, I will kill
It's
E4.
normal, it's normal, it's normal.
Yeah, I shoot.
E4 KD. I will kill E4.
Hype KD.
Guys, I can farm E4.
E4 KD, E4 KD.
I shoot time, I shoot time.
Okay, I should twice.
Я могу стрелять.
Barry, I'll come play in the middle
Yeah,
now and
yeah,
try and play on this
yeah.
side.
I'm safe.
Nail,
I'm
nail,
safe.
nail, nail. Wait me, guys, please. Stop.
Yeah, Maggie, you have shell?
He's running away from me
Yes,
now.
yes,
Let's
wait
push.
5 seconds.
Now we push.
Я могу стрелять.
Mouse reload.
Yeah, we can
Before
crossfire the
reload,
map.
guys, before reload.
No need to
Yes,
play
yes,
two
go,
of
go,
us.
go, go.
No need.
I'm going back.
Give me a few seconds and then we can.
Yeah, we're fine. Let's go.
Arta maybe. Arta KD now.
Okay, nice. He's looking at Kaiser. He's looking at
КД,
Kaiser.
КД.
You're looking at me now. Look
I'll
at
do
me.
one. I'll do one.
I have 10 seconds. I can farm.
E4, track E4.
Make one and Maga finish.
Yeah, I shoot.
3.
I can shoot the
Finish,
E4.
Maga.
I finished the E4.
Maggie, finish.
Kulops, блядь.
Good job, boys.
What I don't understand, Mojo, is how did Isuba gave this away? They got a free tier 10 RT out of the game and then lost it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable here, and something that will 100% throw Isuba off any rhythm they would have. A good start of the round, a perfect start of the round, the greatest danger removed from the game, and anticlimax like this. Throwing off HP of the Bachats is the crucial one, because as we see it, once the lower cap was pressured, they had nothing to respond to it. Nothing was in a position to deal with that.
Well, Maga there overtaking Kaizu a little bit, claiming most of the damage for his own. Kaizu's like, damn it, Maga, why do you do this? But I still don't understand. You get a GC for free. How? I mean, Overus going back towards that 1-2 line. I don't understand it. All they had to do was control that hill. I feel like when they killed the GC, they could have just taken the hill.
They didn't even have to go down, even if Gohard decides to pressure the cap. They had two Bachats on 100%
Yes,
HP.
they could have flanked.
They could have just went around, flanked with them, just kept their HP going and get Gohard in crossfire, because putting the pressure on the cap down means that Gohard will have a less number of tanks
Another one out of
available
the
to
fight.
defend. And what would they do then? I mean, it's not like they could really attack the base or anything from the Isuba, so it's quite a throw. Attempt of Pratelicek to climb up, wasting so much HP.
But they got
and
Failware
Overus.
for free for that.
Yeah, well, that's Failware's
Yeah,
mistake.
that was Failware's mistake.
I mean, he already did good job, and he just wanted to finish and capitalize, and he was greedy, and he got shot by
But
E4.
look at this. 6 players of Gohard here in the top 7. Only Froley and his flanking E4 to even get into that top 7. And honestly, Mojo, if they just took the hill, they would have probably won that game. It's
Quite easily.
all they had to do. Take the hill. If Gohard goes for the RD, send 2 bat shots to kill the guy that went for the RD. Control the hill. They go for the cap, take the northern side, push
Yes.
them off the cap. I don't know why they left the hill. They were so surprised, like you said, by getting the Conqueror GC that they
just
tilted.
brought some hasty decisions. And this is the difference that we've seen between Gohard and them today. Gohard was making really sound tactical decisions. Even, this is really crucial part, after massive mistake like this, that Zafar allowed himself to get spotted and killed in the start of the game, they came through in attack of Mines. Okay, we can debate one thing. After the patch, actually Mines is not anymore defensive map. It's like heavily attacking
but
side.
losing a tier 10, that usually doesn't mean much good, especially in the beginning of the game.
No, especially something if you have entire tactic evolved around the tier 10 being gun carrier meant to decamp all the tanks that the Suba has. So this is just a disaster. How will they come in a match after this?
I think they were so surprised by getting the GC, they were like, okay, let's go back to camp. But at the time they did, Gohard already took all the positions to prevent them from going back towards that 1-2 and such. All they had to do is take the hill, but I guess they didn't want to take the hill anymore. Well, we got the Conqueror GC, so we can just go back to camping.
No, they could have honestly just stayed down in a village and waited with budgets. Yes. Whatever. Like whatever, but wasting such an HP pool.
Well, it is what it is. Gohard is now up 5-1. Gotta congratulate them on recovering though. They took 1-2 line very quickly. They took the angle. Skyzwin as Waffenträger actually took that K4 position from the attack, which is impressive. He managed to do the damage on the side of those heavy tanks. So it was good stuff by Gohard. Yes, losing the GC was terrible.
It was, but quick thinking. Yes. Covering the angles, deleting Overus there, shooting him from two sides when he managed to take K4 position. He was just taken out of the game so fast.
Well, Mojo, you said the second make or break map was going to be Himmelsdorf. Now our next map is going to be Himmelsdorf.
I'm quite worried now for Esuba. Like coming into a map, you don't play the best. They have only around 30% win rate here.
31.
31. So they have that, and they're coming after a defeat like this. Like such a massive mistakes made, it doesn't look well.
It doesn't look well, Mojo. I'm fully with you on that one. 3 mouses for both these teams. Gohard, double T10, E4, IS7. Looks slightly aggressive with the double T10.
It does look like Esuba might try some kind of mind game with his mouses. We witnessed it before. If you remember, a couple of times you send mouses on one side, you pressure the team, and then the fast tanks like 1390 and these guys just come in from another side. Also, we've seen the use of them if they go over the hill and they just try to pressure the upper A line and just cap behind it. So there is a bunch of possibilities here.
I don't know, Mojo. I've got to give it to Gohard at this point in time. I mean, 5-1. I think this might be 6-1 after this round.
It's a possibility, yes. And again, Himmelsdorf is one of the maps that's thrown off by the patch, and attackers are actually having a better role there. So that might be the hope for Esuba, who are doing the attack now.
Well, Mojo, it's all going to depend on both of these players for both these teams. The heavy tanks on Himmelsdorf, super important. And Niall here with the better stats, to say it like that.
Yeah, he has slightly better average damage, about 200 there, but you can see penetration ratio. This is a really important one, because this is from amount of the shells that actually connect on enemy. That means that Niall has almost 80% of successful ones.
Well, Mojo, we're going to move into Himmelsdorf. Can Gohard make it match point, or is Suba going to come back? Let's find out.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
Gohard versus Esuba. Now Gohard looked and put himself on match point as they said 5-1. Gohard on the defense, Esuba on the attack.
That's a peculiar way to move around with mouses that we've seen here now. But mouses, the climbers, yep, why not? New meta, new physics, new everything.
So slightly aggressive start here from Gohard still. Ukets and Froli here moving towards the 1-2 line. Tomasek spotting. They have to be careful. Tomasek spots out collapse though.
Super aggressive approach by Suba down. You can see on rails. They can't do that because Gohard doesn't have a really mobile setup. I mean, sending only 2 T10s down Maga and Zafar would not end well.
Ukets and Froley trying to make a connection there. So far, getting nothing. Tomasek, though, takes one for his troubles. Maga now taking that position. K1 probably going to go behind that hold-on position if he can. The crane here. Or he's going to go for the house.
This is again interesting thing. Ooh, nice connection there by Maga. Last time Esuba and Gohard played, also Gohard pressed into them. Something similar like this, but it didn't go very well, and it completely went out with disaster, and Esuba took the round there.
Well, this is going to be bad, Mojo. Combat looking over is going to cross through the 8 line. There's so many tanks from Gohard waiting for this. Combat looking Overus, I think you're in trouble, boys. If they're going to try and cross here, I don't see it end well.
They need to put a light tank in front of them. He needs to see how many tanks are actually aiming for them, because he can do it and stay unspotted. This is a crucial moment. But look at this. Gohard actually rotates 2 tanks from the upper side of the map to get them in a pincer move if they are actually trying to press the 8 line.
Combat looking Overus waiting. They know this is not the right time. And Maga backing off smartly, realizing the 50 beast might come towards him. He's going to pull back. But Barry and Zafarchik right now are the crucial players. They're going to block off completely the zero-line approach. And if Esuba don't realize this, don't take this as a possibility, Andrew, who's in the bad shot, coming off the hill, could just die in 5 to 10 seconds.
Even less here. But let's see what is the plan here for Gohard. I'm quite actually curious. Why is the mouse going up also? It's quite a long road, and it's usually a one-way road once you take it. So my bet is they want to try to establish some kind of control over the zero line, maybe T10 front, mouse staying in a back. But look at this, there is a big rotation from Esuba tanks coming also up on a hill.
Mojo, maybe Barry is on the country road to take him home to the place where he belongs.
Which would that be, Ducky?
Huh?
Which place would that be, Ducky?
Wait, you don't recognize the song?
No.
No, you've never heard of Country Road, Take Me Home to the Place Where I Belong? I think it's like that.
I really haven't.
God, Mojo, you disappoint me here. Like, you ruined the pun.
It must be one of your things, man.
Man, this song is like 35 years old. So, I mean, you should know it.
I was 5 at that time. No.
Exactly. But for all the UCATs, you're going to try and clip here on towards an IS-7. That is not going to go well. Ooh, are they shooting? No, Overus is shooting HE. For all the UCATs, both APCR, no connections.
No, I7 is rather safe there. A hard turret.
Only the top of
position
the turret
for
is
him.
penetratable.
Yeah, but it's really super hard to pen him, except if you spamming him a little like this with HE shells. But still, time is ticking, and he can take a lot of 87 shells.
Well, Barry in his mouse is now spotted out in that position over there. Overus looking, Coman, look to make their move soon. Now, lining up again to go down the 8 line. There's still 4 tanks waiting for this. In the meantime, though, 250Bs and a bad shot pushing off the 0 line. They're going to try and find Barry. Barry's alone. Zafar's not in position. And Mojo, you said this mouse was on a long road, and he's on the road to die. As Froley, Andrew, Ukets come around him, get him from all sides. Barry, this is not going to end well for you. A mouse might have a lot of HP, but not enough. Barry goes down towards Froley, and he was left alone. And now he is home where he belongs.
A massive mistake coming in there from Gohard. Again, they lose 1 tanks for free here. But still, they have 2000 HP advantage. And I'm kind of wondering, after watching the last game, even after a great start like Esuba did now, is it just enough for them to finish and close the deal?
Well, Froley went all the way towards the windows here. I don't know if he
doesn't know where Zafar is.
Tomasek coming onto the cap here as well. Froley is going to be holding the north, and the tanks from Gohard, they have to run. They have to run home as soon as they can because their base is being capped. Froley now sees Zafar, gets the connection, but he is still going to be holding this window position. There's 3 tanks capping. Overus, Combat Lukin now coming as well. Niall's going to be the first one in position, and Mojo, can Gohard do it?
Gohard is going to have a huge problem here. HP, they have no deficit there. But position-wise, much better for Esuba. They need to decap Andrew, and no one is even close.
Tomasek and Andrew have all the cap points right now. They are going to lose Frolly, but now Luke and Overus getting on towards the cap. They want to shield their teammate. There needs to be a reset. Gohard, who's going to get it? Luke and Overus push on towards the cap. 9 seconds left. Zafar's going to have to be the Hail Mary play. They need a track shot onto Zafar. 6 seconds. They track him. The reset comes out to 18 seconds left. Tomasek gets resetted. Andrew needs to be careful. Still, cap is going on. Tomasek goes down, and I think Gohard has just about done it. They've just about held on. They've gotten the kills. They've gotten the HP lead, and they look to put themselves on towards match point.
19 seconds, 17, 16 going on. Andrew is still on a cap on 100%. A Bachat locked in a capping action. A last resort for Esuba here. Instead of having a 13-19 doing that job and Andrew fighting. Massive mistake from their side again here.
Well, Yukets goes down. It's just Andrew on full HP who has to watch them suffer as the rest of the Gohard team comes around the corner. They want to put them on match point. They want to get to this LAN finals, but it's not over just yet. They will have to win one more round, but it's going to have to be such a comeback for Isuba to make this happen as Niall gets the final kill. Match point for Gohard.
Unbelievable, great play by Esuba in that moment, taking out the mouse tank. A huge mistake by Gohard again and again. Again, it was not enough. Again, a hasty reaction on the other side, a lot of HP lost on mouse tanks. They could have retracted everyone and just played it a bit slower. They again tried to just finish it up.
Who got the reset? I think it was Annihilator in the i7. He didn't go down and he got the reset from the windows.
I believe so, but we can check. We can check.
I think
that.
it was Annihilator from the windows, but there's going to be a lot of people with cap reset points, Mojo, because everybody was on the cap. But I think Niall got a lot of it.
Niall has 94 reset points, so that's pretty much it.
Heavy tank players, Mojo, like we said, highlighted Annihilator. He got the crucial resets. He got the reset on towards Tomasek, I think, and that was all she wrote for his Suba. They needed to kill. I think Froley was there to try and kill the i7. Didn't expect Zafar to be in that 5-6 line. If they kill Annihilator, I think they win that round, because they did get the track shot on towards Zafarchik.
Yeah, Zafar has only 22 DK points, so that's certainly not enough to win this kind of game.
Collapse, though.
Brilliant game by him, but we've seen him already once on Himmelsdorf. If you remember, he had almost 5.5k in the round, and it was really weird round because he received some super strange damage by mouse played by Estringer, I think. No, Enrico,
yeah.
Enrico played it. So, but still he did that kind of damage in that game.
What an opening move, though, for Isuba, finding the mouse for free. But then overreacting by so much. It did look like the cap was going to happen, but they just didn't get the kill on the tank that needed to die, which was Annihilator. If he died, the cap would have been taken, but it didn't work out like that. Overus and his mouse not getting to do much. I mean, all in all, Coca Collapse here being the key player for Gohard to take in that round.
He penned most of his shots. I'm actually going to check that too, because it is an interesting info for that kind of damage. And he didn't pen only one shell he fired. He fired 8 and he penned 7. That's quite a success with that E4.
That's a very good round for that E4. Now, Mojo, it's match point for Gohard, who look to put themselves into their first LAN finals as a team. They need to pick one more round. And Isuba, Mojo, needs to win 6 rounds in a row to make it.
That's going to be close to impossible to do. I mean, we've seen it during the season that teams come back even after 4-0. But that season and...
that's only 5 rounds as well.
Yeah, and the stakes are much lower. And here it's even more rounds in a stake, and Gohard looks really well. Even when they do mistakes, they don't panic. They're doing the correct moves. They're doing the strong plays there. They are steady. And I just don't think it will happen. And this might actually be the last round for Esuba. Although I cannot say they're not trying. They're trying. They're not giving up.
No.
I gotta give that to them.
They have at least one more round to show what they got. To pick up at least a few more rounds. Maybe even bring it to tiebreaker. Who knows? Who knows? Stranger things have happened, you know. But they get to defend. That's the advantage they have. Gohard has to attack now. Gohard needs one more round. Isuba needs just 6. So all in all, still pretty doable for Isuba. I'm with them in heart and spirit.
They need 6 just to come back in the tiebreaker game.
5.
5.
Well, Mojo, let's take a look at the lineups and see what we got for Himmelsdorf. A lot of mouses. STI actually for Isuba as well.
STI and T30. T30 with that big gun again. 750 average. But I don't like the tank because you can really easily pen it. I mean, even the turret is a weak point.
Ryan loves T30.
I mean, T30 last time I could say it was a lovely tank was when it originally went down in the game, but then you had only IS-7 as a tier 10 and mouse tank, and T30 was a tier 9.
Well, Mojo will have to see if this T30 can pay dividend for the side of his Suba as they look to pick up a lot of rounds in a row to make it even to a tiebreaker with Gohard, who sit on match point 6-1. Let's get into it and see what we got. Gohard is going to be attacking. Suba is going to be defending. And so far, Mojo, what does the start look like?
Gohard here splitting all over the place. Interesting, as Suba is not sending anyone to the hill yet, but it's not too late for that. We've seen them many times actually pressure that zero line, if you remember, with a couple of tanks climbing up and trying to establish some kind of domination here. But this time they're just all about let's camp it and let's go play stick together team. So look at this, the triangle, Froli and Overus and combat. I mean, Andrew is really in a good position there, but still highly dependent what will the guys from the middle do. If actually Gohard presses the 5 live, they can really delete him quite easily from that position.
Overus already taking some damage so far here on the 1-2 line. Failware getting spotted out, so that tells me one thing, Mojo. Failware getting spotted out over there means either combat has binos or optics. One of the two.
3 mouses there. Tomaszek looking. I mean, I really don't see how will this kind of passive play. We've seen this kind of passive play. It worked against the teams who played, if you remember, low armor setup, like when you had a bunch of 113s and 50Bs against them. So you can't really rotate because this amount of armor will eventually kill you.
You know what like instantly loses the game for Suba here, in my opinion?
Cap on number 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, if one of the mouses positions himself as a shield for a bad shot, if one of the mouses positions himself as a shield, then it's game over, I think.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about when we want to show up that case. We've seen it played by, I think, Ding once.
Ding in Utopia.
Yeah, you can position a mouse here, angle him, and you can pressure the cap with one guy behind. While you're doing it, you put your guys somewhere here, you keep this budget here, and you have some guys here to make a cross angle, so you will shoot by these guys like this. These guys will watch this or shoot whoever comes there. Obviously, this guy also clipping from up, and you will cover most of the map. Yes, you will sacrifice a mouse. It will take them a ton of time to kill him, but then they need to deal with the rotation. And who do they have to do that? They have only Ukets in a heavy tank, who is a faster tank. Everyone else is slow and easy target for this guy. So this is a big weakness. Other way to play this around, I believe, is a strong push from this line here, where they can take out him, and they need to position one guy here so he can shoot him in the back so he cannot run away. And they can easily take out the T30 also. Overus in this position can then try to counterattack them, to block them, to do, but that doesn't work. We've seen it many times. And I don't like this kind of passive play by Suba, and I believe Gohard, when they actually realize how are they coordinating their defense, and they're doing it with medium slowly by spotting and so on, they will make appropriate action.
I tend to agree with you, Mojo. I believe Gohard at one point might put the mouse onto the cap. They've demonstrated they know how to do it on different maps, including Himmelsdorf actually, against the Suba from the A line. So now perhaps they will do it from the 1-2 line as well. It does look like their entire play is centered around that number 1 cap.
Look at this. Froli is actually completely angled only against the middle play. As I said, that would be a greatest danger for him. But sitting like that, effectively, he's weak against anyone who would go on zero line and start clipping him. So if they put a Bacha there and start shooting him, he will have to run away back on a cap. And once that happens, they can just press him from the middle. But it does look like Gohard doesn't want to play that kind of game. They will choose an option A, as you said it, and it will be probably the pressure toward one cap, while Kerry Berry will try to cross and cover someone in a cap.
Does look like that failure now. Getting into the position here where he can cover the 3 line from Gohard. Looking good in this round. Annihilator, Mojo, he's starting to make the approach. Could be the beginning of the end here for Suba if Nile gets on towards the cap and Zafar gets behind him.
Let's see, a couple of really lucky shots can actually differ the game here. It does look like Suba is aware what can happen here. Ukets is trying to rotate on that area, but still the guys on the 2 cap are nowhere to be found. They're still sitting there, and effectively they will be out of the game because of it.
Now, Zafar takes some damage in his tier 9 Bacha, but he's starting to make the approach. And Mojo, the option we explained on the map, guys, is exactly what they're going for. Ukets is already taking some damage here in this 50B. Annihilator has now made it onto the cap, and they're going to put 2 Bachas behind. Double cap pressure. Tier 9, tier 10 bat. I don't know about that.
4 guys in a cap. 4 guys in a cap. No, Kerry Berry will just angle behind the cover from the middle, I guess. So Nile is the only thing they need there, and there is no one with big splash enough to deal with these butchers. Now they need someone to shoot them from the 1 line, but Coca-Cola is already there waiting.
Now it's all to the front here for Suba. They need to get these connections. Andrew is already getting clipped in his 30B, in his T30. He goes down towards Carry Barry. Combat crossing in the open. Lukin pushing forwards. The cap is still going. Combat taking a lot of damage already in his SDI. He's dropping low. He might go down here. One more shot to do the job. Everybody's on the cap for Gohard. 10 seconds remain on this one. Is Suba. I don't think they're going to get back for this one. Maga's shielding as well. Everything's all in on towards this cap. Failware here as well. Lukin needs to get the reset. There is a reset coming out. But look at the HP, look at the tanks, looking in his mouth. It's like cheese right now. He gets shredded down. Failware needs one more to take him out. He goes down, and Gohard Mojo, they should have done it. Perhaps not by cap, but they perhaps by kills.
They need to actually abandon the cap because there are 2 tanks coming back from Suba, from their backline. You can see Froly and Overus coming in their backs. But Gohard can choose where to fight now. They can just go, decide, leave the cap and go outmatch them with the number of the guns they do have in the game.
There's a lot of passes here for Gohard. It's not over yet. They need to be careful. They're now down in HP. A lot of non-connections coming out towards Overus. Finally, they managed to land the shots they need to do. Overus needs one more to go down. He might do one towards Failware before he does. Another bounce coming out. Failware takes a shot for that. Annihilator should finish now. Now they need to get Froly out of the game. Maga from the side. Barry from the front. Ukets is in a bad position though. Ukets is no longer in a position. He is down as Froly in the IS-4 is the last tank remaining with Tomasek, but he's completely separated from him. And Gohard, it wasn't a cap, it was by kill. Froly is in trouble. He cannot do anything. One more shot to close it out, and then it's just Tomasek between Gohard and the LAN finals as Annihilator picks up Froly. Tomasek will be the last one, and Gohard is going to close it out 7-1.
7-1, a brilliant display here. We gave them 7-4, 7-5, you remember, in a start. But this was not the case. Gohard came ready and heated up for this match. And this is it, a victory by Gohard.
Victory by Gohard, indeed. 7-1. They went for the play we talked about, and it worked out beautifully. Yes, they didn't get to cap, but Isuba split it all over the 1-2-3 line.
Being the smarter team in decision-making, which they've proven over and over in this match, Suba should really not have camped. They should have maybe taken some progressive action and taken them by surprise. But Gohard today was very thoughtful, and even after making huge mistakes like they did in the last couple of games, they just came back like with a slingshot, man, like a boomerang.
With a boomerang?
Yeah.
You know, a boomerang returns back into your face, right?
Yeah, in your hand, man.
Yeah,
that means when you throw your game, you get it back.
For people like me that can't throw really well, it ends up in your face. So like, let's not keep...
Play with frisbees then.
Frisbee you throw to the other person.
Exactly.
But that doesn't work out.
That can't hit you in the face then.
They need something that comes back, Mojo.
Other guy can just give it to you.
Okay, so you Suba threw the Frisbee to Gohard? Is that what you're saying?
Let's focus on this, please.
Frisbee tactics to the Mojo there. Coca collapse, Failware, Annihilator, Barry. All of them hitting above 3K, between 3 to 4. Coca collapse the highest with 3.8. Good performance from all those guys. The bad shots from Kaizu and Zafar were just a sacrifice in this round.
I mean, after the tactics started going on from Gohard, which we already said, it was pretty much a done deal. And I'm really surprised that actually Suba didn't read it out, because this is not something new. This is something we've seen a couple of times in this last patch, and something that multiple teams use. I mean, we had a weird situation that 2 teams used it in the same match, if you remember. Like Ding and Utopia, when they played each other, they used it against each other successfully.
Well, Mojo, the C30
didn't pay off.
Didn't pay off whatsoever. I mean, Suba was forced to drive out in the open everywhere, and it really just didn't work.
honestly, it was a decent tank when it was a top tier before the E4 and the other guys were introduced. It was kind of a nimble TD. It was a good answer to counter the mouse armor in that game because people then even couldn't shoot gold because gold was really gold. You didn't have like premium ammo for credits and stuff. But after that, I don't know, this was just kind of a weird pick for me. I mean, it's better armor than Waffenträger, and maybe you can try to use it from that corner where they positioned it, but there is so many ways around their defense that it was just a dead
weight.
Dead weight, yes.
Now, Mojo, let's take a look at the post-match stats and see who was the MVP for Gohard. Annihilator, no surprise, we highlighted him in the beginning of the match, 3.2. Massive performance today from Annihilator. Like we said, very consistent today was
Look
his
at
day.
the average damage, and this is a 7-on-7 match. About 3,002 players here. Coca-Collapse also because there was a lot of heavy tanks which he plays here involved. Failware, who we've highlighted also, and Froli, the only player from Esuba keeping their flag up on the first page.
Yeah, just Froli, the MVP of Esuba, but nobody else from his team today really stepping up there. Just didn't seem like their day today. They've obviously prepared a lot for this, and we have to give them commiserations for being here. Didn't work out, but there's always the future, Mojo. So they shouldn't be too harsh on themselves. It's their first season. It's very reminiscent of what happened to Gohard last season. They had a strong season as well, and then they had to play against Oops, and Oops just outplayed them by experience and tactics. And it reminds me a lot about that.
They lost the playoffs and ended up 6th there, so it was not really the best for a Gohard in that moment. But Oops was really strong at the moment also. Like they really gave hard time to Ding, if you remember, on season finals. So it was well deserved. But Gohard came rather strong after the season, even with so much changed lineup. They have 4 players that are completely new here.
Yeah, it's gone really well for Gohard. We have to congratulate them. We'll be seeing them in 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to that hoodie I'm going to get.
Small size, right?
Yeah, it's for when I'm shrinking,
No, because your muscles,
Oh,
so
yeah,
you can show them better.
My guns.
Yeah.
But Mojo, let's take a look at the bracket again. And for the people that weren't here in the beginning, explain what this playoff bracket means.
So Gohard and Esuba just played. Gohard was 3rd in standings, Esuba 6th, and they're facing each other for a spot in season finals. The next semi-final match is Utopia and Oops being 4th and 5th. So whoever wins the first match, so Gohard in this case, and between Utopia and Oops, they're already in season finals. And the second match that will be placed in a best of 9 between the winners will just decide who is playing against Kazna or Ding.
Obviously, that decides who plays against Kazna, who plays against Ding. The loser of that one will be playing against Kazna. The winner of that playing against the loser of that plays against Ding. The winner of that plays against Kazna.
I think it's like that.
Yeah,
yes,
it is like that. The loser plays against the number 1.
But all in all, still, they will have to face 2 best teams that we have at the moment, and it doesn't really matter as long as they get there. So I don't believe there will be some radical tactics in that match. It doesn't really matter. But what we need to see is in the next match, Utopia and Oops.
It's indeed true. We won't talk for much longer. We'll head to a break because after this we will see the last possible team that can make it to our LAN finals here in Katowice. So we're going to get into a break. When we get back, we'll decide the last spot. Welcome back once again to the Wargaming.net League Season 2 online playoffs. We have already had one match. Gohard has qualified for the LAN finals, but we have one more.
It was quite a result, 7-1. Not something we expected to happen against the Suba, to which Gohard lost twice, but now we have a matchup between Oops and Utopia, and I believe this one is going to be quite a close one.
I believe so as well. I think most people thought Gohard versus Isuba would be more one-sided, but this one could go either way, Mojo.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Utopia kind of doesn't have the best result against Oops. They lost twice, but most important thing is they won the last match in the new patch.
True, that is very true, but there were some circumstances there as well to take into account, certain DC on steps and things along those lines.
Things happen. Let's keep it at that. So that's always a possibility. I mean, we've seen what Ducky is saying about. There was a situation where Utopia used 6 mouses, I believe, on steps in defense. And on top of that, all Oops actually had a DC. They lost one budget player and they lost him completely there. And the game came really close at the end, so they couldn't just close it.
All right, Mojo, let's look one more time at this playoff bracket for how it's going to look like today. For anybody that wasn't here yet, obviously, always new people joining us, Mojo. Let's go through it one more time.
Again, whoever wins the first matches here, which in previous games was Gohard, he's automatically qualified to the season finals here in Katowice that will be on 2nd of April. And they will fight against Kazna or Ding. Now, the second matchup we are watching now, Utopia and Oops is deciding for the last team that will join us here, and then they will play each other just to decide who are they exactly playing here in Katowice.
Yep, that is that, Mojo. Now let's focus back on towards our two teams here, Utopia and Oops. First up, Utopia. It's a very different team from last season, Mojo, for the people that don't know. Let's go through it.
We can say they're not doing the greatest games like in the last season. Last season they were qualified automatically as second. But Milos left them and he actually joined Oops. They're going to fight now. But they gained some other players like Kolesoid, Rulezik and FC Dynamo and Mrakar from Ding. So mainly they have 4 new players that are... 3 of them are all the time in a setup. Mrakar is exchanging his spot usually with some players.
Yep, that is Utopia for you. They have the man, the monster, Pavian in RT. It's gonna be interesting what he can do.
He's also a brilliant light player.
Yeah, of course, but most of his highlight reels are from his RT play.
Yeah, definitely that. Of course, never forget Bihu.
Yeah, Bihu,
really
their
MVP there in Batchat. As we said, even in previous games, he can have a bad game or two, but never a bad match. He's always there, no matter what you think, and he sneaks in the damage.
He always sneaks in somehow. But now, let's take a look at their opponents. Oops, the tough Giraffes, Mojo. A lineup of players. They've used everybody in this lineup throughout the season.
Yeah, everyone was used here. Milos joined them, as we said, from Utopia, Dead Zone from Kazna, Deha from Out of Range. So these guys are more or less similar setup that played the last season with couple of exchanges. And honestly, compared to the last season, this is very shrunk team. Last season they had everyone to the last guy that was playing and it was complete chaos.
They had a lot of players, but they've removed most of them. They're more of a dedicated team this season. Still some roster changes going on here and there, but pretty sure they will be able to figure that one out before the LAN finals if they get there. For Oops, thinking about it, Mojo, in my head, I think Oops needs a strong start. I really think they need to at least win the first round or go up 2-0 on the first map, because I think if they go down 2-0, I'm very worried for this team.
Yeah, definitely if that happens, this will not go well for them because they're not really a great comeback team. I just think they need to find their stability in the games because we've seen them do some magnificent tactics, bold plays, but some kind of minor mistake know to take them out of their sync and then they just start spiraling downwards.
Now, Mojo, let's compare both of the MVPs of these teams against each other. Take a look at some of their stats. It's going to be Bihu against Mailand.
Bihu, the old dog of the league, he's playing here for quite a while. Here you can see his favorite tank is Batchat in the league compared to TVP of Mailand. You could call Mailand a bit of a red light sniper there, but he's doing it really well. And I don't know, Mailand combined with Milos in Oops can be a real strength there.
Yeah, especially because Melan is that MVP player, that Clipper player. He plays TVPs, he plays Batchat as well, Grille and 50B mainly. But then you have Milos, which is the opposite end of the spectrum. Milos plays those heavy tanks. He doesn't...
And he always performs.
Exactly. He doesn't venture into those Clippers, yet he still puts up magnificent numbers in just heavy tanks, which is very hard to do, to be that consistent in single shooters, round in, round out, match after match. It is impressive.
Yeah, they're a really great combo there and huge asset there for Oops. We will see how will Insane, their captain, the lead in-game leader, how will he use them. I hope to their full potential because, as we said, they have really great ideas as a team and a lot of them are actually coming from Insane.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we've seen a lot of good tactics them on a lot of different maps. But talking about maps, let's take a look at the ones we're going to be playing on first before I continue my thought. It's going to be Ghost Town, Mines, Prokhorovka, Morovanka Steps, and Ruinberg. Mojo, which maps here are make or break? Because there's a lot of maps, which ones are going to make the difference?
Well, from all these maps, I mean, the worst one for Oops is definitely Prokhorovka, but Mines are not that far away, so they need to survive those maps. Mines is probably the black hole of them. Also as they were for Suba, because they lost so many games on bad climbs.
Ruinberg, though, Mojo, coming out here as the final map between these two. Oops has 0% on the attack.
Yeah, that one is going to be quite a gamble for them, because that's the last map and last possible choice. I really don't get it why they actually left that one in, because they have the least experience. There are only 7 matches played, and really even worse win rate than even a Suba.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting between these two. But the first map is going to be Ghost Town. As I was saying, Oops need a strong start here. Ghost Town is probably the most heavy team play-based map. The communication between the players needs to be on point, and then the individual decisions need to be on point as well. Sometimes it doesn't really come down to tactics anymore. It's just how the team coordinates with themselves, between themselves, and how they do the damage.
We've seen even a couple of situations when a single shell can decide the entire map here, like even some miraculous carry like Mainland performed with the RNG help against gun runners who haven't seen it. Just look up that match, it's on highlights also. But as Daki said, a focused fire and coordination between a team is crucial on a small map like Ghost Town, which was designed specifically for esports.
Yep. And let's take a look at the tanks that are going to be played on Ghost Town. Let's see. 3 mouses for Utopia, but 4 for Oops.
Utopia going with 3 mouses there, and the T-57, they're not giving up on their clipping potential, and hit shells of 57s might come in handy. Oops going strong with 4 mouse tanks, but they have a 113 and VZ. So that means they can actually go and cap and pressure the cap while they're protected by those mouse tanks.
Yeah, those mouses going to have to be able to take the brunt of the damage here, Mojo. Tier 9 Batchat can go on the cap, like you said. WZ can do it as well. 113 could be a triple cap even still at one point.
Yes, Batchat AP could also help them, but there is a rotation force here by Batchat from Utopia and then RU Light. I mean, it's not going to be the easiest job to stop all these tanks from Utopia, and Utopia still has enough mouses to deal with them.
Yeah, 3 against 4 though. If Oops can get an overmatch somewhere, I mean, unless this T-57, it's going to be crucial. Like, if this T-57 gets caught out somewhere, it's going to be bad.
Or a Batchat.
Well, Mojo, Utopia versus Oops, about to get underway here on Ghost Town.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
Utopia versus Oops, the first round in our second semi-finals here, if you want to call it, for this online playoffs. Utopia on the defense, Oops on the attack. Where are they going?
Interesting approach. Look at this. Shuko is actually climbing up with Batchat, while Papapavian is doing the fast spot with his RU. So I guess they do want to save Batchat for the later stage of the game, while they will risk Papapavian in his super mobile light tank. And look at this. This is also nice. He is using his speed to destroy all the obstacles here, shooting HE ammo on away.
Papapavian just about gets away. Milosh and Kamil gonna go instantly onto the cap. Two tier 10, a tier 10 and a tier 9 heavy. Gonna be on that cap, gonna be pushing it down very low already, and Shuku is gonna have to do the damage from his position. 56 seconds remain on this one.
This is something we've said from the start. They might try the double cap pressure immediately and just pressure with the rest of the mouses on the corner here. They're one after another, Milosh and Kamil. So Milosh is more or less covering Kamil's HP there. But still, there is quite a lot of time left, and we need to see how will the tanks from Utopia close in.
Yep, but it's very interesting to see Milosh, Kamil still on this cap. Didn't get reset yet, but Papapavian will be able to get that soon. Decha now gonna be trying to fight off here against Muka. Should get the first connection. Mouse on mouse action, Mojo. Decha should get the advantage.
They don't know that actually Bihu is on the top of the mountain. That's why Algo is so far away from his team. He's trying to prevent him to come in the back of the mouses and do the clips. There is a 13 seconds. 12 seconds, 11 seconds.
Shuku has only one more shot available. Finally, the reset comes out. That got close. He's now on reload. The reset's coming out here from Utopia, but that came close. And Oops is doing a decent amount of damage now.
Sorry, there is Shuku on a budget, very unusual compared to this. And Decha is taking quite some beating here.
Fire.
And he's on fire. It's something we've said. He doesn't get often on fire.
Oh,
but there we go.
Bihu is in deep, deep trouble here. He's trying to run away, but the mouses are from left. And he was getting shot from the right as well. Bihu gets ammo racked even. He goes down. Milosh dropping low for this. But Oops taking the overmatch. They've already cleaned up Bihu. They're now focusing their attention on towards Rulezik probably. He's lower HP. No, they're going for Dynamo. And this is Oops all around, Mojo.
Yeah, but Milosh is on one shot there, and Kamil has a broken ammo rack. It's not a done deal here. It's only 1k advantage here for Oops, and that can melt away easily.
Insane did not get the penetrating shot on towards Dynamo, so he goes down, but Melan coming in as well with Silence. They need to be careful because they're a little bit of a crossfire here. They need to kill Dynamo before he gets to reload. They do, but now they need to make the connections on towards the Colossoid from the side. Algo really not putting a good clip from that tier 9 bad shot. He should have done a lot more, but now the tanks need to come in for Oops because Silence and Melan, they're not really winning this trade, Mojo.
No, Melan is trying to prevent damage done to Silence because they need to share the HP to their maximum. It's more or less 2-on-2, and Papapavian will not be a greatest of the tanks there. Rulezik is falling down. Melan and Silence will have the upper hand at that moment.
They are winning the trade, but Muka should go down towards Decha here. 450 HP remaining. No low roll, keeping him in the fight just a little bit longer for 1 or 2 more shots of damage. But Oops, they've been extending their HP lead throughout this round. They still have 6 tanks alive, as now Colossoid is surrounded by 3 tanks. Algo clipping him from behind. Colossoid might get Silence. No, Silence just a little bit quicker. And it's 3 tanks for Utopia. And Oops, Mojo, they're getting the strong start we said they needed.
Well, Moka here with the mouse with the dead driver and low HP. He's not going to go far away. Papapavian falls and Muka is the next for the first round for Oops.
First round for Oops indeed, and that was a good display from them. Coming in strong, coming in with a vengeance. It's what they needed. Utopia trying to hold on, but I think it really went wrong for him. Shuku in that bad shot had Papapavian spotted for him, but he didn't do that much damage.
No, he didn't, definitely, and I believe that the main problem was when they were doing the crossfire on Silence and Milosh. They, Insane, sorry. They didn't do enough damage there.
And they lost Bihu as well. Bihu was on that corner.
They had 2 mouse tanks and the T-57, and they didn't drop a single tank out of those 2.
I mean, yeah, Bihu had to run away, I guess, at that point. His team told him that he was going to get abandoned, so he tried to get out, but to get out, he pretty much sacrificed his life.
Was it the best choice to put Bihu on 113?
I think they were really panicking after Shuku wasn't getting the resets, because it went down to like 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was really low. But I'm saying, like, the question, the choice I'm questioning is, like, Bihu is usually the guy who plays the solo budget for Utopia. Why did they put him in a heavy tank that Shuku might have played better and he would have played a better budget? This is something really strange. And Shuku wasn't a member of a standard lineup for them through the season.
Nice damage there from Decha coming out, 4k, but same from Colossoid, then Muka, Silence. A lot of high damages here. Mojo, I want to know one thing from you. Milosh, how much damage did he block in a 113? How many shots did Shuku fire at him and didn't connect? That's I want to know.
3,170.
This is why...
8 shells not penetrated.
Yep, that's what I wanted to know, Mojo. So Shuku pretty much bouncing the entire clip on him and then some. So that is, I guess, why Bihu panicked, or his team panicked, for that matter, and sent Bihu forwards to try and get the
I can
reset.
tell you that he has more block damage than entire Oops team remaining together.
Look at this. Dynamo, Papapav, and Bihu. Mojo, we said this T57 in the beginning, needs to penetrate all of his shots.
And he
penned one.
He penned only one. Like, this is really sad for them. At least it was a kill shot.
It was a kill shot, but we have seen Nexus, for example, in that T57 heavy do monstrous amount of damage if you can get clip after clip. Dynamo seem to be caught out in the wrong position.
Yes, I don't know. We've said many times before, there is something throughout the season not clicking for Utopia players. One match they play strong,
Brilliant.
and one match they're completely all over the place, like they're not understanding themselves the best. Maybe it's a language barrier because 3 of them are from CIS. I really don't know what else can it
Well,
be.
I mean, the entire season they've been trading like 1 for 1. They win a match, they lose a match, they win a match, they lose a match, and I don't know, Mojo. Let's take a look at the lineups while we continue this thought. Can they gel in this match where it matters?
Let's see, Utopia. The response from them is more mouse. We need more mouse, more German steel to win the game.
But Oops has the same amount of German steel.
4-on-4, 250 Bs from Utopia, so better rotation.
I know why Utopia is going to win this round, Mojo. Because they have a Russian tank, and you can't lose when you have a Russian tank in your team.
You think that's the...
So
you
I
must
was-
have one always.
So I was told by a wise random player. 1 Russian tank in your team, and you win the game.
Okay, let's test that theory.
And we can't bet, Fred, because you're already wearing the bow tie.
Maybe for the next time.
But, Mojo, looking at this lineup from Utopia, do you expect a number 1 cap, for example, with 416 or a number 2 cap?
With these 50 Bs, I don't know why would they even cap. I mean, they can just go pressure and start a fight.
Why 416 then instead of, for example, an RU?
416 can be used to pressure the cap while they're doing it. I mean, it's really low tank and it can go in 1 cap in that defile. It's really nice. But if they get angles correct, they can even put him in 2 cap, no problem, because he's really low.
He has also heat ammunition, obviously, which
Makes him usable a little in that
Yeah.
part of the game, but that's just a sporadic plus.
is also a 3-shot to a mouse. But let's get into it. Second half of Ghost Town between Utopia and Oops. Oops currently have 1-0 over Utopia while they are defending, and Utopia has to attack.
Let us see the slow march of the mouse tanks. How will that go?
Slowly.
That would kind of be the logical conclusion, yes.
I mean, I thought you were asking a question. I gave you the answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Captain Ducky, obvious.
I like to call me, what's his name, Pierrot? This some Belgian guy, Henrique Pierrot or whatever. I keep forgetting his first name. It's like this detective guy, okay?
Clouseau?
Huh?
Never mind, that's from Pink Panther. Way before your age.
Exactly. But now, these mouses are all staying together, Mojo. Are they going to keep pushing, or are they just trying to control this area?
Well, they're gathered up in a big bunch, so we've seen Oops guys a couple of times actually trying to pressure this alley here and the tanks below them to get the higher ground and play from there. But in this case, I really don't think it would be a wise choice.
Well, Caps started now. Muka is going to be the one in that. Well, he backed off already from the cap, but now back in it. 50 Bs holding the G5-6 corner, and 4 mouses here from Oops trying to trade with 2 tanks from Utopia. At what point, Mojo, do they have to push forward?
Just looking at Bihu's position, he is on the flank and he is there together with Dynamo, who is playing another 50B. So they're playing against Kamil and Algo, who are in Bachat and RU, something that those two can definitely not win against 50Bs.
Well, getting those spots onto the 50Bs is crucial, though. That gives away a lot of information here towards the side of Oops. Now, perhaps, they might start to make a different approach. Milosh in his 1-1-3 needs to be careful. How are they going to reset Muka? How are they going to approach this one?
Muka is pretty much centered there, so they need to take him out from the left and right side. I mean, they cannot really pressure from the lower side because of those 50Bs, so it does look like Utopia is kind of herding them in to push exactly here where Deha is going.
Now, Utopia starting to make their move, though, Mojo, on the J line. 3 tanks grouped up there. What is the plan for them? Because in the meantime, Algo Kamil coming over the northern side.
This is quite interesting. They're only held back here by Papa Pavian, who is far back in that 4-1-6 tank, something that we didn't expect. They're using actually as a spotter / a bit of a sniper. And they're trying to take out those angles. And while that is going on, Miloš is coming from the back of Utopia.
Now, Oops, making their move. Traded a lot of HP already for this though. Muka does get
And there is a
reset.
reset.
That was a nice reset coming out. That was even Algo from the climb. He instantly made a good tactical choice there from Oops.
And this is something we've seen before. Algo climbing up here, but he's now focusing only on Papave. But look at Shuku's HP, it's melting away like it never was there.
Shuku is not there anymore. He goes down towards the push from Oops. We wondered when they were going to push through Mojo. Well, they've done it right now. Now Colosoid's in trouble as well. He's the next mouse. Those two tanks were left alone throughout the entire game. Milosh, are you pulling an apple? Wow, my friend. He's upside down. Milosh, not like this. But now Colosoid backs around the corner. Milosh, why?
Oh, wiggle, maybe you will let through. But Algo is going to try to flip him back into the position.
I think.
I don't know. It doesn't even matter, honestly, because they do have enough tanks, even without Miloš, to pull him back into the game.
They should abandon Miloš at this point. Algo, Kamil, there's no point for this. Mainland goes down. Guys, don't throw the game here. Abandon Miloš. Let him go. Your team is fighting. Insane and Silence versus Muka, Dynamo Piku from the side. They need to abandon Miloš, and they need to abandon him now. They need to take down Muka out of the game at the same time. Insane gets his final shot, probably. Silence picks up the kill. 3 tanks remaining for Utopia, 5 pretty much for Oops.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere there. It would require a mouse to flip him, and God knows would he even flip him on a correct side. But Trulezik is taken out of the game equally fast. Ilons, come on, mate. Those are tough angles. You might fall.
Bihu picks up Deka now, doing some damage towards Algo as well, but doesn't really matter at this point. Dynamo is getting caught now as well in his 50B. One more shot. Kamil has one more remaining. Can he get it before he gets around the corner? He does. Now Bihu, the last man standing against 3 tanks from Oops, because Miloš is looking at life from a different perspective.
Yeah, he's exploring the ways of the Apple WoW. Maybe he wants to go to the Grand Finals, so he's trying to get a feeling. I mean, FL WoW did this kind of thing even on the Ghost Town in this season. So, yeah, nothing new there. Bihu is in reload, so he's quite molested by Algo here. Let's see, will Algo actually have a finishing shot?
Nope, Silence gets it, and I think Miloš is still on his side at this point. That would have been disastrous if that costed him the round. That would be game over, done, dusted. Miloš not playing a single more round.
Yeah, I mean, he probably flipped out himself in his room when that happened. But for me, interesting part in this game is how fast some of the mouse tanks go deleted. Like, we were watching another part of the map and figuring out what's the tactics, and then bam, the focus fire from 4 Oops mouses, just like that, deleting 1 tank.
That's the thing, though. There was 4 against 2 there throughout the entire round, and at one point, Oops was like, okay.
Still, I need to check one thing, like, because it does look like these mouses haven't bounced anything.
No, I really think Oops was really good at penning their shots. Let's take a look at the stats in the meantime, Mojo, while you figure that one out. Deca, 4.2. We talked about him not gelling this season, but so far he's doing pretty well in this one.
Well, he is doing well on heavy tanks, at least in the team, so that works for him. Deca, Silence also, I remember he had some monster games with mouse above 5k. I believe he was actually the first player to have a game above 5k.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, Deca, Mojo, it's a good point you make there. I mean, ever since the patch, he's been put on those mouses, and it really feels like that's the tank for him.
He did massive mistakes before, if you remember, in E5s and some of the other tanks, kind of just putting himself out of the position where he will get tracked and killed. But this kind of a slow tank maybe helps him.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing consistently on Team Mouse. Oops was really good at penning their shots there, Mojo. I really don't think the bounces from Utopia bounced a lot.
No, the highest bounce from them is like 1400, but most of them didn't bounce a single one.
Yeah, so good shooting there from Oops, is to remember. Not so great driving from Miloš.
Best flanking maneuver in this playoff so far.
To be honest, Miloš got his driver license like 2 or 3 months ago, I think, and it just comes to show he doesn't have that much experience when it comes to cliffs.
Maybe he drives a Jeep or something, man. Who knows? Monster truck with enough big tires to go there.
Doesn't 113 look like a Jeep to you?
Well, it did look like to him.
He wanted to be like, he wanted to play in APAC. He was trying to get down under.
Come on, man, like that's harsh.
What?
Don't stomp on APAC.
I'm not. I'm just making.
They're our friends.
I'm just making a down under joke.
They're our friends.
I'm pretty sure EL Gaming will become #1 at Grand Finals.
I'm pretty sure they're confident again that they will be. Well, they did beat Kanzna once, so they have a chance. Maybe new meta, Rush Prokhorovka with
I was
Bachat
actually
again.
talking to Nexus about that a few days ago, and he's like, he's still not over it. They're still not over
I don't
that
think
one.
anyone would be over it ever, man, like that, to lose like that.
No, no.
But never mind. I mean, getting rushed all over the place all the time, this kind of new meta prevents it because you have enough mouse tanks to stop pretty much anything.
Yep. Now, Mojo, that's Ghost Town done and dusted. Before we move on to the next map, I say this is really important that Oops started off like this because we know they're an emotional team. We have heard it on their team speak numerous times over and over again. The strong start is 2-0, gives them confidence and should be able to propel them throughout this match.
Problem is, a couple of times we see them start like this and then they would
Lose
lose the
5-2.
second map 2-0 immediately.
And then they would lose 5-2.
And the next map will be Mines, if I'm correct. Yes, it is. And they are not really the most brilliant team there.
And Papa Pavin has a chance to shine on Mines.
Exactly. Also, Utopia relies on heavy mouse tanks.
Yes, they've played a lot of mouses in the last matches they've played, picking sometimes even 6. It's what broke Oops, though, in the last time they played against each other, just the amount of mouses.
Yes, I mean, Utopia went low strat, high steal. That was their kind of approach to the game, and it actually worked against Oops in that matches. They were kind of surprised in the amount of the mouses that Utopia was just throwing at them all the time, match after match, game after game. But this one is different. This is playoffs. People are getting prepared for this. They're studying their opponents for a single match. It's not like you have 2 or 3 matches in a week you have to worry about. It's just one against one specific opponent.
It makes it harder if there's only one match because you have 2 or 3 tactics and then you have to pick one. What tactic do you pick? It's not always, the best choice.
Yes, but you just do your best judgment and you go for it.
So let's take a look here. Oh, Artie coming out from both his teams, but an M53 for Oops.
Look at this interesting approach by Utopia. They completely abandoned their slow play with mouse tanks. This is like heavy brawl setup by them, and they're doing it in defense. Rather peculiar there.
This is quick hill Mojo. It has to be.
Yeah, they must contest the center, but that tier 9 RT, the connection by it may make a difference from victory or defeat.
The question is here: can the M40 from Utopia do as much as the M53 from Oops? Because that's like the balance you have to make between picking the tier 8 and the tier 9.
But we've seen Papa Pavian actually do challenge artists like that because of his constant shooting. I mean, he was doing even better than some tier 10 artists. And brilliant here, this play, we can see Papa Pavian in his M40. Not the greatest hit ratio there. I believe he was doing a lot of blind shots.
Yeah, but look at his highest damage try. I remember that round vividly.
Yes.
It was against Oops, actually.
It was against Oops, when Oops had 4 1-1-3 tanks and they tried to push. They got stopped by Utopia tanks and Papa Pavian just rained fire on them.
That was a brilliant round from him. That was actually in the M53, but he's going to be playing in the M40 and Sane's going to be playing in the M53. So both these RT players are going to be crucial in this round. We saw already, Mojo, between Gohard and Isuba, the difference those RTs can make on Mines.
The only difference here is Insane, the Baguette, needs to actually also focus on leading team while playing the RT. That can be a stressful moment from time to time. Still, better than having to do that and playing a Bachat, I would say.
Yes. Well, but you said as well, when you're playing RT, you're sometimes looking around more at what your team's doing.
That's the problem. That's the problem. And then you may not have a shot on a time when it's supposed to be, or where it's supposed to be.
Well, Mojo, we're going to have to hope that Insane makes those connections, don't we?
For the Oops take, yes. For Utopia, they play in Papa Pavian.
Yeah, they believe in Papa Pavian very much, and they have reasons to do so. He's done it time and time again. It's almost ready to get into this one. Let's get into it, actually. It's going to be Utopia versus Oops on Mines. So here we go, our second map between Utopia and Oops. Utopia on the defense, Oops on the attack, Mojo, and it is hyper-aggressive.
This is really interesting because both of the teams are going for the hill immediately. It might be a clash in the start of the game.
Mojo, it does look like it will be a clash in the start of the game, and failed boost here from Oops, but Utopia's not actually driving on the hill.
They just wanted to do a couple of the shots. I believe they're a bit scared of that tier 9 arty, but Rulezik and Kolosoy, they're still approaching.
Yeah, Rulezik, Kolosoy taking the middle rock. Kamil has taken the hill though, Mojo.
Yeah, but Shuku is on the other side of the map, flanking, maybe trying to get a catch on Insane, like Esuba did against Zafarchik in the last match.
Rulezik and Kolosoy have to be careful here. Insane is always watching. And an RT shot comes out from Papa Pavian. Mailand down to 927.
Mailand faded, but we saw a connection coming in. There is a return connection here on 113 frontally. No crew members dead though.
No crew members dead indeed. And the flank going on here from Utopia, Mojo. And I think right now is the moment Oops is going to counter push, and we should listen to how they do it.
Kill the 113. Come on. I'll go keep on.
Double
Kill the 113, let's get back. Kill the 113, let's get back. Just kill them and get back. Nice.
Realistic now!
Come on!
And get
One more. Good.
RT is here. Get RT safe.
Guys, make sure that they're not going around!
I'm spotting.
They was going back.
Not going back. That's good, that's good.
He's going down. Kill, shoot. Can you kill the team?
I need shield, Milos!
Or what?
I'm putting him up.
I found you.
Shot two. Nice.
Going.
Kill please now. It's okay. Arta shot.
Nice.
It's fine.
Yes. Wait, we have all reloads.
Just chill. Arta shot.
Is das ein Teamspeak?
It's about 30 seconds.
Yes.
I can shoot Muga in
Okay. Art is safe, Art is there, remember.
We have to go aggressive on this one.
Okay, can we drop with Bachas there and play aggressive over this?
Let me play here, my lad.
Wait a second, Kamil, wait.
You can just.
I will go island. I'm going island.
Guys, drop there. And then, Mouse is pushing in.
Yeah, let's do it. Do it.
We are dropping with Spank.
Just don't throw these, please, okay? Get one shot by
shot.
RT.
Can I not go island?
Just kill the
wait.
TPs.
Focus,
Kill the
Dynamo,
TPs
focus.
with
They're
bats.
aiming at me, they're aiming
Spank,
at
wait
me.
a bit maybe.
Kill Dynamo straight and then Bifu, guys, okay?
Kill Bifu now, guys.
Bifu.
You shot two.
Nice. It's fine.
Go
Everything's
for
fine.
Luka now.
Yeah, we did good to not take the heal.
What the fuck? That second ghost round sounded like you lost it on TeamSpeak.
No, never.
Go kill Papa Pavian, he's there.
We were.
Well, Mojo, that counter push happened at the exact time we predicted it.
That was a really good call there, but obviously Insane made the same one in a specific moment.
They sound chilled, Mojo. This is
I
good
think
for
they
them.
were kind of over-ecstatic by
Yes.
smelling the victory. And only fear I could hear is he saying, just don't throw the round again.
But they sound chilled, which is sometimes an issue with this team. Sometimes they sound angry, to put it like that. But they sound very chilled now. I mean, yes, they're a little bit loud, some of them, but they're...
Algo has a really loud voice.
Yeah, but they're doing the right communication, they're doing the right things, there's no chaos, seems structured.
Yeah, it's organized chaos there, guys, but still great opening for Oops, 3-0 here, the best they can hope for. A huge advantage right in the start of the match, so even if they slack a couple of the rounds later, they'll still have a lot of a buffer zone there.
Yeah, man, Utopia, you could hear Oops saying there, it's good that we didn't go for the hill.
Well, it's not like they didn't go for the hill, it's more like they fell from the hill.
Yeah, but I think they meant straight through the middle.
Yeah, that's of course. They tried and they kind of fell down and they came back later. Muka doing the top damage in his E50M. E50M is becoming an asset lately in the league.
See it more and more, I think, actually, the E50. Like I said, it's a lot more bouncy. We saw it demonstrated on steps by Gohard. But look at this, Mojo. 6 Oops players here in the top 7.
Yeah, really lonely here for Muka. Not a single team player of his on the front page. That tells the story for us. And Papa Pavian just on a second page together with Insane with little above 1k damage.
Yep.
Artie was not a big in this game.
Artie was not the factor in this game, though, because Oops spotted out the rotation and then went for the straight counter push, which was obviously the correct thing to do.
After that first initial shot by Papa Pavian on TVP, there was nothing to do more for him.
No, Oops went for the correct counter push. They spotted out the rotation on time. Good stuff there by Oops. Utopia trying to make a surprise, but not working out. Now 3-0 down, Mojo. This is the point where you say Utopia need to pick up a round, because if you go 4-0 down in a best of 13, it is almost impossible to recover. You need to win 2 maps to even make it even.
Well, Utopia will now go on attack side. Now, usually we would say this is not so good on mines, but since the new meta, attack side is actually the preferable side on mines with over almost 70% win rate for attackers, guys. So this is something that goes for Utopia. They might try to return to the match after this game. But if they lose mines clear also and go to 4-0, that's a full disarray of a team.
Yep, and let's take a look at the tanks that both these teams are bringing on mines the second half. RT again for both these teams. We already saw the comparison between Papa Pavian and Insane. Oops, can go hyper aggressive with this, Mojo.
They have the option to do whatever they want with this. There is a huge rotation potential with these butt shots and a lot of coverage with 113s and mouse tanks. Yes, they can actually contend the middle immediately with this because Utopia tanks cannot really reach them from the start, and they might try to play maybe water because of that, but we will see how will the Oops RT be positioned in the start of the game. There's going to be a giveaway. What are they playing?
Yeah, that is what Mojo means, is if he's either in K4 or in K8.
Exactly,
much.
if he's in a corner or in a bush, he's on K4.
I am going to say Oops.
You're going to say Oops wins this?
Mojo, the comparison, heavy tank players here. Rulezig versus Miloš.
It's a really hard comparison here, but I believe Miloš is much more experienced player, and he's proven himself through the matches in last season and in this one.
Look at the pen ratio as well for Miloš. 83% of the shots he hits, he connects. So that's very good. Highest damage as well, Miloš, near 6k there. Rulezig does have the highest block, I think, in the...
But that's really not a big giveaway. How do you position your mouse? It also tells a story about the guys who are shooting you.
Yeah, that says a lot. Rulezig got a lot of block damage from Prokhorovka, if I remember, at one point in time. But let's get back towards the match here. Second round on mines. Oops, 3-0 over Utopia. Utopia attacking Oops, defending in Mojo. It does look hyper-aggressive.
Yeah, let's see. Bihu is the only one going for the water side. The rest of the guys from Utopia going to the hill. Why are they split so much? They're going to get eaten alive by Oops, guys.
They are going to get eaten alive, and I think it's right now we listen to Utopia and see how they deal with this.
Czego
Gdzie
się
mam
dzieje?
wjeżdżać,
Nie
kurwa?
zjedziesz.
Powiedz mi gdzie.
Protest. Chociaż uciekniesz. Uciekniesz?
No ucieknę.
To jedź tu na krosa może, co? Żeby ten...
Ty, a ja na wodę teraz, ja wodę jadę zająć.
jedź.
Артека, да.
Ja teraz wodę jadę zająć.
No jedź.
Сзади будет сейчас бат у нас. Пилить.
Jak tam będzie bardzo, to...
Там у нас сзади сейчас
Wiem, jak będzie bano, to zginę, ale musiałem uciec.
Арта еще типа, видите, по прямой.
Zaryzykować.
Ja mam
A akta jest tam, a jeszcze akta jest tam.
Да, там.
Да.
спота.
Мы если туда будем выставляться, они нас будут убивать. А мы не сможем вот это сыграть, не? Никак.
No trzeba.
64.
To co, ja na wodę nie przyjadę.
Ну там баты могут развалить.
No nie przejedziesz na wodę, no poświec. Gdzie ty chcesz jechać na wodę?
Бат может на буста поехать.
Блин, мы вообще мид оставили, да?
A może już zajechać.
Nie, Arta może ściągnąć, bo ja tu jestem... Nie ruszę się stąd.
Pawiana, ty na
A
dechę
spota
nie masz?
miałeś, Pawian?
Miałem spota.
O jest.
Celuję farty od nich.
Pod killem
Dobra,
jest
przejeżdżam.
300.
Они вас с хила не будут убивать?
Jest 113.
Могут.
Jest. Bat jest
Будут.
na
Мы
spota.
без буста или без этой горы мы там не сможем проехать. Они с хила убьют всех просто.
No to co chcesz robić? No.
No zajęli widać.
Может,
tak
воду
się
сыграть
nie-
нам попытаться?
Na mida nie zajedziemy chyba.
Ale
Chociaż-
woda-
на воду как мы
А
переедем?
на
Tu
wodę?
Arta
Nie
nie
wolno.
Вот,
zginie.
вот этот бат не сможешь переехать сюда к этому и два бата сыграть в воду?
Kurwa, no ja mogę popróbować, ale to rulę spotujesz tu? Czy coś tu stoi?
Подожди, что ты хочешь, чтобы я заспутывал? Вот
Żeby
это, да,
my-
вот это? Да,
Ну
я
да.
рентгеню, я
Ja
потом
uciekam
рентгеню.
stąd.
Смотри, я близко стою.
Nie będę tu stał, jakby tam gracie na tę stronę.
Просто мы отжаты сейчас, позиций нет у нас, мы можем просто проиграть это. У них
них
арта
тухлый мотор есть.
вот сюда не переезжала, да? Ну, на воду не переезжала.
No raczej nie.
Kurwa, pestka nie chce mi w tą Artę wleść.
Я засветился. Так. А, вот.
То
у меня
13
one on
тут.
three. Да, у меня one on three.
Ty szokuś bez spota?
Ja będę
A,
grał.
bez.
Давай. Если он будет, когда скажешь, я тоже... А, он уезжает.
Wyjeżdżaj. Ja też spot od niego.
A ty Sluczynski nie możesz
Czekaj.
stresować jakoś?
Chujowo, jeśli baty, типа, wyjdą z gry.
Ja
Dynamo
mówię,
tam
они
powinien ujechać. A Dynamo
В
jakby
том-то и
tu
проблема,
zajechał i
что вот
kontrolował.
тут два танка не могут нормально стоять. С горы, если баты выставятся, они убьют этого.
A tu Mausem Rulesa nie
O
wiem,
nich
zajedziesz.
Arta KD czy nie?
Нет,
Не,
заехать
Не, не.
сложно.
Coś słyszałem. No i nie poleci mi tam pestka dzisiaj.
А вот тут есть у них еще танк? Переехал у них?
Może.
Mógł.
Mógł bad, może tu
Czemu
być
nie?
bad. Może być.
Так, ТВП кто у нас? Динамо, да?
Mhm.
Mam na dechę
Нам надо,
na
смотрите,
1000.
нам надо, знаете, что сделать? Нам надо контрпуш с горы сделать, но надо узнать, есть ли у них тут еще танк. Если тут и тут есть танк, тогда вот тут у них меньше танков будет.
A
Нам надо на
Sluczynski,
К4 узнать
Pawian,
инфо,
jakbyś
что
się
есть
tu
танк.
przestawił, bo oni tu
I
nic
my
nie
mamy-
Ja
mają.
nie
Pierwszy
jestem w stanie
się
stąd wyjechać.
Jesteś,
Pierwszy mouse
jesteś.
i
Oni
potem
tu nic nie
tu
mają,
15
Pawian, nic tu nic nie ma.
No nie
Tak, tak, KD.
Oni nie spotują nic, jesteś w stanie tu podjechać, Pawian. Wtedy byś to wyciągał może. Nie wiem.
Нормально, он
Дэх
дал
szczeliłem.
под их и дал.
Ja będę spotował, czy tutaj nie ma przypadku.
No spotuj, żeby...
Mnie ten mouse ze środka zespotuje.
Serio?
A jak
Да,
tutaj
да,
ją przy...
да, как у этих,
Fabian, a jak przy
как у
linii
Gohardów.
przejedziesz?
Ty, a
Ale
my tu...
mnie nie
a tu-
spotnął, Pawian.
Ej, halo, a tu nie może...
Oj.
Lots of thinking there, Mojo, about what they want to do.
It looks like a lot of confusion on Utopia TeamSpeak. They're trying to make choices, but no solutions are coming out of them. The thing that really amazed me is how did Oops let Shukur drive away, man? How is that possible?
Papa Pavian almost getting countered in the meantime. Loses about half HP. I don't know how Shuku got away, Mojo. Don't ask me, I can't tell you. But the possibility we see here for the side of Utopia is pushing past the 3 line, over the not hitting the cap, but pushing past it, killing Melan, and then flanking Deja from behind.
This is something that could probably work, but that is kind of a blind play. They're probably very scared of it. Also, don't forget Shuku is on one shot, and he's the second bacha there. So it's a liability. And also, when they push there, there is a possibility Arti can connect on one of them. So that can also go on many ways, so many ways. And they're probably scared that at least one of the bachats is somewhere there spotting. Now, Kamil is for the first time spotted a nice snapshot here, but coming by Muka.
Nice connection from Muka, 399.
Low roll though.
Yeah, but saying to Kamil, hello, we're still here. Doing some damage, Colosaur taking some in return, but Deadzone actually taking some as well in his bad shot. Needs to be careful. Hey, Deadzone, tracked again? Deadzone is going to go down here?
How? Where is he even getting shot so easily? He got clipped by Biho or someone? Are they trying to boost the heavy up? Whoa, I haven't seen this done before ever.
Well, let's stay and watch and see if it works, Mojo. There's still too many tanks on the hill for this to... Maybe if they can get him under the, next to the rock? This could work, Mojo. Let's find out and see. Oh. This is going to work, Mojo. It's going to work. It looks like it's going to work, at least to me. Muka, a little bit more. He made it.
Nice.
He made it up, Mojo. Then boosted him 1-1-3. And now he's doing damage. Miloš doesn't realize what's happening. Deadzone is running. That was a brilliant move from Utopia.
That's gonna
Absolutely
trigger the
brilliant.
attack. That's gonna trigger the attack on the other side. Miloš is now spotted here. Arti can connect to him and he cannot turn his back. Wow.
What a play. Muka now dominating Miloš. Algo coming in. But I think at this time, Utopia needs to make a counterplay because Muka is in trouble here against Algo. Muka still winning the trades here. You do another one on towards Miloš, who's now down to 80 HP. And look at this positioning from Utopia. It's brilliant.
There is so much now, 2000 HP approximately advantage for Utopia. They need to pressure that middle, but Deja is coming in to plug in the hole with his mouse body.
Yeah, but they're still losing the trade though, Mojo. Rulezik in his mouse still has all his HP available. Muka doing more and more damage from this position. He's now moved up. Deadzone gonna peek around the other corner. He needs to be careful, Deadzone. Is he gonna peek here? Deadzone, be careful. That was a bounce. Whew.
He has
Lucky.
so much luck at the moment, as well as the rest of the Oops, because if Deadzone died, this would be already game over. Kamil is playing cat and mouse here with Shuku. Shuku is on one shot here. I mean, one shot by Arti of each team can actually make complete decision who will win this round. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but if the first guy falls, it's gonna be like dominoes.
It's going to be like dominoes indeed. Insane lets off a shot. 431 on towards him. Bihu now pushing around together with Shuku. Kamil's going to pick up Shuku, but he's going to go down towards Bihu, so it's a trade for Utopia that they're willing to take. Bihu now gets the kill. Kamil down. 1-2 line. Pretty open here for Utopia. They don't realize, but they're up 1,000 of HP. And now, where does Utopia progress from here?
It was still good trade because Kamil managed to take out one of the tanks and damage Bihu quite a lot. I hope they're not going to try to climb another heavy up. I mean, they have no time for this. 2 minutes left in the game here. But their problem is they have really slow tanks left, like 2 of the mouse tanks.
Look at Bihu though, Mojo. He's starting to make his way down 1, 2, and it's all they need. Utopia just needs to survive. Bihu now gets spotted out by Melan though. Melan, 980 HP. Papapavian lets off an RD shot, does not connect it. Bihu needs to be careful here. He's going to 1v1 with Melan. Bihu gets the first. Melan doesn't actually connect his shot. Bihu will be able to close out the kill. He bounces one, but still has enough shells available. In the meantime, Colostoid removes Milos, but Insane picks up Bihu before Melan actually goes down, and that might have just saved Oops in this round.
This is absolutely breathtaking, and as we said, Art is making a critical impact here. Dynamo died in his TVP, and all is left on Rulezik and Colostoid. It's just not gonna work out.
Doesn't look like it's gonna work out, Mojo. Indeed, Papapavian lets off another RT shot. Dead Zone, like you said, got the kill on towards Dynamo. Dead Zone shouldn't even be alive at this point.
No, that was a massive mistake how he actually performed before, but he's still alive. He's still in the game. So is Melan with his 134 HP, and that's all that matters. Insane can finish the round now victoriously for Oops.
Algo gets Colostoid, peeks out, closes it out. 33 seconds to find Papapavian, and I felt like Utopia had this round. I feel like that bounce from Muka on towards Dead Zone. Muka would have been able to control the hill if he killed Dead Zone there.
I don't know even why Dead Zone peaked like that. I mean, that was
He should have died. He should have died for it.
It was poorly coordinated because he should have known when he fired the shell.
It was a really foolish peak, and he stayed alive there, which was really lucky. But in the end, he got Dynamo as well because of that.
There was a lot of mistakes done here by both teams, but at the end of the day, still Oops had the control of the hill, and that won them the game because they had the crossfire.
They had the crossfire. That is true. 4-0 in favor of Oops. Utopia brings out something extraordinary, something amazing, boosting a heavy on the hill. Oops had no clue about this whatsoever.
No. I mean, I haven't seen it done before either, so that was quite a surprise for me. Nice thing to see. It was really well done and great surprise, but it wasn't followed with the rest of the team. What will be done? Like pressure from the mouse tanks and the rest of the team, like Dynamo with his TVP and so on and so on. So it kind of costed them the round, but it was a nice thing to see. But the result is quite horrible for Utopia. They're losing 4-0, and this is, I don't know, there is no worse starting of the game. And this is not even a start already. This is mid-game.
Yeah, I really had them to pick up this round. I mean, after that boost with Muka doing a nice amount of damage, but Deja again, Mojo, and Insane as well. 3.2 coming from his RT, saving Melan. If Melan goes down there, Mojo, Deja goes down in result. Like you said, domino effect.
Domino effect would be there. Bihu would be able to pick up tanks in a straight line, one after another, and that would be a complete downfall for Oops. But a well-timed shot by Insane there, covering Melan, saved them the day, because we've seen Melan never even missed that first shot on Bihu, and he got badly tracked. But he will certainly fall.
Bihu also missed one shot. If he didn't, Melan would be dead, but he can't expect RT to come in there. Dead Zone doing 1.2k. He wouldn't have done anything if Muka didn't bounce him.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But Milos not doing so great
Milos
in this game, but he was wrecked by that 1-1-3.
Muka had such a nice hold-down position. I mean, realistically, Utopia had that round.
Yeah, I think Milos was like, what's he doing there?
How?
How? What? When?
How?
But why? What? When? First shot, second shot, third shot. Oh, my HP is gone.
The thing now, though, is since Utopia have shown this once, a lot of teams will start to try replicate this. I wouldn't be surprised. This is not going to be the last time we see this play come out from any team, Mojo.
And probably better planned with the backup action.
Because there is no way to... I don't think there's a way you can actually block them from doing it. Yes, RT could possibly aim there, but to proxy him, you have to go RT open yourself.
You have to go open not only for Arty, but
Yep.
maybe for some tanks
This
that
is-
could shoot you from the side.
This is going to maybe change minds a little bit. I can see this happen a lot more in the future.
Yeah, but still, then again, it's something worse for defenders, and defenders already have a hard time on mines. I don't know, is it good, man?
Well, it's been shown it's going to be used, Mojo.
Well, we will see when the time comes for that, because certainly some great matches are awaiting us, but we are at the moment here on Oops versus Utopia, and mines are done.
Mines is done. Prokhorovka is next.
Oh, how many mouses will we see here?
3
In total or per side?
total.
Total. I'm like more in 4 or 5.
Well, Mojo, let's take a look at the lineups and see who's closer, you or me. And it is me. Because there's none.
Oh dear.
I'm closer. You know, you said 5. You said 5. I went with the 3 pick, so, you know, I win.
Well, this is an interesting pick by both teams. I mean, Utopia usually plays super heavy here, and Oops was not really shy on it. Also, lately, a lot of teams are picking quite a lot of mouses on the Prokhorovka, but never mind. This is a fast, kind of old-school game.
You know what's the thing about this lineup of triple 113 and E50 from Utopia on the attack? You know what it gives you? If a team plays with mouses like Kazna Crew does, you can drive into the middle towards the houses with the 113s and the E50 and pretty much wreck a full HP mouse. Like, the 113s get that really quick, the E50 does as well. You will drop at least 2 mouses to half HP before the game even starts.
But with the setup that Oops has in defense now, not so much.
Not so much as Oops gonna make it 5-0 as Utopia gonna pick up their first round. Let's find out on Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
Utopia versus Oops 4-0 in favor of Oops, who are defending. Utopia is attacking, and look what Utopia is doing, Mojo.
Utopia is pressing toward the center here, but there is a huge potential roundabout force here coming from Oops. Look at them, they're coming from the village side while Insane is spotting the middle. He should see them all.
He didn't see anybody. They're going exactly where I told you, Mojo, in that middle area to try and counter heavies, but Decha and Milosh are too quick for this. Insane actually takes a shot of damage, though, takes even more. Is he going to go down here before anything happens? No! Dynamo takes 2 in return, though, but Insane alive on a slither of HP.
Huge info now coming in there for Oops, a bit late though, but they're also unspotted on a hill. But should they care? Because Utopia is positioned to just YOLO on the Oops forces. The only thing stopping them from that is because they do not know the position of these 3 bachas. And this is a really sneaky way how to play this. They will actually, maybe unspotted, go in the back of the Utopia. That's gonna be a complete disaster for them.
3 bachas have now taken the hill, Mojo. Papa Pavian is actually running away, so it seems somehow there is the fact Utopia seems to be aware of something along those lines. Because look at Papa Pavian, look at Bihu. They got out just in the nick of time.
Dynamo just took some damage here. I'm really interested from who, because if it's from the hill, they have the info.
It was Miloš.
Actually. It was Miloš?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, that's good then, because if they knew where the mediums are, they would have only one choice, and that's instantly push on those 1-on-3s.
Well, Rulezik spotted out Kamil now. He doesn't know about Algo and Silans. He needs to be careful because Colosoid's still in trouble there, I think, because now, here we go, this is the first. Ooh,
Oh, he's not Papa Pavian!
He's gonna do. Papa Pavian should go down here. Insane should be able to kill him. No, Miloš from the middle. Papa Pavian down and out, and now the flank shots are coming out for Oops. This is brilliant.
This is what we've been saying now. Oops is in position to charge in, and I think they're just gonna hop over and start eating those 1-on-3s like Pac-Man.
Perhaps not just yet. I thought they were going to hop over as well. They're just content with taking that side of the map right now in Utopia, Mojo. They're completely been pinned down in this area. Where do they go? How do they recover? Because one line is shut down. Melan is there. Decha, Miloš in the middle. Decha still healthy and 3 bachats on the rails.
They're in a huge problem now because they are all spotted. They're all in the center of the map. They cannot make a choo-choo train and go 1-2 line anymore. It's too late for that. They're just gonna get shot.
I don't like the fact that Decha is leaving Meland right now.
There is rotation coming in. Are they sacrificing Meland a bit here?
I feel like they're sacrificing
Oh, but
Meland.
look at Rulezik's HP. That sacrifice will be worth a while.
Rulezik is completely in the open. He goes down towards Kamil. Like you said, Mojo, one sacrifice for the other. Shuku Bihu now pushing down the 1-2 line, but Utopia is already down 3k HP. Mukac tracked as well. Still taking damage from Melan. Decha doing some more. Now Meland will probably go down, should go down here. He gets one more shot on towards Shuku. That probably will be all she wrote. Perhaps one on towards Bihu as well. Nope. Shuku, Bihu, double teaming Meland. Meland will go down in this STRV, but still, Oops up in HP.
Oops up to 1000 HP and they're still up in positions. Kamil is close to the reload and then he will rain on these heavy tanks here. Muka will be the first to fall, Colesoid next, and FC Dynamo will not last much longer.
Doesn't seem like that, Mojo. 3 batches coming in. Algo, Silence, and Kamil. Kamil and Algo doing the damage. Silence not even reloaded yet. Algo picks up the kill. It's just Shuku, and it's just Biku remaining. And Mojo, what a match so far from Oops. They're gonna put themselves 5-0.
Unbelievable. Theoretically, they're playing against a team who is higher rated than they are. They have 3 points more. They're situated 4th, while Oops is 5th. I mean, Utopia managed to beat them in the last match, to be on that 4th spot, but this is complete annihilation.
Here come the hyenas from Oops. As a pack of wolves, they come in, find their prey, find the first, find the second. 5-0 for Oops and Mojo. If this wasn't bad before, it's disastrous right now for Utopia.
I don't know what is kind of TeamSpeak going on now, Utopia, but probably mostly silent.
Silence?
60 seconds for the deceased.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, I mean, this is not really well for Utopia, and it's not getting even better. It does look like they have even no plan how to get out of it. Whatever they're doing, Oops players are kind of one step ahead, quicker reactions, and much better tactics so far.
And catching really Papa Pavin just on the edge.
Yeah, just on the edge of the Euro. I mean, that was a bit lucky. I give you that. But still, even if they didn't catch him there, they had budgets in the side. What would they do even
What
with
was
Papa
Rulezik doing? Because he knew Kamil was there. They didn't see the other 2 batchats, so I don't know if he was aware. I don't think he was aware there was more batchats there because he was like poking the middle to try and drive over or something. And then all 3 batchats were like,
hello, friend. Hello, friend.
Yes, I don't think they expected the other 2 batchats to be there.
Probably not, but they were. It was a risky thing to do from Oops, a sneaky one, but it was performed really well. And here by damage, all 3 top damage dealers are from Oops. And Decha again is in a top. I mean, he's having a really good match today.
He's doing really, really well, Decha. It's very good to see. After an entire season, he's putting out the numbers we expected him to do throughout the season. Now, Oops will get to attack. Utopia will get to defend, Mojo. And Utopia desperately need this round on Prokhorovka. I mean,
what to say, man? They're losing 5-0. Yes, they need every possible bloody round they can get.
I'm just looking at the next maps, and none of them look like super blowout maps. It's more of Vanka, which is a typical 1-1 map. Then it's Steps, which is a typical 1-1 map. And then Ruinberg, which is again a typical 1-1 map.
It's really hard that they will make a comeback. I mean, it doesn't even matter anymore which maps are we talking about.
They need to win.
Yes.
All the maps.
All. So they really have no slack anymore.
I don't know, Mojo. Recovering from this in online playoffs is impossible, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look good for Utopia. The last map here that could be played is Ruinberg, technically. And that might be the straw that might pull Utopia back in the game, but to do that, they still need to win 5-6 games in a row.
They're in a worse situation than Suba.
Yeah, pretty much.
They are. I thought this match was going to be super close, Mojo, but apparently...
Apparently, everything we thought today is just going out to the window, but that's kind of normal.
Our predictions are coming true, though, with Go Hard and possibly Oops here. Just the scorelines.
Yes. Scorelines are way off.
That doesn't matter. We're just giving, a little bit of leeway to both these teams. But now, lineups, Utopia versus Oops, Mojo. What do you think?
Utopia playing with 2 mouse tanks and then STRV and an RT. That's kind of harder to break. Utopia with more mobile setup here and no RT whatsoever. This is going to actually be quite a hard game for them to win.
For Oops?
Yes.
But perhaps we have seen them almost successfully pull off killing the mouses in the middle. If you remember against Kazna crew, 1 or 2 mistakes prevented them from beating the triple mouse.
Yes, but don't forget that Kazna played without Arti and they played super offensive with 3 mouses in the middle pushing and they got in a crossfire of Oops, which Utopia playing with Arti has no reason whatsoever to do.
Well, let's find out where Utopia decides to go and Oops as we get into the second half of Prokhorovka. It's 5-0 in favor of Oops, who look to put themselves on match point on the attack.
And Bihu is doing a middle kind of spotting here while the rest of the team is just going on there where very old campy places. Usually when you play with mouse tanks like this, you position them along the rails so you can control the other cap.
Deja, Miloš, sneaky, going in those bushes to make sure they don't get spotted by Bihu. This prevents information for the side of Utopia, who now might think it's an Eastern play from Oops.
Yes, this is something I'm trying to teach players all the time when I play with them. Don't get spotted easily. You are just selling out free info to the enemy and they can just make their tactics based on that after it. So them staying in the bushes and unspotted and not pretending to be something they're not, being spotters, actually buys them time while Insane is doing this flashy jumping over the rail.
Yeah, it's like he's in a monster truck taking some rams, but...
It's Mad Max, man.
Yeah, he's like... I think Oops is trying to sell to Utopia. We're going eastern side. But the thing is, there's a mouse there. So Utopia is like, okay.
Utopia doesn't care, that's the point. They have a spotter to see if there is rotation toward the forest. They do have butchers there. I believe STRV is also in the forest. So they're just gonna wait and wait some more.
Well, Melan actually takes connection there. Was that artillery?
Arti fired, yes.
172. On a map as Prokhorovka, it's pretty hard to blind fire in STRV.
And he actually managed it.
Yeah, well, almost.
Almost.
Now Colosford here playing in the middle and Mojo drawing lessons.
Yeah, I believe that's the appropriate time for it. Like what we wanted to point out, what are the strengths of this defense. You do have a mouse here. He's providing you with some info what's going ahead. But the more important one is this guy here in a corner because he can lean and just fire shots on this cap here. Having such a huge armor is going to be a big deal because he's also covered by Arti, who can also center the shots here. And we have a good coverage from the forest because we have an STRV with covering from here, a Butcher that will just move away and do the side shots, and FC Dynamo who will give them the initial shots. So in a, I don't know, some perfect world, we could say that Oops should kill either Dynamo first and then do the rotations, or they can try to pressure on the mouse on this side here. But honestly, I don't see how, because they would be completely open to any kind of fire. They can try to hop over that middle and get into the one mouse, but then there is one mouse behind it with 3.2k HP and a gun that will pen every shot. The guys that will come and flank from the side. So the only weakness in this defense from Utopia is FC Dynamo, who is spotting, and if he gets spotted, let's say by Insane, who would do the fast move there, and other guys just kind of sniping. Taking out one guy might help their case, but it doesn't look like they're going for that kind of play at all, and it doesn't look good to me because I don't think they can pressure these mouse tanks with what they have at the moment.
No, doesn't look like that. Mojo, Insane. Now spot out Rulezik. I'll go coming to join him over there. Now, Oops slowly is starting to take control of that eastern side, Mojo. And how do you think is this going to work? Because Utopia has double mouse backed up by an M40.
Yes, I really don't think this will work. Because if Oops goes all in with all the tanks and they pen all the shells on the mouse tanks, it still leaves behind Butchers, STRV, and
we have seen
quite a lot of firepower.
I mean, Kazna has played those rails, Mojo, and we've seen it happen where Haiba just pushes over the rails by himself, takes the shots from the bat shots, takes the shots from the heavies, then bat shots come behind, come over, clip out anybody, and it's just so hard to deal with.
Yes, mouse tanks in this situation are a huge asset, a huge advantage, and having no arty to deal with them must be very frustrating for Oops at this moment.
Well, they're taking it slow and steady, Mojo. There's 5 minutes left on the clock right now. Camille does get spotted out. So that's a little bit more information towards the side of Utopia. But it's not enough to make a move on.
No, but honestly, I believe this is the first map that actually Oops by pick of the tanks was on a back foot compared to Utopia. And this is a bit of surprising for me because Utopia usually plays with so many mouse tanks that you could expect this. But they did try to change their ways in the last roll, so maybe that was the cause for this kind of pick by Oops players. It does look like they're messing up for some action here, but I don't see any resolve in them. They're just, you know, driving around, trying to get some positions, and it does look like it will all end up in one final YOLO push, and what happens, happens. Let's go sort them out.
But look at this, bad shots coming around from the side. It's going to be a double push almost. This looks like we're a triple cap coming out. Camille, Silence, Insane, into the cap. Triple cap pressure, 37 seconds. What does Utopia do?
Let's see, because we need to see that lower mouse, as I said, on A6, and he is being pressured as we speak.
Indeed, he's being pressured. Algo already comes over. Rulezic, they're trying to block him from spotting. Deca coming over. Algo as well. Rulezic HP melting away. He still has a lot available though. That's the power of the mouse. They're not able to take him down. Bihu now picking the rails. Papa Pavian lets off a shot. Papa Pavian removes Silence in his match at full HP. And it doesn't look like Oops will make it 6-0 because Algo's pretty much dead. Deca isn't faring much better. And what a shot from Papa Pavian.
What to say there? This is just a complete deleting of a tank in a one click. It's so dirty, man.
Yes, that's pretty much what you can say about this. Shuku now coming over to clip out on towards Deca. He gets the kill. He takes a lot of damage though from the back lines. It's not over just yet. They lose Milosh, but they lose Shuku in return. Camille now peeking the rails. He needs to kill Colosaurus pretty much, but he doesn't have the ammo to do so. Muko now joined the rails. It's not over for Oops. That's 3 tanks, but it's 5 for Utopia.
Oof, Papa Pavian just leveled the building, but missed Camille by an inch there. So we have an STRV and a Batchat and the light tank remaining here for Oops. But honestly, that doesn't give them the winning combo here. They cannot cap. There is not even a slightest possibility they will cap. And a direct fight against these tanks, I mean, both of the mouse tanks are still alive, and they still have a great backup by that STRV and Batchat. And let's not even forget Papa Pavian, who just deleted one of their Batchats.
Yeah, you can see the repositioning now going on for the side of Utopia. Probably put Dynamo back into the bushes in D1. Muka behind, Mouse in A6, Mouse in the middle. Cover all the angle, cover all your bases.
Utopia is just gonna wait it out. They have no reason whatsoever as defenders to press or search for Oops players. That is exactly kind of the mistake that could lose them the round, and they know it very well.
Does seem like that. Now Insane is already going hyper aggressive. Doesn't spot out Dynamo though.
He
Dynamo
broke the tree and
him.
Dynamo is aware there is someone there.
Rip Insane.
Yeah, if he pushes, yes. There we go.
Dynamo gets the first connection. Insane is now spotted. Muka should be coming from the back lines. Insane is tracked. Insane is held. Insane is down. Dynamo takes some damage in return, but not nearly enough. I mean, Camille might try to get some more shots in towards him, and Muka is still covering, and Papa Pavian has a shot available. Unless Camille can kill Dynamo here for free, it's not going to end well.
Dynamo already faded, so he is quite safe there. I mean, there is nothing to gain here more for Oops guys, so I guess they'll just go YOLO in and finish the round.
Yeah, Camille quickly dispatched off by Muka, Dynamo, and Rudezik from the side. It's just Mailand in an SDRV and it all to do. He's 1-on-1-on-3, but a 1-on-5 seems just a little bit too much, Mojo.
Yeah, but it's still a game, and we are going to Murovanka. Murovanka being quite an equal map, honestly, for both of these teams, so it could go either way.
Mailand might get to farm some damage here. Colosaurus using the house as his protector. Mailand takes another hit for this. Yep, there we go. Dynamo now coming in with reload. Mailand will do one. No! Papa Pavian says no. And what a brilliant shot from that artillery piece by Silence. But I think the game was pretty much in favor of Utopia anyways.
It was heavily in the favor of Utopia, but still it helped greatly that you will not have that extra Batchat who can push in somewhere and do some additional damage.
Yeah.
Let's say in this part of the game now, when everyone is on lowered HP, if you have 2 Batchats instead of 1, that's actually a fighting force.
Algo really didn't do that well, I think, against Rulezik. I just don't feel like Algo got his full clip out. I could be wrong. We'll see that in the stats, but...
You can see it right now.
Mojo, you're a hero. This is why we have you on the desk. You know, to tell me those kind of things.
Algo didn't pen indeed. He just spent two shells out of the clip.
It's almost like you have your crystal ball.
Almost. But I like this one. This one is more accurate.
Well, that is one part of the issue. Colossoid there doing well. Dynamo as well. Papa Pavian. 9 shots, but I think only 2 connected.
Papa Pavian needed only the one, actually, that he did. But he did actually gather up 2 kills there. So good for him, bad for Oops, who neglected that in defense it's usual now to take a lot of mouse tanks. So, okay, Oops lost their first round. We expected much closer match so far, so it doesn't really matter. Look at the Silons. He lost full HP to Retati. That's so dirty, man.
Perhaps if Algo got to kill Rulezik together with Deja, it'd be a different
If
story.
they killed Rulezik and Silons didn't get actually one shot by Arti, there would be a huge chance for them to win the round.
Even if Silence dies, though, they would have. I mean, it would have been a more winnable situation. Let's put it like that, than where they were in now. But yeah, Silence, you can't stand still against Papa Pavin. You can't even move. You just have to accept your fate.
Honestly, after being in this desperate situation, Oops, seeing the pick of Utopia, I believe their plan was the only viable one. It was good. It was good. Essentially, it was good. Just it didn't work out.
No, Papa Pavin says no.
He says no. No.
Sometimes, you know,
No
Papa
pasaran.
Huh?
No pasaran.
Yeah.
You cannot pass.
Pretty much that. You know, when Papa says no, no means no.
Yeah, definitely.
Now we are done with Prokhorovka, which means we go to Murovanka.
Bushvanka.
Murovanka. Mojo?
A lot of bushes there.
A lot of bushes indeed. That's very, very true. Good thing, Mojo. But let's take a look at the lineups. Murovanka is a map with a lot of bushes. Well, you learn something new every day, don't you?
Well, let's see who will do the spotting from them. Well, no one, effectively. Maybe one of the tier 9 budgets from Oops, but we know that they like to play rather aggressive with those. So it might be the case this time also. Utopia playing in attack with RT and 2 mouse tanks and the T-57 and an FE heavy.
I worry for the lineup of Oops here. I think they're going to struggle against all this armor.
Yeah, penning all this kind of can be a problem, but if they manage to take out, let's say, FV heavy or a T-57 or one of the budgets earlier, because there will be a problem with spotting for Utopia, definitely, and for rotations, they might get the hang of it.
Well, Mojo, we need to see if Utopia can continue the comeback or Oops is going to put themselves on match point. Let's find out on Murovanka.
Murovanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Oops and Utopia clashing it out, currently 5-1 in favor of Oops, who are defending Utopia on the attack, and Mojo aggressive, like you said.
Aggressive as we predicted, but that video in a start is misleading. It says you can even bring a heavy tank setup and that can be countered by SPGs. But what if you have a heavy setup and you have an SPG?
You can't get countered by an SPG if you have an SPG of your own, Mojo.
Exactly.
Thinking.
Let's go. 5 budgets here for Oops, guys. They're going from the forest side again, trying to do a sneaky maneuver like on Prokhorovka in the first game they played, going really long turnaround because they know there is no one really to spot them. And only one, as far as I saw, budget in the middle, keeping an eye on the progress of Utopia forces. Milos, always Milos, left in his T-57 to fend off.
Like this Wolfpack, Mojo, Kamil and his boys, let's put it like that, they keep pushing A-line, Mojo. They'll find Shuku.
Well, Shuku cannot spot them before they go to somewhere A6 if they do well, if they drive normal.
Oh, I really wanted them to just continue pushing.
But they still are.
Yeah, with 4.
With 3, actually.
Well, they had 4, now they have 3. They've lost the Wolf.
They're losing one after another.
They've lost somebody went back. I think they've lost Algo.
Yes, Algo.
The young Wolf has left the pack, but Cap has started though. Colossoid is on that one. Decha now starting to approach in his E50M. Spotted out by Muka. Muka gets the connection on towards him. Dynamo peeking here as well.
Decha is trying to get in a hold-on position below these tanks so he could provide some kind of proxy spot for the Bachats before they push in, because they know they cannot just go in blind. Interesting thing is usually teams before were taking Kranwagen, but Oops actually chose to have T57 with better DPM, faster rotation on the turret and definitely faster reload.
Decha trying to find who's capping. Making some blind shots. Not connecting behind the bushes. They haven't spotted Colossword yet, so they don't know it's Colossword capping over there. He needs to be careful because
Tiny case of a little mouse capping.
Yeah. How do you deal with a mouse capping, Mojo?
I don't know, man. You send the cat to deal with it?
Oh, hey! That's brilliant, Mojo.
Thank you.
Best ban of 2017.
I thought it was on your level.
Wow! Papa Pavian hitting insane. There are some sparks there of a fire as well. Insane now down to half HP. And look at his HP deficit, Mojo.
Dirty Artie in the play again. I believe Oops is getting kind of frustrated now with the level of German steel that Utopia is throwing at them, and them having no Artie again.
Insane.
That could be a hint for them. Pick an Artie.
They can hear you, Mojo. But Muka did lose his gunner, so that's annoying. But 22 seconds now. Colossword is spotted out again. Algo taking some damage. Kamil actually pushing towards Shuku. Decha taking damage as well. Shuku taking even more. Shuku gonna go down here as first one. Decha just about alive. Dynamo trying to clip out on him. Dynamo should get the kill. No, he misses. They've lost Shuku. And now 3 tanks from Oops are in the north. They still have that HP deficit. But now Dynamo tracked, held, probably going down.
Oof, brilliant play here. Insane is even alive. And we have 7 guns of Oops alive against Utopia. But Utopia still has 10,000 HP. The problem is it's all on a slow tanks. Only Bihu is any kind of mobile person here. Rulezik here is the guy holding their back against Kamil and Silons. But Silons is on reload. And wow, look at this. Milos combined with Insane. They might even take Bihu down. If that happens, Utopia is at mercy of Oops.
Bihu needs to run now. Colossword, Muka, and Rulezik have all the HP for their team. They actually lose. Bihu, Silence now coming in with a full clip. Spots out Papa Pavian as well. Silence needs to be careful. Papa Pavian can do the shotgun, but now Decha and Melan from the side removing a mouse. Muka is going to go down here in a second. He is down. It's just 3 tanks for Utopia left standing, and and Oops, they've done it with the light setup, Mojo. It looks like they can close out this game. They just need to close it out securely.
Brilliant play, like a set of wasps going in. I mean, they're dancing around these tanks so magnificently. This is a nice display how to use this setup against a slower and more armored setup of Utopia. In theory, it shouldn't work, but it did. They made it work.
Positioning from Utopia really not working out against that A-line push, Mojo. They didn't do it in the beginning, but they did it delayed. And as I said, the wolf pack from Oops, it's not done just yet. Insane from the back, Milos from the front, Mayland from the side.
Don't allow yourself to get touched.
The wolves are here. Oops showing what they can do. Colossword rams Insane to death. Rulezik, the last man standing, and Oops put themselves on match point, and what a round from them. Very well played. Few crucial facts there, Mojo. That A-line push, Decha surviving, Insane surviving.
Absolute brilliant here. It looked dire in one moment after the RT connected on Insane. Decha took so much HP, but they did gather enough info for the rest of the budgets to push, and they managed to take out. You saw how Shuku got deleted, like RT removed him from the focus fire. T57, another weak spot in the build and crucial spot in the build of Utopia. We pointed in the start of the game, fell next, and that was it. Domino effect.
Domino effect indeed. I mean, I think Dynamo missed twice on Decha, and Decha survived because of that. Decha got to do a lot more damage actually. Dynamo was stuck there, and he got tracked in hell. Perhaps if he killed Decha, he could have pushed forwards and went safe over there.
Somehow, I feel a lot of these tactics from Oops really rely that all of the 7 players will just play brilliant, and if some of them misplays, they just, you know, they fail, they crash, and whatever. But today is obviously their day, and they're performing.
They are performing, and that is very good. Wolf packs all around the map, Mojo. It's how you defeat mouses. Wolf packs surround them from 3 sides.
Yeah, but separate the weak first. So they separated one budget first, then a T57.
It's like they're attacking the herd, Mojo. You separate the weak from the strong, and then you hunt down the weak ones first.
Exactly, so that's what they did here. Shuku being the last here, he connected only one shot from 2 fires. Dynamo also, I believe he connected only 2 shots.
2 shots on towards Decha. And Decha survived, and Decha did 2.2k damage. So you just see, you know, that 1 or 2 shots we talk about, Mojo, really can make a difference. Insane surviving on a 1 shot. Bihu dies because of that.
Yeah, 27 HP, but more than enough to do the damage.
Dynamo not killing Decha. Decha does 2.2k damage because of that.
Well, not a good day for Utopia. Obviously, a rather nice one for Oops. It's nice and shiny wherever they are because they are leading 6-1 and they're on match point to go to the season finals in Katowice.
Yep, but next up is Murovanka attack though for Oops.
Next up
not
is
the easiest side.
No, not the easiest side, but here we will see what they have planned. We often see them also play as aggressive from attack side as from defense.
We have seen them successfully clear the bushes though. Kazna crew comes to mind when they played with Decha, with the mouse in the north, cleared out the bushes very, very effectively, found him within half a minute to a minute, pinpointed his bush, pushed these out of it.
But usually what they do is kind of a mind play, a quick rotations from the side to the side of the map. They, let's say, trigger the cap on one side and they try to clear one side, other side of a spotter, and then pressure there. So this is something like their usual play. Against Utopia, in this case, I think they might even play an arty, because they could expect that Utopia will play something heavier.
6 mouses from Utopia?
It doesn't work on Murovanka well.
Have you tried?
No.
Exactly. How can you know?
Doesn't ring positive when I think about it.
You can't know until you try it, Mojo.
Okay. I hope you do 6 mouses, guys, and let's see does it work.
Let's take a look at the lineups. Somehow I thought it was going to be 6 mouses, but Oops is on match point here.
Very conservative here from Utopia. Emil 2, this is something we've seen on the start of the season used by a cooldown. Usually what they do, they will probably push him with that VZ heavy tank so he gets to the red line corner so he can decap from there. But they do have 4 butchats here for the rotation.
Yeah, both these teams going with a mouse, but this is a very standard setup for Oops Mojo. That TVP IS-7 mouse, we have seen them play this. Milosh goes towards the K line with that, and I leave Decha in the north. Could it be something similar?
There is no reason not to be against this setup of Utopia. I mean, Utopia has only advantage because their 4 butchats are lower tier 10 compared to tier 9s of Oops. But they do have a TVP.
They do have that TVP, probably played by Melan. Actually, 100% played by Melan. Nobody else is going to play that one. Oops need 1 more round. Utopia needs 6. Let's get into it. Second half here. Oops on the attack, Utopia on the defense. And how is this split looking, Mojo?
Another one of exchanges in Oops team. I mean, they're changing players all over the place, man.
Yeah, Dead Zone's back into the lineup.
Spoink is playing also.
Algo is out.
Algo is out.
And Silence is out as well.
Yeah.
So they're still rotating players. They're going to have to figure out what to do with that for the...
yeah, if they manage to win this match, and they should. Effectively, you can play only with 7.
Yes. So, it'll be interesting to see how they approach that one. If they win, they haven't won yet.
Look at the position of Rulezik here.
Yeah, they're very aggressive in this window, but look at the position from the mouse behind them, Papa Pavian.
Yeah, they're really aggressive toward the village side and a lot of mediums covering the red line here, so they're trying to establish some kind of a crossfire toward the lower side of the map. Papa Pavian, the man doesn't choose left or right, he just goes straight.
Papa Pavian doesn't need tactics. Papa Pavian just goes and kills.
Wow. Almost like a Chuck Norris, man.
Terminator.
Chuck Norris is above Terminator even.
No, because the Terminator comes back. Way.
Okay, you got me there.
It took you a little bit to realize what was said, but you got there in the end.
It was obvious, I kind of missed it.
Yay. Got him. But yeah, Papa Pavian here in the middle. It's a strange setup from Utopia, isn't it?
Yeah, Utopia here playing tactically like this. Honestly, I haven't seen defense like this before. I understand the reasoning behind it, but it's super risk because it's prone to loss of one guy. If they get rushed from the upper side of the map, they wouldn't really be able to respond to it. But if they catch one tank down here, if they remain unspotted all the time with mediums, if they have patience to do it, this can pay off heavily for them.
See Milosh there poking in the southern side of the map. Needs to be careful. Dynamo, Colosword, and Shuku waiting for Miloš to peek around. The thing is, though, I really feel like even if they start shooting at Miloš, they're going to get out-traded by the firing from backlands. Ooh, spoink.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, by seeing Rulezik here, Oops should already know there is something fishy going on that side of the map.
You don't like fish?
Not really much. It does have a smell, and this smells like a trap.
Okay. Interesting. Spoinky here, trying to connect onto the cupola of Rulezik, but Rulezik wiggling back and forwards makes that extremely difficult to pull off. Needs to be careful with his ammo as well, because obviously tier 9 Batchat doesn't have that many either. 30 as well.
Miloš is still trying to explore what's going on this side of the map. He's probably confused. He's still not spotted. So that's making him unsecure, like what is going on. The guys are closing in behind. And this could be the... I don't know, this is kind of a 50-50 situation, because if they don't connect the shells, Utopia guys, they will actually get deleted by the tanks.
That's what I was saying. Even if they start shooting at Miloš, they could get out-traded. And let's see how it goes. Miloš is now spotted out. So far, no connections coming out just yet. They're not even shooting at him. They're just running away. They're abandoning Rulezik, in essence.
Rulezik will be pretty much closed in like this. I mean, they're really abandoning him, literally, because there will be firing angles for Oops guys to just go in and clip him out in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so confused. Rulezik will be alive for a little bit, but I think at one point when they decide to, they can just go close out the kill against him. And now,
this is the interesting part. Look at this. Like, Oops is going back like they used to do before, so they could have a cover fire on Deha. Deha is differently positioned than last time. He was on C4 on the last match when we watched, and he had really problems surviving there. But
Miloš found an angle.
There is a mouse in the middle from Utopia, and he's going to be a big problem for them to rotate. Nice connection there.
Nice connection from Miloš. Like I said, they've abandoned Rulezik pretty much. More damage coming out. That tier 9 has outlived his life. One more shot from Miloš will do the job. Misses that one, but in 8 seconds, I don't think it's going to help Rulezik much. Miloš, 4 seconds out. Rulezik going to be the first tank down, and 6 to go for Oops to pick up this match. Miloš, you're ruining it here. You're ruining it here. But Utopia, they're pushing in Mojo.
There is a big push coming into the forest now. Oops is aware of it, and Deha is completely out of the game. That's why they need to run away to make a crossfire as far as they can, because they're not gathered up to deal with any kind of significant pressure here. Rulezik, the ruining guy, he's still alive. Oh, never mind that.
Rulezik is no longer alive as he goes down. Spoink taking a lot of module damage. So minus driver, radio, nothing that's going to affect him super much, except for the driver, obviously. And here comes Utopia. They want to make the closing move because they've spotted Deha. They're going to try and make an overmatch against Melan, against Insane, but they're taking damage along the way. Muka, Golesword pushing forwards. Spoink here, the first one to fall, probably Muka. Peeks around the corner, gets the first shot, but Melan covering there as well. Insane, still on reload. So far, Utopia, they're just getting crossfired here, Mojo, I think.
I mean, this is the biggest all-in I've seen in a while here, but it still might pay off because they're centered and they're trying to catch off Oops tanks one by one, but they're losing the engagement.
It's working though. They've gotten Insane, Melan, and Spoink. The dead zone is now kind of separated from the rest of the team as well. Yes, Oops still has HP, but Miloš is out of the fight. Deha's out of the fight as well. Biku is too far in the fight as he goes down. It's now just dead zone left in that area of the map, though Shuko only has one more shot. Dynamo's on reload. Dead zone could do a tremendous amount of damage here before he even goes down. He needs to run, and he needs to run right now.
He needs to run before they start connecting to him, and he needs to go and hide behind Deha. And when he hides behind Deha, they need to think what will they do with Miloš, because they can just go and pack him.
That's when I think he might have waited just too long to run away, and yes, it was not quick enough. He should have started running instantly, and he didn't, and he goes down as a result. It's now Miloš and Deha. More HP, but Utopia has 4 tanks.
More HP, but no way to really use it because they're not together. If they were together, Mouse and an i7, they would be a tremendous force because that Mouse could really actually out-DPM these Batchats and protect the i7. So that would be a perfect combo, but like this, one by one, just not gonna happen.
Not like this, Mojo. That's what we say. Dynamo takes the connection there from Deha. Deha has more HP than the 4 tanks from Utopia, so he can do it. If he gets a kill here, Deha, ooh, just went D-spotted. A miss there from Papa Pavin. Boys, you can't throw away too much HP. Let's say it like that.
Yeah, but what will Deha do? Will he go and cap? They're gonna decap him whenever. I mean, they can play around with him
They're
as
coming
much
from
as
the
they
side,
want.
probably.
Yeah, there is 2 minutes and 35 seconds till the end of the game. I mean, effectively, what time do you need? He even needs to get to the cap.
Too long, and it's too little, too late. Kolosor, Chuku, Dynamo, the three-man hit squad coming now onto the side of the mouse. They're going to remove him, and Utopia extend their fate by at least one more round as they pick up their second round 6-2.
Still, match point here for USP stands, and they're going to steps. It's a kind of a map that's really hard to take 2-0. Not unheard of,
Of course.
So it could happen, and followed by Ruinberg. God knows, there is a chance for them to actually come back in a game.
There's two things which I don't understand in this round, right? Which you get to explain. Why on earth did they try to cross back over towards the north? Because Insane tried to cross. Mayland tried to cross as well. Spoink was dead in the water, right? He really couldn't go anywhere. Why didn't they just run towards Miloš? Because right now they lost Insane. They lost Mayland, who could have run along the edge, if you know what I mean. And Dead Zone could have played with Decha. Get Decha to come closer to Crossfire.
The only thing I can imagine is they were completely confused when the push came in. They didn't expect any tactic like that. From the moment they saw the mouse tank in the middle, Papa Pavian, and they were like, okay, we cannot do the free rotation as they wanted, and then the push of the 4 Bachats came right after. I don't think they expected anything like that.
Yeah, I think like I really felt like they should have just run away, Mojo. Like, Kolosor, really nice amount of damage here, 4.4. But they drove into the guns of Utopia. If Insane and Melan take the low road, run away, reset the fight, Utopia would be caught between two crossfires.
Yeah, that would be their chance, but obviously the choice was not made by the team, a correct one, and they just suicided.
Yeah. Look at Insane, Mojo.
Best rest damage in a game.
Yeah.
6 shots fired, 475 of total damage. How did you probably ram someone?
Had to be a ram.
Or someone rammed into him.
Well, oops. Not going to be too bothered about this one, per se. They still have plenty of rounds to work with. 4 before tiebreaker.
Well, they still took the previous round, which is much more important. The one that I thought from the start was lost against such a setup that Utopia had. So I believe they should actually go out happy from Murovanka here, because they took 1-1 their own match point, and could have been quite different story.
Could have been a quite different story. That's exactly true. But now steps coming out between these two. It's a 1-1 map, Mojo. It is a 1-1 map.
True, true. I believe that also, but we may, I don't know, Papa Pavian is having really good rounds lately, and he might delete someone from the hoops again on steps. It's a map that he does that. So there is always possibility for Utopia to stick in a game.
You're going with Utopia for this first round? They are going to be defending.
Well, that's harder to use RT in, I admit that. It's really hard to use RT in defense because it leaves a lot of open ground to attacker to just rotate left and right, because you don't have much of the rotation potential then. So let's say Papavian not on RT.
Well, we have seen them play with the 6 mouses, Duan, I think, with RT.
Yeah, but that just worked because one of the Oops guys got to disconnect.
Yes, that's true, Mojo. That's true. But like you say, things happen. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Maybe Papa Pavian gets to disconnect.
Well, we'll see, Mojo.
That would be an epic injustice to Utopia, man.
Yeah, let's not hope for that. Let's take a look at the lineups instead and see if Papa Pavian is in that artillery piece. Yes, he is, Mojo. M53-55.
But he's attacking. You
He's
lied
attacking.
to me.
I thought they were defending first.
You were lying to me, Ducky, intentionally.
Yes, I was.
I thought also they were defending
I
first.
also thought they were defending first.
We're gonna hang Wojtek upside down.
Yes.
Well, we will see what happens here, but Mouse, Object 430 and M53 RT here for Utopia, while Oops is playing rather light again.
Yeah, Oops, very light. 1113 though. Interesting to see that coming out. Let's see. Papa Pavian in the M53. How much is he going to be able to do in this match, Mojo? Utopia or Oops?
Well, in this case, at the moment, Utopia stands rather well with this setup to play against Oops players who need to close into them. And only one bad move can just cost them entire tank if Papa Pavian connects.
Well, Mojo, let's find out if Papa Pavian can do it again as we move into our next map. It's Steps. Utopia versus Oops. Still match point for Oops. Utopia bringing it closer, 6-2 currently. Utopia on the attack, Oops on the defense. And what does the start look like? Algo boosting and Camille as well, Mojo?
Camille is boosting from this side. We can see he's attempting at least. Let's see, will he be
Algo
as
failed,
successful as Failware? Well, Algo did that previously a couple of times in the game. Well, Failware did this much more elegant, I can give him that.
Yeah, a little bit quicker. Mayland already taking some damage in his bad shot for that spot, taking some more 2 shots on the way out. Algo still did not climb much. Hearty shot, just about missing Mayland.
If that even tracked him, that will already be the game. Algo trying to go up again. Never mind that. Okay.
Oops is in trouble, Mojo.
Yeah, they don't have the coverage of that cap whatsoever again. And this is what happened to them once or twice before, usually because the light tank didn't go up on time.
Yeah, Algo has now backed off from the climb. Is he going to do it again, or is he going to abandon it? It looks like he's going to abandon it. And Mojo, this is not a strong start for Oops.
No, this is probably one of the worst possible. The worst possible would be if Mayland actually got connected by RT in that moment. So they already lost 800 HP from Mayland. Not a good thing in a start. They do not have a guy boosted, and Utopia forces, they look like they're expecting that. They look like they're smelling some blood there, and they're gathering for attack on that side.
Yeah, they're grouping up, they're waiting for Rulezik in the mouse and the Muka towards the downside. But once they figure out this side is empty, what does Oops do to recover from this? Because they need to be careful. They don't know where Utopia is.
Yeah, they're trying to do same as Suba did. They're pressuring from the lower side, but that's always a hazard, and you never know will it work. What can work in their advantage, they still have 7 fighting tanks compared to 6 of Utopia. But as we said, we never know when will that RT come to effect.
No, that is true. Mojo Teja taking the middle road. See Lance climbing over there. Not useful, but they do not know this. Obviously, they don't have the information we have. Insane taking it very, very aggressive already. See Lance now backing off from the climb as well. Rulezik actually got spotted out. This works a little bit in the favor here for Oops because he thinks he might be spotted from the climb.
Yeah, he might suspect that, but still, it's huge tank, so there is various possibilities, and he's very well of that. The thing is, Oops still doesn't have a clue where are the rest of the tanks, and that's why Algo is playing so aggressive ahead of these batches.
Algo with a Wolfpack, Insane, Camille, Silence behind him, trying to line up the shots against anybody. Bihu is next to those rocks, Mojo. But I don't think they can get the connections on towards him.
But they do have Milos on the other side, Meland also, so there is possibility for that.
Ooh, Bihu could be in trouble here. Milos from one side. Ooh, Milos misses. Bihu will get out for free, it looks like.
It doesn't look like he even saw there was a shot coming in from the other side, but he should expect something like that. And there is a push coming in from the Batchas or Oops.
Batchas from Oops pushing in. Bihu taking a non-connection towards the tracks there. Algo now spotted out. Needs to be careful here. Deja gets spotted out as well. Shuku trying to clip on towards him in his bad shot. Deja using his armor effectively. Shuku taking some damage. Shuku needs to be careful here. Algo taking some as well. Cap has started, but Oops have taken a lot of ground, Mojo.
Yeah, Cap is not a problem anymore. I mean, they just put a mouse there because he can play a cooldown from that position anyways. But the thing is, the 4 batches that Utopia have, they're practical!
Pavian! 1,900! And that is Milos done and dusted. Papa Pavian strikes again, removes the tier 10, and this is not looking good for Oops.
Well, I mean, they finally take Papa Pavian down, but he did his role already. He did more and beyond of a Call of Duty, I would say there. 1900, deleting the Milos from the game. Still, there is 6 guns for Oops here, but one of them is Algo, and Utopia has a mouse.
Reset does come out though, but Utopia now starting to relocate towards the northern side. Camille peeking over, get the shots on Colossoid. The thing is, Oops cannot trade here. They don't have the HP to do this. They need Deja to work in his 1-1-3, and they need him to work hard against Rulezik.
It's gonna be super hard. I mean, this is kind of a game that if you win, you feel like a absolute beast, a hero or whatever. Still, Utopia has 2000 HP advantage here, and the critical HP advantage is on a Bachat.
Melan, Insane, Silence actually starting to push towards that northern side, perhaps trying to find an overmatch somewhere. Deja taking some more damage to Dynamo. It's going to be pushing on towards him in the 1-1-3. Oops now going with the all-in play, but they're in the open. They're gonna get shot from everywhere. Kamil's the first to take the damage. The HP still in the favor of Utopia. Kamil will go down here very soon. Shuku's actually taking a lot. They lose Decha, and Utopia look in a prime position to take this, but they're losing a lot of HP, but they should still just about be able to hold on.
Insane is getting wrecked, and he lost the gunner and he lost his life. Silence followed. There is only Malin with some significant HP here for Oops, and he is going to have to slither away because he is in reload. Kamil on one shot. Algo, hell, he's a Ru.
Yeah, but it's not over. 5 tanks versus 3. Yes, the tanks from Oops don't have a lot of HP, but there's never say never, Mojo. Like
there
your
is still
favorite
that
artist
big
says.
problem of Muka, who plays object 430, and he can pretty much deny them all. I mean, he is a guy who can even go on a cap if needed now. And there is still a mouse on the cap, sitting and capping.
Yeah, the mouse will be the biggest issue to deal with, I feel like, for the tanks from Oops. Melan going to be holding this area here. He spots up Bihu. Bihu gets the connection. Melan does not trade in return. Bihu might get the second one as well. Nope. Melan wasting 2 shots here. Bihu getting the advantage over him. Muka taking some damage in his object for 30 though. Oops, trying to hold on by dear life, but they still need to find the reset somehow, Mojo.
Yeah, it's not only that.
But Muka goes down towards Algo actually, Mojo. It's coming closer, but Algo goes down in return, and that should be all she wrote.
And Meland is down by Bihu now. I wanted to point out that Old Dog is still in the game and he has 800 HP, which would be more than enough for Utopia to close the game. 3-6.
3-6. Now, this is...
That's kind of that situation where it gets dodgy.
You're like...
And like, yes, they're on match point. Yes, they have a 3, but the momentum is slowly turning away in favor of Utopia. And I have kind of a fear if Oops doesn't pick up this round, all those magnificent 5-0 will not be enough.
I'm starting to get slightly worried.
For Oops, yes, but this is good for Utopia.
They have rounds to work with, Oops, but it's getting into that territory of...
That's getting in territory of if we lose this round, we're going on Ruinberg, and we're absolutely sucking on it, and Utopia will probably wreck us there.
Yeah.
And then we will have to go to tiebreaker. And this is not a good situation to go to after leading 5-0.
This is the moment you're like, not like this. It's not going to go down like this.
Still, 6-3, hefty advantage there. Bihu, the Old Dog, 3k damage done here, 3 kills done. Really nice play. But
look at Papa Pavian, 1 shot, 1 hit, 1960. Isn't that your birthday?
almost there. Almost there.
I'm sorry, I just had to do that one. It was too tempting, but Mojo. Miloš, there's 0. I mean, rip.
Miloš, not the best game for him, but there is nothing he could do against the power of Papa Pavian. I mean, this is what we said before the round. Only 1 good shot is what it takes for this to work out for Utopia.
It's the only shot he did. Well, I mean, he did some more, but didn't connect those. Oops. Now has to attack, though, on steps. Just quickly cheating here. Utopia are pretty terrible on the defense, though. And Oops, better side is attack. So, stats say Oops, Mojo.
Well, stats do say Oops, but it doesn't matter. It's a couple of percentage difference, so it's not really important. The thing is here now, Oops in attack, in my eyes, is better team than when they're defending on steps.
Yeah.
Because they are allowed to rotate and they can do much more. They're not really
And guess
fixed.
what? They'll probably play with RD.
They could play with RT also.
Yeah.
Which is a huge plus. Especially if Utopia sticks with mouse.
I'm still going to stick with Oops for this next round. Just because, like you said, I think they also play better on the attack.
It gives them more freedom. And I have a feeling that they're just better when we're not restrained. Like they are on defense.
I am starting to get worried, though, because like you said, 6-3. You know, you were 5-0 at one point. All of a sudden, it's 6-3. Next step, 6-4. And when it gets 6-5, that's tilt. That's tiebreaker.
I mean, tilt will come immediately here if they lose this round. That's what I believe. So, who is rooting for Oops, you better root for them to win this one. Who is rooting for Utopia? Well, Utopia has no choice. They have to win every round. So it doesn't really matter.
No, Utopia can't give away anything anymore.
Exactly. They can't lose any round.
Perhaps Utopia was just playing on hard mode. They're like, let's let them get a match point, then we're going to play.
Warm up over.
Warm up.
Warm up over.
They forgot to warm up, so we're like, let's take the first 5 rounds, warm up.
5-0. Well, that's a nice, insane level play.
You never know, Mojo. You never know. Well, let's take a look at the lineups, though, and see if it's going to be with RT. On steps, Lorraine versus M40.
Opa, they're actually playing Lorraine in defense. That's brave by Utopia. M40 played by Insane as usual. Papa Pavian versus Insane. I wonder who will actually prevail in this one.
Well, Mojo, there's only one way to find out. What way do you think that is?
Let's see who one-shots the tank.
Well, Papa Pavian's done it twice already, so
it's not a contest even anymore.
It's not a contest anymore, but let's get into it. The second half on steps. Oops versus Utopia. It's 5-0 at one point, like Mojo said. It's 6-3 right now. Oops attack, Utopia defense.
Let us see. Oops is going really hard for the left side of the map, pressuring the one cap, but same is Utopia. I'm really interested. What are they actually doing with that RT? Did he just give a lift to someone to boost faster?
Yeah, because he's quick enough.
Shuku is spotting the other side. That leaves 4 tanks of Utopia here, and
He
Bihu
failed.
failing the climb. It's not gonna really help their case. Colesoid should spot the attacking force of Oops really quickly.
But are they going to go straight over, Mojo? This is the question.
It does look like they will. It does look like they
There's
will.
a lot of tanks here for Oops, and the engagement's going to start right here. Colesoid gets connected from Artie already. He's down. Now, Oops tanks need to focus fire. Muka's the next one, and it's Grandwagen. When he's not hulled down, he doesn't do anything. Kamil goes down, yes, for the side of Oops, but they lose Muka. Are they going to lose Rulezik as well, or is he going to survive? He looks to be alive, just barely, but a great trade here for Oops. Milos is now going to go aggressive. He will take down Rulezik, and this is Oops, Mojo, coming out strong.
I believe they are mad, man. You can see the reaction in this game here. Super aggression. Let's go in. Let's just kill them. Let's just kill them.
I think Milan just took a big shot as well, though, from Papa Pavian, but Bihu's on the run now. Luckily enough, no reloads available for the side of Oops. But does it even matter? There's just 4 tanks left standing. Insane fires off a shot. He does not connect, though, but it's a 6v4 on steps, Mojo. Oops has everything to play with.
Oops has really a huge advantage here, but it's not a done deal. They're playing against 3 Bachats on almost 100% HP, plus Papa Pavian in Arti. Still, the fact stays, they have 5 combat tanks plus an Arti, and they have a lot of HP to play with.
They need to start the cap.
They need to first clear the bushes around the cap so they can start the cap.
But they
so
need to start it
But the
soon.
cap should go really soon. And I believe they should even climb maybe one of the Bachats with lower HP on the E1 position so he can cover their back.
I fully agree. Sidon's might be doing the... Oh, if he can make this, Mojo, it's game over.
If he goes up here, he will completely control the back of the
Nice
map.
He turned a little bit too much. This is the moment he should abandon and go E1.
This is the moment he should abandon and just run back to his team.
He spotted
Shuku is spotted. He knows. He knows
knows
there is rotation coming in.
He knows, Mojo. He should go E1, like you said, right now.
I don't think he can make even E1 anymore. He should just join the remainder of the team.
He can still do E1. He just about has time.
Teams lose the battles when they do E1 too late. Oh, will he risk it?
No.
He is.
No. Yes, he's going for it. He just has time for it. He just about has time. Nice form. This is the thing. The thing is, if you do E1 quickly, unless you get tracked, you always get away with it. Cap has started now. Milan, Algo controlling North, and Milos going aggressive.
This is actually a win-win scenario for them because wherever the Utopia now chooses to push, unless they do a blind shot with Arti and manage to delete the tank, they're pretty much done.
Yeah, it does not look good for Utopia, Mojo. What can they do?
What can they do? Hope for an Arti shot again.
Double cap coming out here. Deja, Milan. Algo, triple cap. What does Utopia do?
They will have to punch with all 3 tanks in one spot and hope that Arti connects, as I said, because I don't think they can decap with...
Arti shot.
But he has a reload. He has a reload for one more.
Will he when Insane joins the cap?
Oof. I think he will.
Just about. But Dynamo and Bihu, very far away though, Mojo. Shuku, spotted out. Can they make it? I don't think they can do it.
10 seconds and we will see who will be the qualified for the LAN finals. They have to press the middle, but they're not.
They're not. 2 seconds. 1 second. Milan spotted out, or just about a reset. 4 seconds. Remaindo. Insane didn't have any cap points. Shuku now coming in. 1 second left. It is not going to matter. Biku goes down. Oop. Capture. 7-1, Mojo. Oops. 7-1?
7-3.
7-3, but they just about
7-3.
do it. I was still thinking it was 6-1.
6-1 was long ago, never actually. But a really sick game here by Oops. You could see they're quite mad about losing a couple of the rounds. The super aggression coming in from them was really, I don't know, on the place, because they knew they're playing against Arty. They probably expected, okay, if Utopia splits and tries to stop us here, we're just gonna chew them in because we have the numbers and they don't.
They did the math, I guess, Mojo. They were like, they need to have somebody zero line for this tactic to work. They don't, they lose the game. Then Bihu not making the climb. If he makes the climb, Mojo, then he can do a full clip from there, pretty much.
Yeah, but it would be very questionable. Would he make it on time without them getting there to see him while he's climbing still?
They wouldn't be able to do anything about it because the route they drive, they can just spot him. They can't actually punish him for it. So he would do a full clip, but it might have changed it, honestly, because he would have been able to pin down the tanks on low HP.
Because he would lose, he would do the second clip unless Insane's one shoots him. He would just shoot them while they're
And
running
even
away.
then, the low HPs would be forced to back off and can't peek anymore.
Yeah, it could be a completely different game. But also, let's not forget, Algo failed the climb when Oops was defending.
Of course.
Tit for tat.
It's just highlighting the importance of those climbs. You know, you don't make it, you can lose the game.
Yes, it's really a difference in a skill of a players, and it's a high risk always. I mean, the best players, they can do it like 9 out of 10 times in a row, and one time they really need it, they can fail it.
It's the pressure, Mojo. You can do it 100 million times in a training room. It is never the same as doing it in a match.
And look at this, the second page. Wow, all of these guys did barely any damage, but still the focus fire coming in from Oops in those initial moments was brilliant. They deleted pretty much 2 tanks on a start.
And think Insane wrecked Colosseum, Mojo.
No, there was a couple of tanks connecting also before him. There was like tuck, and then Insane.
Check how many shots Colosseum took for me.
Oh, let's see that.
I'm just curious, because it looked for me that Insane...
I'm gonna have to call Melly and tell him I'm stealing her job, man.
Yes, because it looked like Colosseum just took a massive arty shot. We can look at the post-match stats in the meantime, Mojo.
4 shots.
Okay. I thought Insane really hit him hard, but...
Yeah, that's what it was. Like, he took like tuck, and
but look at this,
arty.
Mojo. Deja.
Deja number one. Really good game by him. Almost 26,000 damage done here. Really good. I mean, we've seen a couple of Gohar games in a previous game. They were about 3,000 damage average, as far as I remember. But this is really good.
Yeah, but the maps were more lent towards that as well, though, Mojo.
Yeah, they had a lot of mouse tanks, big and so on, and more city maps.
Yep, exactly. So that was a more difference to be made there. Good stuff for Oops. They're going to be our second team that qualified to the LAN finals, to the online playoffs. They're going to be joined by Ding and Kazna Crew, who already qualified, obviously, by taking spot number 1 and 2. So we have our 4 teams.
And all that remains is now one match that will be this time best of 9. That means who takes the 5 wins first. And they will determine who is playing against Ding or Kazna.
Mojo, let's take a look at how we got here. The bracket of today. 2 matches down, 1 to go. Explain what this means.
There we go. First matchup, 3rd against 6th team in the league. Gohard versus Esuba. Intel 7-1. We expected the victory of Gohard, but not in such fashion. This was such a blitzkrieg and a lesson to Esuba, honestly. Utopia, Oops, the second pair up here. Utopia being 4th and Oops being 5th. They played against each other. Oops won already, as we said. We thought it will happen, but I expected a closer match and not an opening of 5-0, that's for sure.
And then obviously the next match, Mojo, this means who plays against Ding, who plays against Kazna. The winner will play against Kazna Crew. The loser will play against Ding.
Ding being number 1, Kazna being number 2. The loser has to play against the higher rated team, which is Ding. But there is only 1 point between Ding and Kazna in the season.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter much, but perhaps there's a little bit of personal feeling for both these teams. But that was it for this match, Mojo. 1 more remains to determine the seeding. We'll give these teams a little bit of time to work out what to do for that one. When we come back, we'll have the seeding match. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to the Wargaming.net League Season 2 online playoffs. We know who's going to make it to the LAN finals here, but now we need to know who's going to play against who.
Yeah, it's gonna be I don't know how interesting match now because Oops already lost 3 times to Gohard, as far as I remember. 5-2, 5-2, and 5-1. It was never even close that much. But still, this is another ball play. Oops is looking a bit better now. They started 5-0 against Utopia. But Gohard really played strong against Esuba also, 7-1. A team they lost 2 times to. So, I don't know, both of these can actually take this.
Yeah.
It's just a matter how much serious are they taking this match in account.
Yeah, that depends on who the teams want to play against. But Mojo, I think it's fair to say we need to look one more time about how the teams got to this position, how they got here through this bracket, Mojo.
There we go, Gohard beating Esuba 7-1, as we already said. Here, now, that was not the result we expected. We expected Esuba will give quite a bigger fight there, but it didn't happen. Gohard was just too strong, even after making some of the massive mistakes in 1 or 2 rounds, like losing Zafar in that gun carrier on mines in the start of the game. Utopia fighting Oops didn't work out that well. Oops took them with a blitzkrieg 5-0 first couple of rounds. Then they struggled a bit, but still they came to the conclusion.
They came to the conclusion that they won 7-3, and now it's Gohard versus Oops in the decider match. This is no longer best of 13. This is best of 9 to determine the seeding. Obviously, Mojo, it's fair to say both these teams today looked a lot stronger than during some of their matches in the online season. I mean, both these teams played against teams they struggled against. Gohard played against Esuba. They struggled against them. Oops never had really clear victories against Utopia, lost the last match, but both of them came in very, very strong and took the match.
Yeah, as you said, like there was a lot of time to prepare for specifically one opponent. And Gohard and Oops are both more imaginative teams than their adversaries ever were during the league. New groundbreaking tactics usually would come from the guys like Gohard or Oops and so on. While Esuba and Utopia, you could say mainly they played some standard stuff. Utopia brought in some more mouse-heavy tanks than other guys, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's about that indeed. But Mojo, first up, Gohard, let's talk a little bit more about them. Let's look at their players one more time. Last match, it was Annihilator, but it's not just him in this team.
It was failure also really close, but so many guys had good games there. I mean, we pointed out also Zafar can be kind of a joker in their sleeve, but also a tragic guy, like when he died in mines in that gun carrier, allowed himself to get spotted so early. Still, they managed to win a round because, hey, he's also a tactician, so he was really free to kind of coordinate them very well.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty impressive how they managed to come back from that round. Interesting to see that this they did that. But yeah, Failware, today we didn't really see him top the sheets that much. I mean, it was Nile mostly. Failware was there.
It was Nile, but Failware was there on on post-match stats like third.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's really high. And I think he was still about 3,000 average damage.
There was a lot of heavies though in those games, so.
Yeah, but like Nile had maybe 3.2 average damage and he had like 3.
Didn't he have like 3.5?
That much?
I think it was that much.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but I think it was.
I think it was like 200 between two of those.
I think it was 3.5. I'm not sure about this. I'm just saying.
Well, we can check and see.
We can check later. It doesn't really matter. All that matters. Nile on top. Then there was a player from Esuba, I think. And then
Frolly.
Yeah, and then it was failware. Now, their opponents in this one, though, we saw them play very recently. It's going to be Oops. And Mojo, we keep pointing out Milos and Milan. Yet, in the last match, it was neither of those. It was Deja.
It was neither of those. It was Deja. Indeed, Deja had a day of his season here. And what a timing to do it so in a most important match for them in entire season so far. So going into the offlines means quite a lot to Oops because they already deleted one of competitors from the scene. Utopia team that has the same amount of grand final points as they do, 98. So qualifying is a really big deal for them. And also this match actually could be a big deal for them because if they make it to the finals of the season offline, they might actually make it through the grand final themselves.
Well, it's more likely for them to make it to grand finals than Gohard at this point because I think Oops is less than 50 points ahead of Gohard. So Gohard would have to do 2 places better than them. So if Gohard takes second and Oops takes fourth, it's Gohard. But if Oops takes second, or if Oops takes fourth, Gohard takes third, Oops go. Gohard needs to put 2 places above Oops at the LAN finals to make it.
I would like to see them both at grand finals, but I don't think it's possible.
Well, maybe Mojo, you never know. But for now, let's compare the 2 key players of this team against each other and see their statistics. Milan versus Annihilator.
Lovely picture here by Nile. Let's see this. Total highest damage in favor of Nile. Actually, there, I believe he played a mouse in that game. And there was one game specifically he played against Diplomat one-on-one, as far as I remember, and only the really bad RNG saved Diplo in that one. Much more kills here for Meland, as you can see, even though he played less rounds in those medium tanks.
Interesting thing between these two, in my opinion, is for Meland, most played tank is TVP. It's different than a lot of the MVP players we have.
I think he's the only one, actually, of those that has a TVP as most played tank, but he really played it a lot on a lot of maps, covering his team, and you can see it by average damage done, it's always there. Even in a match where he got split in half by Papapavian with Harty, even there he did damage.
Yeah, I mean, over 2k average damage is a lot throughout an entire season, and it's a very consistent play. Not taking anything away from Niall, of course, but Melan hitting over those 2k. I mean, we might see him show up in this match, perhaps Deja again, we don't know.
Well, it's a different kind of meta that is more evolved around the mouses, especially on any kind of maps that have city maps in themselves. But of course, we see them a lot on open maps like Steps, Prokhorovka, and so on. Mouses are everywhere now, man.
Mouses are everywhere. They're so quick, you didn't even see them coming.
Yeah, I mean, but they're really useful now. I mean, even in 7-on-7, you can imagine, like in Clan Wars, wherever you can leave them as an anchor somewhere, they can withhold a much bigger force of enemy and prevent them from rotating. You can use them as a cap pressuring tool. Someone can cap behind. You can use them as a battering ram. They can go in front. They can use their armor and really great DPM of a gun now. Because after the patch, when you put all the crew, like when you have Bia and all the loading skills, when you put a rammer, ventilation, you take a chocolate, it's 9.5 seconds for such a gun. That's brilliant.
Yeah, it is just an all-around amazing tank at this point in time. Now, Mojo, what is going to be crucial between these two is going to be the... You're leaving me hanging again.
Yeah, totally.
Maps, Mojo. The maps is crucial.
You think that's going to be crucial?
Of course, the maps are always crucial.
I'm just like, maybe who will be the better clicker, man? Maybe Insane will have a day like Papapavian.
No, Mojo.
It's not going to happen.
I don't think so. But let's take a look at those maps, though, Mojo, and see. First up, it's going to be Ghost Town. It's a really nice set of maps here, honestly. Ghost Town, Cliff, Steps, Mines. Can be a lot of action very quickly happening on all of those.
Yeah, all of these maps are kind of fast. Even if you take mouse in effect here, it's pretty certain we're not going to see a mouse on Cliff. I mean, we've seen it used once or twice, but it just doesn't work there. Ghost Town, yeah, for sure, we're going to see them there. Steps, I believe they can even choose to play fast setups, both teams, without them. So we are going to see how they choose to do that. And again, tiebreaker Steps. Now, this kind of makes a slight problem for us because they had to play it already tonight. So it was visible what they're doing. And
but Gohar played Steps as well, though.
Yeah, they played Steps also, and they won 2-0. So both of the teams had a bit time to judge each other, but Cliff was not played, I believe.
No, Cliff was not played. It was banned out between... Cliff was the sixth map between Gohard and the Suba.
And they never
we,
got
we
to play
didn't,
it.
we didn't get there, and it was banned out between Oops and Utopia.
And Ruinberg is out of the question because Oops doesn't want to face Gohard right there.
I wouldn't want to fight Gohard on that map either.
So this is something like a map pick we will see. It's going to be interesting to see what tanks they want to utilize here. Gohard, a highly brawl map. Not so many rotations, but instant cap pressures and really good crossfires are what is needed for this one. Last game, we've seen Gohard played it, and it was pretty nice for them.
Yeah, I mean, Ghostan is one of those maps, you know, at one point it always comes down to team coordination. Between players themselves, we should push here. Connecting their shots is also super crucial. It goes away from the tactical part and it goes more and more focused on the players individually, between themselves, and how they coordinate. You need perfect synergy to make this work.
Yeah, you need a really good coordination because you usually leave some tanks as a bait somewhere. Maybe you can leave a mouse as an anchor somewhere to play the hold down, and it's really crucial how are the other tanks covering the flanks so he doesn't get cornered or whatever. And if it's a cap pressure in the motion and you're a defending team, are you already rotating on time? Are you covering all the angles? Did you spot everything well as a guy rotating and so on? There is so many things that you need to coordinate and there is not much time to do it.
To be fair, I really liked Oops' Ghost Down as well against Utopia. I mean, it was
simple.
It was simple but effective, and they did know how to deal with certain things, such as a mouse in the cap. Algo climbing on that A8 position to counter that, for example, was very impressive. Milosh, the way he drove over that ramp and got himself stuck was also rather impressive.
I think that was the most impressive part of Ghost Down today, that's for sure.
It was brilliant. Please check that out. Milosh's driving skills, picobello.
On the point there. But also their focus fire when they were deleting the mouse tanks from Utopia was absolutely brilliant because in one moment camera was off and bam, one mouse was down. And like, what happened here? And then we were watching some other part of the map or Miloš getting stuck and another map is down. A little mouse, 3.2k HP, just gone.
Well, it just comes to show, you know, if you leave your mouses in a bad position, they are not invincible. If your players can connect those shots, and sometimes they'd rather go down quickly.
Rather, yes, but we are also talking about some players here from Utopia. I believe the highest block damage in the league is by one of them.
Yeah, on Prokhorovka when he got bounced by RTAP.
Twice.
Yeah, so...
Twice, 8,000 and something damage, but they didn't bounce much against Oops on Ghost Town, I can tell you that.
No. No, all around they didn't. Now, coming into this first map, who would you give the advantage to? Who do you think has the upper hand coming into Ghost Town?
By the games we have so far watched, Gohard does look like a stronger team to me. I mean, they were overall kind of better planned and had some better ideas what to do, but this is a specific kind of engagement. We don't know what is behind these teams, like what are they thinking, who would be their better opponent in the season finals. Maybe they don't want to go all out in a match like this that really doesn't matter 100% to them. Well, maybe they don't want to play Kazna, maybe they don't want to play Ding.
We'll have to find out, Mojo. They still have 2 weeks to prepare, but let's take a look at the first tank lineups between Oops and Gohard on Ghost Town. Okay.
Oh, very light and slim setup by Gohard, going with 5 mouses, 1 Bat Chatillon, and RU251 in attack. So that says usually, let's go forward and fight immediately, while Bachat and Ru will just provide a spot from their flanks. In defense, Oops, not much lighter with 4 mouse tanks and 1-1-3, and again, pretty much similar rotation force. The only difference being that 1-on-3 compared to mouse is going to be quite an engagement.
It's going to be quite an engagement, and it's going to be who can penetrate those shots better and can Oops out-rotate Gohard, because they have the more mobile setup here. But Gohard coming in, 5 mouses, Mojo. How do you deal with that?
With a better focus fire.
Just that?
Yes, and in couple of angles of a crossfire that you really need to provide it. So, but we've seen something like this played by Ding, I remember. I think they pushed with 5 mouses through the center first.
We've seen something like this from Utopia as well. 5 mouse, WWZ if you remember. So, yeah, and it was also a center push. Only not working out because they continue to push. So it's not uncommon to see this amount of mouses. It just kind of depends on what kind of play you go for, because obviously they can split up around the map, but they can also go for a straight push.
Yeah, I believe this is kind of a straight push situation. I mean, with mouse tanks, you don't really go toward the outer cap because the mouses are just too tall. And yeah, they have Ru and Bachat, so they can go and do that, while the other mouse tanks are trying to provide some cover for them. But I believe those can be decapped too easy, and I don't think they will risk something like that. It's not needed.
Nope.
They'll just go for fight.
You think they're just going to go for a fight, and you think Gohard has the upper hand. Let's find out if Mojo's prediction is correct. As we move into our first map, it's Ghost Town. But here we go, Oops versus Gohard, our first round between these two. Oops on the defense, Gohard on the attack, and so quick, Mojo.
So quick like a flash. A lightning is gonna strike there in the middle, but there we go. Zafar and Maga are actually going toward the open one cap that I said that will absolutely not be triggered, and they will absolutely not do the cap taxes. But here we go, they're doing exactly that.
Well, Zafar on the cap, Maga joining him very quickly here. 2 caps on that, 54 seconds remaining. Now the rest of the team rather slow coming behind. And what is Oops' reaction to this?
Go straight over them and kill them as fast as we can when we get there. And they're already breaking the houses, so they're going to try to kind of chase them away out of that capping circle. All 4 mouses are together in one big bunch, and they're still not spotted. That's quite an interesting fact.
Zafar and Maga, they're in trouble. They've got 2 more houses in between them and certain death, and the rest of the team not arriving just yet. That's the house gone. One more.
I think, Maga, you should already start driving.
Yeah. Maga trying to run now.
Running out of houses.
Takes 1 on the way. Doesn't take more though. Never mind that. Takes 2 more.
Oof. On 600 HP, important thing here is Algo and Camille are already in full speed closing in from the back of these Gohard tanks. They might actually make a huge difference in the game.
Yeah, but Gohard is not letting off the aggression. Melan is the first target for those mouses. Decha kinda caught in the open. Milosh can't do much from the back lines. Niall, Barry, and Phil are trying to trade here. They're a little bit, you know, they're waiting for the rest of their mouses, but they're doing a nice amount of damage here. Kamil actually got caught, and he has to fight against Kaizu. Kaizu can hold both these tanks by himself.
Yeah, he can pretty much lock them in here, especially since Maga doesn't have a commander and he cannot really expose himself. Kamil, 2 more shots, he's doing decent damage, and look at this. Coca-Collapse is on really low HP.
Coca-Collapse is no more, as he is the first one to fall for the side of Gohard, but these 3 mouses from Oops are kind of surrounded. Melan's going to be the first one to go down, but Oops is doing the damage. They're starting to win the trade ever so slightly. Milosh from the back lines still doing what he can in the 1-1-3. Decha comes up from behind, picks up Carrie Barry. Nihilator Failware removes Silence. It's still a 3-on-2 here. It's Failware and Nile versus 3 times from Oops.
Maga will end his clip, so he will be out of the battle very soon. Milosh, Insane, and Decha are dealing with these guys. Failware will play one-on-one against Decha, but it doesn't work that best for him.
No, it doesn't seem to work out very well as Insane comes around the corner, gives him a shot. Decha gonna look for the close here. Failware is completely stuck. Decha removes him from the game. Oops, now in the HP lead as well. Maga can't do much with just 2 shots remaining. He might be able to do them on towards Milosh. Doesn't connect the first, now has to back off. And Oops is winning this first round.
They're definitely winning it. Their mouse play, honestly, one-on-one is much better than of the Gohard guys. The focus fire they did was better, and they did play it 4-on-4 because Kaizu was left behind to watch their back, considering Maga lost so much HP. I don't know. I would prefer to see Maga on mouse and Failware maybe on Bachat.
Yeah, Kaiser really didn't get to do much in this game. I mean, he was stuck trying to fight against Algo and Kamil. Kamil now coming over with 3 shots. Algo from the other side. That's the Wolfpack we spoke about. Kaiser can't turn his turret. He might be able to get Algo. Nope, Algo in the scout just too quick. Kaizu is going to get Kamil though, but Algo should be able to close out the kill here. He does, and it's just 2 tanks remaining from Gohard, Maga, Zafarchik. Zafarchik gets Algo, but Insane, Milosh, enough HP to close the round.
So we have Maga, the blind guy, never mind, he's dead with the dead commander, and Zafar left on 1 shot here. So rather decent round for Oops here, with immediate engagement, good for us to watch. And look at the corpse of Failware here.
He tried to get into that house.
I know. He was just too fast. too fast.
Zafar now, obviously, trying to extend the time a little bit. Talk about the next round, what they're going to do.
I don't think there is a lot of high tactics involved at the moment here. So this is one of those matches where they didn't 100% have to prepare for, because they were focusing on the most important one, the first one, and the second one is just an optional. So I believe there is going to be a lot of simple tactics all over the place going on. Something basic that cannot be given away. They're certainly not going to throw away any kind of new tactics they might have hidden for the finals here.
Well, we'll see, Mojo. You never know. Deja might spot out so far. He does. Can get the connection on towards him. He gets it. Nice shot there from Deja.
Wow.
That's a nice one. 1-0 here in the favor of Oops. Showing one-on-one. They're better mouse players.
But mouse gun now, man, like you can snap with it so easy.
Because the reticle doesn't bloom.
Yeah, you even don't need... Yeah, it's a too slow tank and it's really pretty much solid all the time. And you don't even need a third shooting module. Like you can play with two easily and just put coated, as you said many times.
Yeah.
But on this map, I don't believe they need coated.
No, on this map you can use like... no, on this map you just use shooting equipment, really.
Yeah, there is no reason to put anything else. The map is just too small.
Yeah, I mean... Well, it was a good round from Oops, showing strength. And I think Camille and Algo actually stopped shooting at Kaizu at one point and just started putting shots into the back of Coca-Cola, which is probably one of the reasons
much
why
more
they won.
beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, kind of shooting a mouse from behind always works out a little bit better than shooting it from the front.
Especially when he's angling against you.
Yes.
Yeah. But still, even without that, I believe that Oops performed really well, because their focus fire was on point and they were panning their shells with mouse tanks much better than the Gohar guys. Which brings to question, did the Gohar guys practice enough with mouse tanks?
I think they played a lot of mouses during the season, so...
In this number?
Yeah, and Barry has the highest DPG on it on the server. But Niall coming out 4.8, but Mojo, look at who is number 2.
Deha again coming there, but Niall doing a really monster round also, so must commend him for that.
Both players continuing from their matches, you know. Maybe Niall and Deja will be top damage for their teams once more.
Well, after games like this, it's hard really to catch up to them. I mean, really constant play there, but 5 out of 7 guys are from Oops, and this is more than enough to bring them victory here by pure annihilating the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, not much to be done there. Then Barry, Collapse.
Zafar and Maga, perfect bait on a cap.
Yeah, Maga.
That's all they stay.
The house is just... Once all the mouse is shot, is the moment they should have run.
Once the first house is fell, they should have started running already.
I agree. I fully agree. I second that motion, Mojo. Yeah, that batch on never getting into the fight really costed them a lot, but Oops will be switching now towards the attacking side, go hard to defense. What do we expect to come out from both these teams coming into the next round?
Push into each other.
Push into each other once more?
Yeah.
I expect 9 Type 5 heavies.
You're doing Raya now.
Wow, that's just mean.
You're just doing Raya now. Imaginary friends.
Imagine maybe the spirit of Danny is still a little bit with Gohard, and I'll pick a Jagdpanzer and aim for weak spots.
Okay. 2 Jagdpanzers.
2 Jagdpanzers. Danny, the only guy to shoot the tracker 113 with heat.
Oh my god, how do you do that? Well, you can see it on our Pro League video.
But let's take a look at
how
the lineups.
not to do it.
Yeah, how not to do it. But 4 mouses against 3 mouses. AMX30 from Gohard. Pretty standard tactic.
Yeah, 4 mouses here from the Oops in attack, 113 and VZ. I think this is something they already played. They didn't even change from the last match. So they can pressure the cap immediately with those 2. They don't have to tiptoe around it. And they can just keep the corners with mouse tanks. Gohard, 3 mouse tanks and a lot of rotation. Prototype to keep like decap points maybe from up if needed. But we've seen these kind of lineups even work different. They can just push straight forward and start the fight.
Yeah, we'll find out if they do go for that option though, Mojo. And it doesn't seem like it. Oops on the attack, Gohard on the defense. Oops up 1-0 here. And looks fairly standard coming out from Gohard, Mojo.
Oh, there we go. Oops actually decided completely to ignore anything I say. And they're not going for 1 cap. They're just going to go from the lower side, which means we are looking for a fight.
Mojo, I think you should start predicting the opposite of what you want to predict. Because last round you said Gohard's not going to touch number 1 base.
Hey, look how it worked for them, man.
Yeah, but they still ignored what you said.
I know, but look at how will it work for Oops now. Let's see.
Let's find out. We'll see. Maybe it works brilliantly.
brilliantly, magnificent.
But look
play.
at this aggressive stance from Oops already, Mojo. Look at the J line.
Yeah, this is actually rather good for them because if they take over the J line, it's gonna be crucial. They have a crossfire on Kerry Berry and the guys there, but there is a couple of the guys from Go Hard already gathering. I believe they kind of too late realized they already lost the footing there.
Yeah, they've already lost one two-line. Barry, Maga, Phil are now on the run. 3 mouses from Oops in the middle area. Milos and Kamil are going to come from the side, and Oops has just the perfect overmatch here, Mojo.
And they have 3 mouse tanks coming here, but they're easy to shoot from the below. This is the real problem. Kamil, Milos, and the rest of the guys can shoot them straight in the back before the rest of the Gohar guys are even in a play.
Insane Silence. Mela now going to continue pushing, ignoring Coca-Cola. Annihilator is actually going to be the first focus for them. His lane's going to be not doing a lot of damage in this round. Look at the damage they're taking. Tanks from the front, tanks from the behind. These mouses are not going to last very long. Melan trying to block for as much as he can. He's a sacrificial lamb to the slaughter here as Annihilator goes down. Kaizu soon to follow. And what a play from Oops. Completely out-rotating Gohard in the beginning of the game here.
What a cluster fight here. Look at this. Kaizu sticking here on one shot. Never mind that. Maga is trying to do some damage here, but still we have 5 Gohar guys alive and 4 from Oops. But the HP advantage is quite on Oops' side.
The HP advantage is completely in favor of Oops. Yes, Gohard has 5 tanks, but now Oops will move as a giant ball of steel. Insane Silence gonna try and take out Coca-Cola from this game. Deja covering off against Failure. Failure once against Kamil. Deja needs to shield Kamil here. Kamil is safe so far. Nash collection from the side. Failure actually picks up Insane. And what looked like to be a good round for Oops is now getting swung in the favor of Gohard by the autoloaders.
This is a problem when you have a tanks like this because they're too slow to react and you can flag them too easily. Once the all faster tanks from Oops were deleted from the game, only mouse tanks stay and they cannot really chase around.
Silence dueling with Coca-Collapse. Coca-Collapse actually doing very well to hold on here. Carry Barry from the side, Maga from the other side. Failware coming from the front very soon. Deca nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Failware almost off of reloads, and that will be the end for his career in the mouse on Ghost Town as Failware picks him up. It is just Silence who's still in the 1v1 with Coca-Collapse, and the rest of Gohard closing in.
You know what, Aki?
Huh?
They should have went with what I said.
No.
Well, they lost the round.
Little miscommunication happened. Silence now dead as well towards Failware, and Gohard pick up the round 1-1. Oops had this, man. Let's be real. Oops had this. Just 1 or 2 mistakes happened.
Yeah. Things happen and then you lose a game.
I mean, that 1-2, the fact they took 1-2 line before Gohard did was very well, though. They took very long
it was
to kill
actually,
Nile
it
and
was
Kaizu.
rather well, and the focus fire in the start was okay, but they lost momentum. In one moment, didn't finish off the guns, and then the Clippers of Gohard came in, and that really did a number on them, because mouse tanks are okay when you have to fight a frontal enemy, but turning a turret around and entire tank, God forbid, it just doesn't work.
When Silence and Insane had to cross, I think losing Algo as well in that, was he playing tier 9 Batshot? I think he was. You want to keep that tank alive in this kind of fight.
He needs to keep a crossfire and cover their backs all the time.
You need that tier 9 alive to get that crossfire, and he didn't. And look at this, the Clippers from Gohard pretty much doing the work. But Mojo, look who's first.
Wow, Deha again there at the top, but Nile wasn't there because he was pretty much first one focused this time by the Oops guys. But then again, 5 guys from Gohard on the first page, Coca-Cola surviving till the very end there, and only 2 guys from Oops. Not enough for a cookie.
Not enough. Algo there, Mojo, highlighted him. This is why 260 only. He really came in at the wrong time, at the wrong place, at the wrong moment.
I believe he should have just stayed out to the fight and maybe sniped a couple of shots and just waited to see where the Clippers and do the damage on them.
Find a Clipper that's reloading after the initial fight. Kill him. Run away. Repeat. Again.
Yes, that's the only thing he can do as a solo Clipper tank of even lower tier.
I think he came into the fight trying to help his team and got quickly focused down by everybody from Gohard.
Yeah, which was a pretty much good choice by them.
Yeah, of course.
But obviously not so well for Oops, and we are standing at 1-1 result after Ghost Town.
Yep, showing that these teams are kind of even, at least in the beginning phase of this game. But this means now we are going into Cliff. This is an interesting one.
A map we didn't see today.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how both these teams work out here. A lot of bad shots.
Well, I hope we're going to see that and maybe an art in a prospect, but we've seen a couple of mistakes made by these guys, if you remember. In a match against the Suba, Gohard last time lost because they had a fewer number of tanks going around the lighthouse, and Suba just swooped them aside. So we're gonna see how it will work out this time. What will they do?
Let's take a look at the lineups and see, Mojo. It's a weird world when you are actually kind of happy to see this amount of bad shots come out.
Wow, it's rather strange. Actually, everyone was complaining, hey, too many bad shots, but what now? What to say now? Standard lineup in defense by Gohard, maybe only RU instead of usual tank that's used 49, but RU is better tank when you want to play on a long run for fast spotting, and also you can use this setup to just press the middle immediately.
Yeah, double E50 here from Oops. It's a very good ramming tank, Mojo, but also has quite an accurate gun.
And a lot of armor that goes with it, so bad shots can actually bounce some shells around it. But it has to be played rather aggressive, so it comes to effect.
We'll have to see what both these teams go for, Mojo. Remember, Oops knows how to climb somebody from the bottom side. Gohard
has struggled.
Struggles with it, yes.
Struggled is understatement.
Let's keep it at struggle, Mojo. All the other words are...
Failed 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not go there.
So, what are the predictions for E50 tanks? You need to push them into the forward line, more or less, to soak up the shells, and then the budgets need to take over as tier 10s and profit on it. It's just the question, how will Gohard actually choose to displace their tanks? Will they go for standard, slow defense, or they're just going to try to punch through Oops before they gain any momentum?
Not sure. We've seen Oops play this before, and we're going to have to see how it works out this time as we move into our second map, Cliff.
Cliff, the most dynamic map in the league. Battles on Cliff always turn into desperate double-edged fights. Teams start from the same spots as they do in standard battles. The first base is located near the defender's spawn point, and the second is at the bottom of the hill. Sometimes teams split their forces and send several tanks through the 1-2 line to the left of the small hill, but usually both teams play at the center. The attacking team can send one of the tanks up to the lighthouse or behind it. Fast and quick-firing vehicles are better suited for this map, mainly medium tanks, including tanks equipped with autoloaders.
Tanks equipped with autoloaders all round as Oops take on Gohard. Currently 1-to-1 Oops on the attack, Gohard on the defense, and Mojo. Oops very centers-minded.
As you said, they're going to try to utilize those E50s and go together with the team. Pressure into the Gohard if they're in the middle immediately. Gohard doing something very similar, very risky.
Gohard taking the 1-2 line very quickly. How do you think this is going to work out, Mojo?
I think Oops tanks will probably just hop over and try to kill Zafar while they're maintaining the corner against the Bachas there. And there we go.
I think Zafar is not going to last long this round as Insane comes over, already giving him the first shot. The rest of the Gohard tanks not in position to cover right now. He goes down. Zafar out of the game already. And what does Oops do now?
Ooh, Milos, he's really low. I mean, he's playing an E50 equivalent of a heavy tank on this game. Deha is covering him by his own HP. So they're trying to soak up as many shells they can. But look at this return fire. Kaizo is down. Already 2 guys from Gohard down and dead commander on failure.
Yeah, Mojo, and now Oops is starting to push forward. So let's listen in and hear how they're going to approach this one.
They're going for me. You have to help them.
Take it safe.
Get the reload and kill this. They are taking down. We need to do this. Go for these guys.
Anayo
Once we stand in the
speaking.
middle and this.
I can...
They have like 2 or few shells. Go for it.
Anayo -2.
I have 17 and I can push.
I will stay here.
Go, давай, with the tanks. Go, with all the bad shots.
I'm pushing from the
Milos, 10.
I have 4 shells.
I'm coming insane. I'm a lot of HP. I have 2 shells. I'm going in.
How many you need to spot this?
4, Milos.
Yes.
I killed the 1 shot.
I cannot.
Alright, let's
I'm
go.
going in. I'm going in. I'm going in.
Going! Get it, Benny!
Kill Fairware.
The TP.
Finish!
TVP.
I'm on reload.
TVP, shoot him. I'm on reload.
TP is
Why don't you
reloading,
have
it's
him?
fine.
I'm on reload.
TP is reloading.
Okay, finish him. Nice.
Very,
Manat, kill Kerbery.
It's fine.
Manat, I'm coming as well. To help.
Milos, let me be me back. Let me be me back.
It's okay.
Oh, you got him. Okay.
Yeah, Mojo, it's GG, it's fine.
It's GG, it's fine, it's the best description here. You can see the relief, it's fine. But okay, Annihilator left here pretty much alone to do the hard carry for his team. It's gonna be very hard, mate. But maybe a bit more damage for you.
Missing the first shot though. Might get 1 or 2 more, perhaps very quickly. It will be done for him. 666 HP.
Mighty
Number of the
Bachat
devil,
armor.
Mojo.
Mighty Bachat armor again.
Times 2. Maybe times no, third time.
Never mind that.
Never mind that. Oops. Pick up the first round here on the cliff. 2-1.
Yeah, rather aggressive play by them as we expected already. And I believe Gohar tried the same, maybe to get them in engagement on that 1-2 line down. But Oops just chose, I wouldn't even call it a peasant way. Just go, you know, YOLO in the middle, and that's it.
Kaizu really overextending there in that center and that 1-2 line, actually. I mean, against 2 E50s. Really wanted that kill on Milos.
Yeah, they almost took him down, but Deha covered him really well and bounced some shells in his
And then Kaizu overextended.
And those E50s definitely paid off.
Yeah, I mean, question is how much did they block both of them, Mojo? You see, these questions are asked to Mr. Mojo. But let's take a look at the stats in the meantime and see where the damage came from for the side of Oops. Actually, Milos, top damage after going down towards the one-shot.
Milos bounced almost 1600 damage there, but Deha only one shot.
Yeah, but Milos bounced 1600.
Yep, that's pretty much almost entire clip by one Bachat soaked in. And then he still did top damage.
But look at Deha, Mojo, like only 600 below.
Yeah, I mean, those tanks really paid in this kind of the game. There is a 3 Gohar players high up there. But then again, when you have a close game by the first page, second page pretty much decides what's happening.
Yeah, second page, not that pretty for Gohar. Kaizu, Maga.
3 guys below 1k.
Yeah.
It's quite low.
Especially Zafar was just left alone, and Oops was like, well...
Maybe they should have left Malen with TVP in this game instead of Bachat and just let him snipe. He would do probably triple this damage minimum.
Zafar kind of left alone there. It was like nice snack for Insane.
Snack.
Petite baguette.
Yeah, so not working really well here in this game for Gohar, but still they will have kind of a second chance on their own attack now on Cliff.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised these teams go blow for blow until the tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of expecting really fast lineups on most maps, so they can just go engage each other and see who will prevail without too much high tactics or whatever kind of plays like that.
Mojo, the best tactic is the simplest one.
When it works, yes.
Exactly. So it's still a high tactic then.
Yeah, and you can just forget about everything else. Well, let's see the lineups.
Exactly like that. Now, lineups. That T49 you spoke about, Mojo, coming in for the side of Oops, and go with that Object 430 version 2.
Yeah, Oops playing something old standard with that 14.9 that usually monitors the lower path, unless you, of course, just choose to push the middle with all tanks here and take the small gun on it instead of on a big derp. And Gohar playing with tier 9 Bachat and 430, something bigger for rotation, and 430 can be used to cap.
Something that Navi used very well. I mean, we see him use that a lot. Anatoly's playing that one, so perhaps similar start like that. He can go under that ramp in the F4 position, Mojo, perhaps is where the Object 430 could work out very well. But let's get into the start of this game and find out what is going to happen. Oops on 2, Gohard on 1, Oops on the defense, Gohard on the attack.
Zafarchik in his tier 9, he's the only guy spotting the lower side here to get some info on movements from the Oops, while the other guys are just going around the lighthouse as fast as they can, as far as I can see. I mean, that's something that cost in the game against the Suba because they didn't send enough forces there. But Oops is going all in with all the tanks, all guys on the middle, only mainland in TVP covering them.
Kamil monitoring the downside there against Zafarchik. So far, Oops taking an aggressive stance in the beginning, but no damage traded yet.
No, they didn't engage really, and Mayland was behind to see only if someone will actually cross from right to the left side, because that's when he can do almost the entire clip. Really fast climb coming in here from the Gohar guys. It actually might put him in a decent position. Mayland is going to his standard A5, upper elevated position, and these guys will just try to go around the corner and see can they catch off someone for free.
They're just trying to watch if somebody from Oops is going to climb, because they can counter that if he does.
Yeah, but they can also just, when there is guys close to the top of the hill, they can just go around the corner and see can they catch up someone who is maybe left behind. It's a couple of teams made such mistakes, like Kazna as example.
Yeah, Haiba, I remember it very, very well.
Yeah, not once but twice, as far as I remember.
But Gohard has taken the top of the hill now, so that works in their favor. But now, where do they progress from here? Because Oops has taken the obvious positions.
Well, they're going to try to create crossfire now, so they will probably push with these mediums toward the 2 cap and try to get a shot on these people that are on this side of the hill, like Algo and so on.
Mojo, why do you think that nobody from Oops went straight on the hill? Why are they completely giving it up? Well, Insane, as I say that, drives up on the hill.
Yes. They believe there will be probably a faster fight here with Gohard, so they were just kind of sticking together. But I don't know why didn't they climb anyone from the start. They had a good coverage of the map, so they would know that there is no one on 1-2 line. And there is no one to shoot, Insane. They were maybe afraid that with this number of clippers, there is a couple of the guys from the Gohard sitting down on G2, and that someone will just spot if someone is climbing, and that would be automatic deleting of that tank. Because we've seen it a couple of times done. It's in the draw range, and you do have the angles to do it. Gohard knew to stay and do that a couple of times.
Algo is still playing this ramp area over here. Zafar still in the base right now. It's just all a matter of time. Time cures everything, Mojo. Time heals all wounds.
Even the one made by time itself.
Yes.
If you say so. Slow game here by Gohard and Oops. I was actually expecting something a bit faster, but it does look like they are playing cat and mouse game here. Insane can play a bit more free on that top of the hill because Gohard does not have an RT piece who can dig him out easily. That means that tanks actually have to go in position to shoot him, and then he will be well covered by guys like Mailand, Deha, and so on. So it all evolves around this guy. I guess he will try to climb up and provoke some shells up, and then the Butchers will just go. It does look like they don't want to wait for him, and they're just trying to peek on their own.
Now just going a little bit more aggressive. Got spotted out. That's probably by Steelance, who's playing in front of him in the rock. Does not have a shot on towards Insane right now.
I don't think he can until he goes to the next hole. But if he does go there, he will take 1 or 2 shots for sure. Silons is playing really careful. He's not trying to shoot anyone from here. He's just spotting so far. And the main shooter will be always Mailand in this situation.
So what is the final move here going to be for Gohard?
They don't have much options here. I mean, they can press really hard on that one side and try to dig out Silons and snipe Mailand from the top of the hill. If they lose too many shells blind shooting Mailand, they can face themselves going against the counter-attack of Oops, which they don't want to. See, you can see they're going back in the circles. I believe they will just push around the 2-cap and try to pincer. Having tanks on the hill, shooting with them, and shooting the tanks on the hill by the guys behind.
They don't seem quite sure about what they want to do. Maga, Barry playing, how do you say it? Like you tick the other person and then you run away until he ticks you?
Oh, this is like, I don't know, when you go with girlfriend and she's shopping for shoes.
No, you just sit outside and wait.
Well, that's what we're doing. We are sitting outside and waiting to see what will they do. Maga and Kerryberry finally chose to go around, and they will probably join Zafar and push from the 1-2 line, but we can see already that Oops has tanks positioned to deal with that. Deha is already waiting together with Camille and watching carefully so they don't get out-rotated.
It does look like they have enough of a crossfire in that position to be able to withstand the pressure Gohard will put on towards them. Camille, Milos, Deha, even Mailand from the back line.
The question is, like, Nile is here really long time alone. So that's fine, because they want to make an image that there is many of Gohard tanks on this side, which was the situation. But it took them really long to rotate over 1-2 line. And Oops might realize there is something really, really wrong, because Gohard is not the kind of team who will leave one guy so much alone like Nile without doing anything on another part of the map.
Well, we'll have to find out, because the 1-2 line push is coming out very, very soon. At least that's what it looks like.
Well, it's that, or they're trying to kill Algo from down, but it's already 3.5 minutes till the end. So we are quite deep in the game. The time is kind of ticking away, and you cannot really dig out Oops tanks if you don't commit.
Yeah, that's true. Algo playing it very safe as well. Already took a shot at one point, but right now...
One shot for both 6 minutes almost. That's a good trade.
That's a good trade in my book. Deha is now falling back though. And Mojo, I don't think we'll get a better moment in time than to listen to Gohart and see how they're going to try and close out this round.
One.
Chase?
Могу
Finish
за
with
ним
nine.
ехать.
Who can finish with nine, guys?
Ты едешь, нет?
Я не смогу один забрать.
Nice.
I can't.
Alga minus
TVP
1.
minus 2 from the... From here, minus 3. Can we play aggressive here? TVP minus 3.
Can you push Pinze, no?
Там этот Милош
If they
раздаст
have no one,
много.
we can, why not?
Если мы
Yeah,
справа
yeah,
поедем, от
Давай,
Милоша...
давай.
I'll play around
behind as well.
They're pushing, they're
TVP
pushing.
about 15 seconds. I'll play from the 9 guys.
We go back, Fabio, we go back.
Nice.
Nice.
Меня бат убивает.
Бля, ты...
I can shoot it.
One reload.
Я на КД тоже.
Мага, надо отъезжать, да, там сейчас 49 еще выйдет. Мага, отъезжай быстрее, делай.
Еду.
I can try and shoot this guy in the back. Can I shoot him in the back?
I don't know, Silence is on
No,
reload.
this
This
guy,
guy.
this guy, I think. You can push him, no?
No, TVP will shoot. But can I shoot Algo in the back? Пиздец.
I don't
Нахуй
know.
мы сюда
Yes,
заезжаем
you
каждый
can.
раз,
Maybe.
встречу кончим.
Sit down. Push sit down later.
Batched will go,
I
guys.
can't push him though,
Need to prepare
TVP
on
will
the
just
middle.
clip.
Can we play aggressively, guys? They push us. Need to
you
finish.
finish?
Yes.
He's one shot, I'll go finish.
No, you kill?
For 30, need to play here if you can. Ты его разбиваешь, но то похоже на нас.
Он минус 1.
TVP shooting. Minus 2.
Guys, you kill Algo?
Alga reload.
Guys, need
We'll go
push
to the
here.
others.
I'll go shot me one.
Just finish.
Davidovic,
Going
Davidovic.
here, going here instantly, guys.
TVP was minus 3 as well.
TVP minus 1.
Going here.
TVP KD. TVP is KD.
1.3, yeah.
You want me to push in or what? I have 4,
Plus 3.
but I'm low HP, so I can't push.
Yeah, wait guys, guys.
15 seconds.
Spotted.
He has a shot. Nice. Dash
Um,
minus 1. 1400.
How much below? How much below?
1 minute. Has a clip. 5.
I just
Oh,
go
you
proxy him,
go
I go proxy him.
Okay.
He
I'll
cannot
go
shoot, he
look.
cannot shoot like this.
Okay,
Yes,
guys,
yes,
you need to finish someone because it's 1 minute, you can't just stay. Minus 1 batch, this batch. Guys, can we just go and can finish 49 now?
Они сейчас разъедутся.
I can control,
Yeah,
I can control these guys, I can just need to go.
We need...
Someone
Someone
control
control
the
two
couch.
tanks.
Guys, need to do it fast, hello.
Могу на
50
захват?
seconds.
Barry is going for T49.
He fired.
Wait, better
I
finish,
should
better
kill.
finish.
Yeah, I should kill.
Mega, can you come to cap?
No, wait, try and control this guy. You can shoot.
Maybe.
Can you aim? Oh, okay.
Dara pushing.
I survive.
I'll try and shoot.
Milosh in the back.
I do 1 on 49. Okay, no.
No, I
Better
can.
finish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have 3 shots left.
I can shoot
Дехай
Milosh.
помочь. I can support with Деха.
Yeah,
Minus
we
1
just
decker.
boost to the Milosh now, and Nile need going to...
Need to spot the
here.
TVP, man, need to spot the TVP.
И дроп.
You drop, guys, need to finish.
TVP spotted.
TVP spotted. Guys. Oh, you
Hmm.
can't kill him. Oh, that's-
Minus 2 TVP.
So watch.
Mojo, oops, seemed in trouble at one point, but kept control. Especially Melan staying alive for that long. Really won them the round, and time's gonna run out.
We pointed out Mayland is a really trusty red line sniper here. You can always trust to really connect and survive, and so he does, deliver the damage as needed.
Yeah, Gohart took too long to make their move, and then had to commit everywhere.
If they did it earlier, like minute or two earlier, they would be able to rotate a bit, like to reload at least once more and play a slower game at the end, which would probably bring them to victory because they had more guns, they did a good execution.
I mean, yeah, if they had more time, they could have sent somebody to go spot the TVP, everybody else aim, kill TVP.
Or kill everyone else except him and then we deal with him later.
Yeah,
So that's always a possibility. But like this, Mayland third, Deha again in a top a second, and Milosh in Bachat first. That's unusual one.
Unusual. Must have been a stroke of magnificent luck.
Yeah, but still, it does leave us with a quite nice result here for Oops.
Yeah, 3-1. But it doesn't seem like either of these teams really want to play against Ding, Mojo.
Yeah, actually they are fighting quite seriously.
It doesn't seem like either of them is like, no, we'll go for Kazna crew.
I believe both of them think they have a better chance with Kazna, but that remains to be seen in the season finals. We're not going to worry about that. Insane, a brilliant damage, 15 with 3 shots of Bachat. How do you do that?
How did he not
Sound
even
rammed
connect
him
one?
again.
Yeah, but how did he not connect a single shot?
I don't know.
He got pushed.
Probably, and that's when he did damage when someone kicked him.
Interesting, Mojo. Interesting.
I remember on a previous match he did like
Yeah.
75 in one game like
Yeah,
that.
75.
Yeah, well, you can. Never mind. You won the game, man. So it's all that counts.
Yeah, they did win the game, Mojo. You got that right.
Thank you very
Nice,
much.
Mojo. Nice observation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Be nice. Watch there.
Now, Steps is going to come out as our third map between these two. We have seen Oops play it. We have seen Gohard play it. Between the two, who do you think played it better?
In these games we watched, I mean, I really like the aggression that Oops did in the last game against Utopia, but overall Gohard still looked a bit better.
Really? Okay. Yeah, especially because Oops had that one throwaway round almost
Yes.
on their defense.
I mean, Gohard, remember how Failware nicely, smoothly climbed up and everything.
Kamil was not able to repeat the performance.
Yes. Actually, Algo failed on the other side. Kamil was much slower on this side, so I don't know. I believe that Gohard has slight advantage there.
Who's defending first?
Gohard.
Gohard defending first. Okay, at least they got that going for them, I'd say, to make it 3-2 at the least. Because 4-1 is, again, one of the score lines where it's like kind of done and dusted.
Will Oops be brave enough to just push the same side again? Full speed. YOLO, they will never guess it.
They'll play the mind game on Gohard. So Gohard won't think they'll do the same thing. So Oops will be like, we'll do the same thing.
Yeah,
But then
never
Gohard,
guess it.
then Oops plays the double mind game and they're like, they won't think we do the same thing. But then again, they might, so let's push the other side.
That's double mind gaming on yourself, actually.
Yeah, it is. And that's usually how it goes. Let's take a look at the lineups and see though. Oops, not changing anything. Gohard, not changing anything.
This is identical lineup by both teams as far as I remember how they played it.
Yeah.
It's going to be rather interesting to see what kind of mind play are they going to do on each other.
Both of them will not play a mind game and just play the same. And they won't see each other until 2 minutes in the game.
Well, full speed YOLO in the middle, mouse. Mouse spots the map.
Okay, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, best defense ever.
I don't think it's going to go like that, but...
I don't think either. I mean, with this kind of lineup, it's going to be kind of a throw if it's done. But never mind that. Milos versus Coca-Collapse, a heavy tank players. Interesting, but some of this actually goes in the favor of Coca-Collapse.
Yeah.
At least in average.
Average damage in favor of Coca-Cola's, but penetration ratio heavily in favor of Milos. Those 6% can make a big, big difference.
Nicely done there, but still, Milos has a better penetration ratio. And I believe Milos was placed in a really weird situation with his tanks many times over. And he still did and perform.
Well, Mojo, let's find out if he gets placed in weird places this time. As we move into our next map, it's going to be Steps. So here we go. Oops lead 3-1 over Gohard. Gohard on the defense. Oops on the attack. And Gohard did change it up from last time, Mojo.
And they're definitely not doing the same, while Oops is still pressing toward them in a really great speed. Insane is doing the spot on the other side, and he will see Zafarchik spotting so aggressive. He should know something is at play.
Yeah, Decha spotting out Zafarchik over there, who's going super aggressive. Decha getting spotted out.
They're waiting for failure there, you can see that.
Yeah, but failure is not going. So now we'll have to see how these tactics from both these teams play out without initial aggression.
I wonder will Zafar actually try to go up now together with failure, or they're just gonna leave him with the Bachat up alone, while Zafar will do some more deep spotting. Remains to be seen. Oops is very aggressive toward the one cap, but they know they cannot really trigger it. Also, that STRV, he can be a really big pain for them.
Especially because of the reload. In Siege mode plus binoculars, yes. He got spotted out now.
Already.
But Algo loses his commander for this.
Oh, does he have a medic like a lot? Yeah, there you go.
Good.
You remember in the start of the season, no one was taking medics, and they were all playing without commander for like half of the match or more, because usually the first thing that gets killed in a budget is commander.
Yeah, and you know, with the new consumable mechanics that might come out, we'll see more of that.
Yeah, but then it will make perfect sense, because that medic can cure you up several times in a row.
Yep. Neither getting spotted out again. He wants to spot in the SDRV because he probably has binos, but he can't right now. He's a very hard tank to hit though for RT as well.
Let's see, Milos playing hold down here from the middle while they're trying to establish dominance with the Bachats on the upper part of the map. But still, not much info for them. Silence is watching the back of the map for them, so he's trying to provide some cover while they're pressuring the cap. This is needed because when you have one tank less, like Oops does, playing with RT, you need to have someone on elevated positions who can deal with multiple tanks.
You have to see, though, if the tanks from Gohard are going to get in position to perhaps counter Silence. We have seen Oops do it, for example.
We've seen it done before, so we know it can be done, but it's not really easy because Silence is actually not... you remember Dani was playing these positions, but he was not even watching this way. He was not expecting it, so Silence is actually covering.
Well, the tanks from Gohard are now starting to close as the cap gets started for Oops. Let's see if this is expected. Let's see if Gohard can read the game at this point in time. I don't know where Barry's looking.
Well, the cap is on and they still need to decide what to do. They spotted Milos in the middle. They should guess that there is a Bachat up, and that actually might make Milos vulnerable for a push by them.
Well, Zafarchik still didn't find Silence. He will see him soon. TM, I think. But now Barry, Maga, getting spotted out though because of Algo. Milos should go safe. Algo missing a lot of shots though, Mojo. On reload as well.
And he's on reload. This is the worst timing for that. So Milos might pick up one shell on these guys, but can Silence even cover him? Can he help him? Algo is trying to rotate from that side to get some better angled shots. But let's see, the other tanks of Gohard should also press in and cover their Bachats.
Well, here come the tanks from Oops though. Maga feels the pain, goes down towards the one-shot, but Melan isn't faring much better. Neither is Kamil. Now the tanks are trapped though. There's two Bachats, Maga, Barry. Melan picks up Maga, Barry versus Milos. Decha goes low as well though. That's not one here. Even if Barry goes down, they have traded a lot of HP for this.
Still, this is a two Bachats down, and the Oops will still play with 7 guys if Melan survives. Of course, never mind, Kavil is dead. So 2 full Bachats are dead for the loss of Kamil and most of HP on Decha, Melan or half. Zafar is on low HP, but Algo might actually pick him up.
Algo
This is
peeks
gonna be
around the
important.
corner, does one shot. Zafar will survive though, I think.
But Kaizu is now here on reload and Milos is closing in. This is not looking good for Gohard at all. I mean, Oops is actually less in HP, but I believe they have the upper hand at the moment.
Kaizu is that E50M though, Mojo. He doesn't need much HP to survive. Milos trying to get an angle here.
Coca-Cola is getting close to him.
Ooh, nice connection there from Kaizu. Milos wasn't looking.
If Insane wants to do a good connection by Arti, now is the time.
Kaizu might get the kill on Milos. Nope, but Coca-Cola is coming closer though. Kaizu still alive, gets ammo-racked actually. It's going to be annoying for that E50M without an ammo-rack, but Coca-Cola is starting to close the distance and Nile is already in the vicinity as well to cover. I don't think this is going to go well for Oops. They lose Milos. Yes, the RT shot comes out. Melan trading damage though. He loses his gun as well. Algo coming in off of reload. I don't think this is working for Oops.
They need to pick up both Kaizu and Zafar here and then find a way to deal with failure. Because then they can play as they want with Coca-Cola and Nile. It doesn't matter the HP, they're just not going to win the game if the spotters are dead.
Silence gonna try to push failware here. He probably will get the kill. Takes a shot though from Annihilator, and that's the thing. This STRV is now in the prime position. Zafar from this side. Nile still connecting those shots from E7. He just needs to be careful from RT. This is a beautiful crossfire here from Gohard, and failware actually managed to get around the corner, but Coca collapses on fire. Luckily enough, the RT shot just about missing. But he's a dead engine. Zafar gets Algo. Silence gets Zafar in return, but it's still Gohard's round.
They are 1 KHP in advantage here, and if Coca-Cola gets around this corner finally, he will win them the round. But Nile is the guy with most HP. They have, oh my dear God, I think they will actually pick up Coca-Cola here, and that's gonna be disaster for Gohard.
They did pick up Coca-Cola. Now it's Annihilator and Failware against 4 tanks from Oops. Annihilator's in siege mode, Insane's reloaded. Needs to be careful in this STRV.
He's gonna get a shell in a second, and there we go, he has it. And when STRV gets spotted, it's gonna be a problem. You can see the slow motion of Nile is because he is in a siege mode, so he could shoot instantly. He's spotted. Connection in, but let's see, Insane should respond.
Insane should respond indeed. Nile's going out of siege mode. Insane still looking.
Oh, he missed.
No, that wasn't Insane. Insane still has a shot available.
Oh yeah, who was there then?
Well, they have a third batch on Mojo. Decha.
Ah, he's hiding on that side of the map, protecting his faithful leader.
Fateful leader. But now they can play around, though. They have 3 batch shots and an RT. How do they play it?
But that's a really cat and mouse play at the moment because they have everyone on one shot and Nile can still play with some HP. That's why Failware cannot play any kind of offensive position. He cannot allow himself to get spotted and killed before any of these guys. That's crucial. Like if Failware picks up one of these butt shots, he will win them a game. If Failware dies and he doesn't kill anyone, Nile cannot win it alone.
Decha has joined into the capital. Failware.
Silence is in reload.
Yeah. Failware could possibly go into the bushes on A5 though, Mojo, if he is feeling risky. If he's feeling lucky tonight.
Yeah, but can he even spot the budget standing there? There you go. 3 guys are going to join the cap. That's rather risky there, especially since Silence doesn't have a shell.
The thing is though, cannot Annihilator just drive straight forward into B5
I think
spot
that's
and Failware
their
shoot?
plan. I think that's their plan. Like that's what Failware is waiting for all the time. But look at this. This is super aggressive spot by Silence here. He's covered by this bush very well, and he will see them rather early.
Yeah, but Annihilator already spots out Silence. He should get into siege mode very quickly. Annihilator actually shooting on the move. RT comes out. -1k for Annihilator. He's actually tracked towards the side. And Sane's going to go down here. But now they need to close out the kill. Decha goes down. Silence isn't going to fare much better. And Meylan is still out of the fight. Annihilator slowly pushing up in siege mode. Meylan has to be the key player now. Meylan gets one shot from the side. Can he pick up Annihilator? Yes, he can. It's a 1-on-1. Meylan versus Failware. 1 minute and 25 seconds. Meylan is spotted though, but he knows where Failware is.
And he has 2 shells. Failware 2 shells. Both on one shot.
Run, Forest!
But run, Failware, run.
Oh, he's going to play it sneaky. He's going to play in the bush. Failware. Oh, Meylan, does he know? Meylan thinks he's running. Failware will get it, Mojo.
It does look like that. He's a careful dog here. What a game.
Meylan. He seems to have a grasp.
60 seconds to go, but he still knows. Failware still knows where he is. And he has the advantage because he's already aiming. There we go.
Oh, and Failware closes it out. What a sneaky play, in essence, working out there in the end.
Nerves of steel on Failware there, bringing the victory to his team. That RT shot in the end almost won them the round. 1k on STRV, split him in half, man.
Yeah. Luckily enough for Failware, the 1-on-1, Meylan didn't have the time to work with.
Yeah, I mean 3-2 here, rather close game, closer than one would expect. I mean, after one part of the engagement, Oops managed to really drop the HP of Gohard very well. Like it was really brutal in the middle when they lost the 2 butt shots. But Gohard managed to come back in the game and make even a huge advantage. I mean, especially like the crossfire coming in between Nile and, if you remember, Zafarchik. Yeah, when they were protecting the Failware. And that was actually the crucial move in the game because he survived on that one shot and brought them victory.
Also, the crossfire between Nile and Failware in the end was very crucial. That was brilliant. Insane and the RT almost bringing it back for his team. Kaiser in the E50M actually doing a tremendous amount of damage, especially also because he got amracked at one point.
Yeah, but it was already toward the end and he got pretty much deleted after that. Still, impressive damage and a really close round. I mean, it's not really often that you see that only 2 guys from the winning team are on the first page.
Yeah, and especially you don't see a lot of rounds where it's a 1v1 with both players being on the one shot.
Yeah, that's also so true.
But Decha still consistently in that top 7. Nile here doing 2k as well. Kamil, Maga, Milosh really not doing too much in that round. He even got caught off guard by Kaiser, if you remember. Looking away, Kaiser peeking at the time, giving him that connection.
He was just in a bad position there in the middle. I mean, you don't know even where to watch.
Oops traded a lot of HP though to get those kills onto Barry, and I think it was Maga the second player.
Maga did 0 damage, so he was on.
Traded so much HP for that though.
I believe it was worth it because it gave advantage to Oops, like something to use to move over the map. The critical moment was when Silence was actually chasing and trying to kill Failware, and Failware ran away on that one shot, and then Silence himself went in a crossfire from Gohard players and lost so much HP.
It was pretty much full at that point in time as well.
So that's the moment. If he actually connected that one shot, it would be their game. It just didn't happen.
Shoulda,
woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Now, second round on steps. Going to come out very soon. Who are you going to give this one to?
I need to see the tank picks for that.
Well, let's take a look at them then. And then I'll ask you again. Should be able to blind predict, Mojo.
I left my ball at home, man. The crystal one.
Okay, Mojo. Whatever you say, man.
Let's see. Defense here for Oops with 1-1-3s and Bachat's kind of standard RTPs from Gohard in attack with IS-7. I kind of like Gohard setup more. I mean, it's very standard from Oops and it's required from them to play it super aggressive. But if you remember, they played the same the last time and that one shell by Papa Pavian pretty much costed them around immediately. 1900 damage on Milos.
Perhaps Algo will be able to climb this time though, Mojo.
You never know.
Wow, are you jinxing Algo?
Are you?
No, you have no faith in him. Because you're saying, you know, you have no faith in him, Mojo. If you had faith, you'd say, Algo, my boy, he would always make it. No problem for him in that RU251. And also, Zafarchik isn't Papa Pavian.
Well, we will see about that, that's for sure. But Zafarchik can surprise us in many ways. Sometimes just getting spotted and shot, sometimes just being like this. I believe that the Gohard lineup is just stronger because if you manage to position that IS-7 and back him up with the mouse tank, you have a really good anchor toward the enemy. And then Oops has to rely on penning every possible shell.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Oops could play it out differently from last time as well. It depends what both these teams go for. Gohard doesn't even have to go to that number 2 base, you know?
But let's see what will they try to do. Gohard is actually going toward the 2 cap. And yeah, they're going to play that because, I mean, playing toward 1 with this kind of lineup is super risk.
Let's see if Algo can make the climb today. Let's see. Algo lines it up. No.
Oh my god.
Well, RT will have seen those 3s fall though if he was looking.
Yeah, but he was moving. So it doesn't really matter. Kamil is actually climbing here on this side again. Rather slowly. Not failware style. Oops, he has really huge problems with gravity.
It's because of the long neck, you know?
You think so?
Yeah.
They get busy. They get busy on
Gravity has a different impact on them than most other players.
I'll go strike 2.
Strike 2.
Looks better.
Yes.
And there we go.
If somebody went super aggressive, Algo would be dead right now, though.
Yeah, but they're taking really slow approach there. So there we go. After some struggle, Oops guys actually have the elevated ground, so they are covering the both caps like that. So that gives them some leverage. Still, there is quite a lot of armor and HP in Gohard to choose from.
Yeah. Well, very reminiscent of how Utopia played it. They're going to be waiting for the mouse to get into position and then move up behind him. So it's going to be a little while before Gohard actually gets towards that cap.
Really slow approach here by Gohard.
Yeah, super slow. Have to wait for the mouse, obviously. Oops, content to just sit and wait for the tanks from Gohard to get into position. Again, it's going to cost them a lot of time. Coca Collapse is now getting towards that cap, though. Algo is boosting. We'll have to see how Zafarchik, if it is going to be Zafarchik to deal with him. Perhaps if Coca Collapse is on the cap, he won't even care because all in all, it's a mouse in the cap, you know. It's a little bit different than an IS-7 or such that might be capping. RU251 against the mouse doesn't work that well. It works against IS-7, but mouse, it's a completely different story. Oops, now starting to rotate back though. Insane Silence backing off, realizing Gohard is going to go for that Eastern play. Coca Collapse getting spotted out again. Wonder if he's going to go alone into the cap or the IS-7 is actually going to join him. That is the question, if it is going to be in case of that. So far, so good though for the boys of Gohard. Taking it slow and steady. How much is the RU going to be able to do against this mouse?
Well, mouse will approach and he will check some damage there. We know that's his purpose. The point is, how will they trigger the cap? I mean, I7 and a mouse themselves. Will they both go in a cap or it will be just an I7 and mouse just covering him? That's going to be the critical question. Also, we already have Algo up. So if he plays careful this time, he can just position himself not to do greedy damage, but just decap when it's needed.
Well, Coca Collapse starts scraping here against the rock. Is getting spotted out. Knows Algo probably up there. Some side scraping.
4 minutes in, that's not too much. There is no RT here for Oops, so he can do whatever he wants with that mouse. He just needs to see. Oof, oof, oof. But there is.
Nah, no, that's too slow.
Yeah, that's what I say. But let's see. They're trying to put that i7 undamaged on the cap. That's why Coca-Cola is doing so much ballet dancing around. And here we go. Snapshot coming in by mouse. Old trusty gun. Coca-Cola enters the cap. And I believe i7 will be soon to follow.
German engineering never fails you, Mojo.
Yeah, except in mud.
Steps is a very dry map, Mojo.
Depends, man. Like most of the German tanks are actually so well engineered that they had to leave them behind. They were too heavy to drag them to repairs.
But still, German engineering.
Yeah, but the Russian had the best engineering. You kick it and it works, man.
Uh-huh.
And then you pour some vodka in and you drive.
Somehow doubt that's exactly how it went, Mojo, but we'll trust you for it. You were probably still alive around that time.
Pretty much, man.
You knew that one was going to come out. Coca-Cola going very aggressive, though. Failware constantly looking towards Algo, trying to counter him if he's going to try to shoot at Coca-Cola.
I never drove a tank, actually, but I've driven some Lada, and it's the same principle. Ooh, nice splash here on Milos. Taking out his driver, I don't believe he has a repair. I mean, medic on 113, so that's gonna go with him for the rest of the game. Not the greatest game on steps here for Milos.
What is Oops doing, Mojo? They're just driving around, taking damage everywhere.
I don't know, man. It's time to get shot, I guess. Coca-Cola playing the cooldown here. It's not much you can do against the mouse when he goes and plays like that.
What is happening? Milos taking damage, Deja taking damage, M40 chiming in from time to time. Oops is just draining away the HP they have.
Badly.
Badly. Really badly, actually.
1500 damage advantage here for Gohard. They are effectively controlling all the positions they need, and the only joker that Oops actually has it in their sleeve at the moment is Algo, who can decap at some point. But there we go. He is spotted because he is shooting a mouse.
Yeah, Coca-Cola with a dead gunner now, though.
But why did he shoot a mouse?
Who knows?
I mean, he should just focus on decap. Who cares about a mouse? What will you do with 240 or 50 damage you can do to him? Like, tickle him?
Yes.
Well, Silence and Camille are here ready for counter-attack. That will have to come in one moment, but you can see already by position of the Gohard mediums. They are in crossfire, just waiting for that.
Deja now going to try and duel against Coca-Cola. Kaizu, Barry going to join the cap, push that one down. 26 seconds now. 15 seconds now, 3 guys on the cap. Annihilator staring down Algo. Ooh, a nice reset there though from Algo. Gets Annihilator in the track.
Yeah, but that's to be expected. Still 30 seconds to go in now. And there we go. There is a closing in from the Oops mediums on the lower side of the map.
In the meantime, the Gohard mediums are going for the northern side of the map. They're probably going to lose Maga, but Maga's on reload anyway. Stafarchik is there as well, but he's on reload. It doesn't matter. Silence getting clipped on the side, just about surviving. Kaizu now coming in for Milos. Milan still covering. Barry actually gets completely removed from full HP. They lose Milos. They should lose Deja here very quickly as well. Stafarchik in the meantime in the back lines going down, but Kaizu, look at the damage he's taken. The Algo now really coming into effect from that top position in that RU251. Still chiming in, still doing damage. Kaizu goes down, and it's not looking good for Gohard.
I was really expecting actually Algo to finish off Kaizu, but never mind, it worked this way also. And Oops managing to get a really good crossfire on Gohard guys and really bring them close to the victory of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be 4-2 here. Annihilator trying to hide himself from the bad shots. Petition RU on the top, very annoying at this point in time. Algo just putting shot after shot after shot into the side of the Gohard tanks. Algo surviving is the most important part.
And climbing. Climbing up successfully, mission successful, and this is why this position is so important. We actually made a video where we clearly highlighted how it's used. We've seen some of the light tanks do about 3,000 damage from this position, and that was even before the mouse meta.
Yeah, Algo is going to have at least 3,000 Mojo, don't you worry about that. He's putting already 1,000 on the screen into the tanks of Gohard. He might get 1 or 2 Annihilator here as well, who's trying to run away. Algo, aim in front of the tank, because it's moving, you need to lead the shot, but we'll forgive you for that one. Puts one into the engine
deck. It's called shaky hands because they're winning, you know?
It's called Shish syndrome, shaky aim.
Oh, Shish has the 2?
Yeah.
I thought it's only Ryan.
No, Shish has shaky aim as well, but Algo making the connections. One more on towards Annihilator. Algo, come on, go for it.
Go
Come on,
for it.
Algo. Algo. There we go.
You can do it.
Melan, don't steal it. Melan steals the kill from Algo. Unbelievable.
And it's
Unbelievable.
4-2.
It is. Match point.
Match point here for Oops. Not something I would expect. Gohar should be, in theory, much better team. But at the moment, Oops is having the higher hand.
Mojo, I just want to congratulate you. I still find this bow tie looks absolutely magnificent. Just look at this wonderful piece of art. Doesn't it look pretty?
Hey.
It's brilliant. Oh, your face right now is worth more than gold, Mojo. You're like a diamond, shining bright like a diamond.
I can
Mojo.
only say I'm lucky that actually Ryan bought it, because I'm pretty sure if you bought it, it would be as pink as it gets in the color scheme.
Dude, it'd be pink with LEDs. Like, it would be like showing heart signs in LEDs. I'd pay big money for that.
There you go, guys. Tell him something.
I would have gotten LEDs for you, mate. You would have been like, you know, flickering, different kinds of shapes, hearts, anything. But look at Algo.
Maybe even twisting in a circle.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Now we're talking. Huh?
Engineering.
I'm
Look
gonna
at
buy it
Algo.
like that for
3K.
you. 3K Algo. That's probably his biggest game in a light so far in the season.
Yeah, great performance coming out from him. And Coca collapsed in the mouse. Really felt like Gohard had this game under control until they pushed 2 extra tanks onto the cap.
This is not really cool by Gohard. I don't know why they threw the round like this. Honestly, I believe they had a really nice control in one moment, and they should just focus on killing Algo with RT. Not overextend with any medium, not search for oops, just wait for their rotation and kill them when it comes.
Yeah, it really felt like that. Going onto the cap costed them a lot, especially because Nile, at that exact moment they made it onto it, got reset it. So I was like, yeah, that wasn't that good. But now, moving on, Mojo, that is Steps. Steps is over. We're throwing that away. We're moving on to Mines. And talking about a 1-1 map,
well, Mines is as it gets, but usually now attack side is preferential for most of the teams, because after the meta change, especially because you cannot climb anymore from defensive side, it gives quite a lot of advantages to attacker, tactically looking at the
yeah,
story.
they can even boost to 1-1-3 with 3 tanks.
Yeah, now we know even that, yes. That's definitely a fact.
I don't think Gohard's going to do that, though. I don't think they know it.
They've seen it, yeah, but you need to practice it, and we've seen even the guys from Utopia fell once before they managed to do it.
Gohard has a history of not making climbs that involve more than 1 person.
Well, failware, maybe he can do it alone, then.
Yeah, probably not, but we never know. How many miles was Mojo?
On this one? 3.
4.
Okay, let's see.
Well, not just yet. Let's wait a second. I'm going to give it to Oops, just because they look stronger than Gohard. 5-2, I think, will be the result of this match.
Gohard is attacking, though, and Oops has a tragic score on Mines.
Mojo, sometimes you need to go against the statistics and go with what your heart tells you. The heart does what it wants, okay?
Your heart tells you want to go home?
My heart says Oops.
Okay, so his heart is for Oops, but I believe Gohard actually still has the strength to fight this match, and let's see the lineups.
You want to bet for it once again?
For LED lineup?
Oh, Mojo, you said 3 mouses, that's at 4, well, it's 5.
I'm closer.
No, you said 3.
I said 4.
I said 4.
No, you said 3.
Mate, do we need to rewatch the VOD? You said 3.
Yes, you need to rewatch the VOD.
Oh, we will rewatch the VOD. You said 3, Mojo.
Nope.
Yes!
Nope.
Chat, please clip the part where I said 4, because I said 4.
His finger counting is not that well the last days.
Dude, I am so confused by how you can forget something.
You are a very
said.
confused person, Ducky, I know that.
Mate, I will literally slap you in a second here. We're going to go back to our desks after this.
We'll have to go and contact some HR people
I
here.
will go back to my desk after this and clip the part where I say 4 and never let you forget it.
Well, we have a comparison here between RT guys, Insane, and Zafar. I would say that Zafar's stats would be far better if he didn't get killed half of the time in RT before he fires the shell.
True. That's a very good point you make there, Mr. Mojo.
32 games played, 4K highest damage, so he has better stats in many regards than Insane, but Insane doesn't get killed so easily.
Well, Mojo, let's find out if Zafar is going to die once more as we move into our next map. It's going to be Mines. So Oops versus Gohart. 4-2. Mojo not 4-3, but 4-2 in favor of Oops on the defense. Gohart on the attack.
Well, Gohart here going straight for the hill, trying to deny the climb to Oops guys. I mean, the only climb they have, the base climb. Dead Zone is trying to go from the backside there. Will he actually just proxy spot or try to climb up?
I think he's trying to climb.
Oh, I'm hoping we can see Dead Zone. Can he manage it? It's going to be quite a surprise here for Gohart if he does
Let's
it.
find out. I'd be surprised if Dead Zone can manage it. No offense, but let's see if Dead Zone can actually make it in his bad shot. Let's see what he is doing. Decha pushing up over there as well. I want to know if he's climbing or he's actually... I thought he was climbing, but he failed it.
Yeah, it's too late to see it now. Anyways, Decha is pushing over that side. Coca collapsed in 1-1-3, lost an Amorek and some HP, so one repair down, but he probably still has one. Milos is playing a scout in the water part here.
Yeah. Mojo, is Oops on 4 or are they on 3?
Hmm?
Is Oops on 4 or are they on 3? Because, like, you know...
Here we go, Dead Zone, strike 2.
Strike 2. Let's see if he can make it. Oh. Oh.
And missing Kaizu.
No, he's made it.
Yeah, he made it, I mean, but Kaizu just missed him.
Kaizu spotted him out now, though.
True that. Coca-Cola's taking some more damage there.
Come on, Dead Zone, you can make it up from that point. He's just going to proxy here, okay. Interesting.
He's just protecting the back of Decha, I guess. That's the only purpose he has.
The thing is, though, you can peek on towards him, I think, and shoot him.
But he's just... Look, RT is positioned on K4, so he's probably aiming around that part. Someone
What
tries
if fail
to
where
approach.
it goes to the rock behind Dead Zone? Not the one where Dead Zone is at, but the other one.
I'm kind of more worried about exactly what's going on here, because Gohard probably realized that Oops has so many tanks over the water, they just need to push Decha and Dead Zone.
Safar almost getting countered there by
Again.
insane 162 damage taken, but he's alive, Mojo. He's alive.
He's alive this time, and there will be a counterattack slow indeed, but Decha will be pressured. Still, he will have Camille to back him up from the base, but Mouse sniping on Mouse is in distance is not the greatest thing.
No, it isn't. Now Dead Zone forced back to back off as Annihilator gets spotted out. Decha gonna pull back as well, Mojo.
Decha is backing up, he sees the rotation coming in, but he's still far, far, far away from the safety below the hill. And there are the tanks coming in to try to do the damage on him to take him out of the game. They are doing a good job so far.
They're doing a nice amount of damage, but don't forget, Insane is still into the game in this game as well. Kaizu takes a hit there, loses a crew member, but quickly to revive that one. Dead Zone trying to snipe here from the back lines with Camille, but against Mouses, I wish them luck.
At the end of the day, it just didn't pay off. The loss of HP on Kaizu and module damage is much more worthy than some damage done on a Mouse. He still has more than 2300 HP to play around with, so that's more than enough to spot that position there.
Mayland here in the E4, playing at the rock. Hits hard, the E4, very hard.
Well, we've seen that E4s can really be a great impact in the games like this, especially if eventually team chooses to push somewhere toward the middle or the island side. And again, Gohard has to do something like that because playing from the village side is going to be too hard for a couple of Mouse tanks.
What is Gohard's next move going to consist of?
They have not much choice. I mean, it's 6 minutes, and when you play with Mouse tanks, you have one big restriction. How much it takes actually to them from drive from point A to B. So from what I see at the moment, they're not even trying to take off Decha from his position and climb someone up, which is really confusing because they should do it.
Coca Collapse is going there.
Yeah, but okay, there is still 5 minutes. If they climb a guy up, they need to try to spot, to harass those Mouse tanks, and then eventually to create a crossfire. It's too risky to push on Algo. I don't think they have an HP for that because then they would just have Maga and maybe one more guy pushing, which would be a suicide. So still it would have to come back to the play around the 1 cap again.
Milosh is there as well to protect Algo, so any 1-2 line push would get shut down rather quickly between...
Yeah, I believe the best play for Gohard would be to go toward the 1 cap.
We'll see.
Because that will leave Milos out of the game, and at least Algo, they know that he's here. He would be out of the game also.
Yeah, they still have time to do so. If Coca Collapse can do some damage towards Decha, force him back. Annihilator barrier now taking the hill. They might take a big hit here from Mainland though. Or RT even, for that matter.
They could even rotate Zafar and just shoot Deha back together with 113. And then Zafar can rotate back if he wants with Lorraine. He's fast enough.
Mainland taking tremendous damage though in his E4 from the Lorraine RT. I was going to ask you, Mojo, 600, around 700 damage on Annihilator for one shot onto Mainland. Was the trade worth it? Yeah, now yes is the answer.
Definitely in this moment here. Still, HP is rather even on both teams here. There is enough HP pool on both of these guys to finish the game correctly. It's just how will it technically be done. 4 minutes to go in. The time is still ticking and there is no major moves coming in from Go Hard.
No, but they have even THP though, between them and Oops, again, Coca Collapse. Shooting HE at a mouse?
Well, we've seen it work, but you can't pen it every time.
Well, Deha's now backing around the corner. Zafarchik, does he have an angle yet on towards him?
Where is Maga? There is Maga is closing in. He will try to climb the mountain. He is going there behind Coca-Cola.
And Insane is going to line up the shot though. We need to see if Insane is going to be able to hit Maga if he goes for the climb. That's what I'm interested in.
Will Deha spot him?
Uh-huh.
That's the critical part. Coca-Cola is spotted here, so Deha is not giving up on his position. That's important. And we need to see will Maga get spotted, because Maga has to time his climbing with reload of a tank. So there is no type 5 below the hill. So taking one shot from Mouse, that's not a heavy price. But if Art is lining up his shot here...
He made a climb, he's going to take
Just
one
about.
shot. That's the first. Insane has the shot available, he lets it go. No, it misses. Crucial, crucial. Maga will get up.
I think Deha might take one more. Let's see. No, no cookie. No cookie. Well, that's a rather cheap way to go up. Milos is pretty much stuck here. Ooh, look at the damage he's taking. He was not expecting. There is actually Kaizu with TVP down there. And there is a counter rotation from Oops coming in.
Yeah, but the Dead Zone and Algo are going to push 1-2 line. In the meantime, Gohard is collapsing everywhere else though. I don't know if this is going to be the correct play. Kamil actually shuts down Coca Collapse. So they take down a 1-1-3. Deha surviving on a one-shot. The Dead Zone pushing forwards, but Kaizu smartly backing off together with Zafarchik in the RT. Dead Zone shouldn't be able to get the kill here on either of them. Annihilator pushing forwards, gets Deha. This fight here in 1-2 line. 2 tanks stuck. Yes, they get Zafarchik, but Kaizu is still here. He's going to clip out on towards Algo. He might even get the kill. No! Insane with the save. So Dead Zone Algo cleaning up those 2 tanks, but Gohard still have the advantage, Mojo.
Mayland still alive on a slither of the health. Never mind that those 8 HP are gone. Kerry Berry is trying to provide some cover here for his teammates, but he ended up tracked on a slope here. I wonder can they do enough damage to him.
Failware overextending though. He was full HP. He's now got 586 left. Major overextension coming from his play over there. Not sure what he was thinking.
I really don't know. I wish I could hear it on TeamSpeak. Still, we have 4 guns plus an arty from Oops. And Gohar has 4 guns. And they have 1500 HP deficit here. The main problem is Kamil here. But that butcher from the hill, Maga, is doing his work.
Maga is doing the connections on towards him. Now Kamil pushing into Annihilator. He does not connect. Maga needs to survive over here. One more shot. He gets it. Maga, all he needs to do is survive. Failware actually goes down towards Algo. That's very crucial as well. Maga now coming off the hill. But it's still 4 tanks from Oops versus 3 from Gohard. And I think Oops should be able to run out the clock here.
Yes, 60 seconds to go and only Maga to chase them with 155 HP. It's just not gonna happen. Triple cap if they manage to do it. It's 40 seconds uninterrupted. It's not gonna happen. They must kill all Oops guys, and they have 2 mediums that can run away. Algo is doing exactly that as we speak.
Algo is already on the run. Barry needs to drop off there. He doesn't have time for this. Actually gets struck as well. Still had the repair kit available. He gets no connection though, Barry. Algo is already in A1. He's going to go hide behind the rock. Insane goes down. It's now Miloš, Algo, and the Dead Zone. Barry needs to make the play here. And I don't think there's any time left to get towards Algo. Barry flips! He's on the side. He's going to come back. No! Barry! He's just pulled a Miloš. Miloš comes around the corner. He's like, what's up, Barry? How are you doing?
This is like more like a meritorious, man.
More like a meritorious. Maga might do some more damage for sure. He gets spotted out. He goes down probably very quickly here. Might get Dead Zone. Might still get Dead Zone. Nope, the Dead Zone closes out Maga, and it will be Oops 5-2 Mojo. And like I said, sometimes you gotta go with your heart.
Well, your heart said it right, and you will go home soon enough. But oops, deserved to win this, honestly. I mean, even this flip by mouse wasn't a deciding factor. It was just an
Failware
entertaining
was the
one.
deciding factor.
Yes, losing HP on a Bacha that was on 100% HP, that was supposed to flank and control
killed
that
both
line.
of them.
Yeah, he could have just wiped them out from that side, but it didn't happen. It just wasn't their game, like Steps also. So 5-2 here for Oops. They will play against Kazna,
Yep.
and Gohard will play against Ding.
Yep, that's correct, Mojo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Don't choke there, man.
Huh? Choke? What? What are you talking about? I was just congratulating you on your very good analytical skills, you know, realizing who's going to play against who.
If my tie could spin around in a circle, I would spin it now of happiness.
Dude, I would like to see that, like hitting your face because it can't spin around, like
that would be you, man.
Well, it'd be the same for you, Mojo.
Well, Maga doing 3.2k damage from that hill, but it's just not enough. 2 kills also. Again, just not enough. Malen, from the position he was in, and he was quite stuck down, 3000 damage. Rather good, I would say, for 4 shots fired. That means 4 shots fired, 4 shots spent.
Yeah, 4 shots fired, 4 shots hit, yeah. 750 Alpha Annihilator, then Barry, Kamil Milosh, Decha in that order. Kaizu. Coco Glass was a major issue as well for the team, the side of Goha. But I think Failware, yes, 1.9k damage, but could have been a lot more.
Yeah, it could be actually deciding damage on his side, but it just didn't happen. And that pretty much brings us to the end of this match.
Yep, that is very well. So we have our 4 teams: Ding, Kazna crew, joined by Gohard and Oops. Post-match stats: Decha #1.
Decha probably because he was very consistent today, and you are correct. Almost 20,000 damage, 7 kills done. Very well done, mate. Like, you really deserve your stars and stripes today.
Yeah, and then Annihilator still doing what he can for the side of Gohard. But it wasn't enough for them in this match. But the thing is, question is how much did they really care about this match? Because all in all, they've already made it to LAN, which is a major achievement for their team. I mean, it will be the first time as a team that they make it to LAN together. So that's going to be interesting for them, you know, seeing all those faces you've spoken to online for so much, seeing them in person, getting to play with them. It's a different experience.
Yeah, for Gohard, definitely it's going to be a new experience here. I mean, they're supposed to face now a team like Ding, a team of seasoned players who played a lot of offline tournaments, won most of them, and it's going to be super hard for several of those guys who will be first time sitting somewhere outside of their comfy home in an environment that is completely new to them. I mean, Oops, on the other hand, had at least one offline tournament behind them last year, and they did rather well, although it was the first one.
Yeah, but if they want to improve from what they did last season, they're going to have to win, though.
They need to win over Kazna. It's not impossible. It's just not working out for them this season because I think they lost all matches to Kazna.
Last season, the teams seemed further away from each other than they are this season, and yet Oops still managed to bring Ding to tiebreaker. Now, if there's a team that I can see beating Kazna crew, I think it's going to be Oops. It could be Oops.
Could be, but Oops lost this season 3 times to only 2 teams, and it's Gohard and Kazna. They won over Gohard this time. Here, we will have to see in season finals when it comes. Are they able to repeat something like that in Kazna? In a best of 13, not best of 9, so it can't be a fluke. It has to be actually a real victory over time.
Yeah, best of 13 kind of always shows the better team. I mean,
yeah, because there is almost every map is played, and some mistakes, yes, they're made, but there is a lot of time for a team to return.
So now the teams will have 2 weeks to prepare. Ding and Kazna are going to be watching this one. You think they're going to be worried about their opponents?
I don't know. I think they're just happy they're automatically in season finals, and they have a lot of time to practice and chill around and watch other people sweat and think what will they do while they can just study them all the time. Because they're just preparing for a specific team that will come out of this match, and they had quite a lot of time to make new tactics and just adjust them accordingly if they want to have a match against a specific opponent, like let's say Gohard will be playing against Ding or Kazna against Oops. Kazan will know that Oops is playing aggressive and they will maybe try to utilize on that.
Yeah, perhaps. But Mojo, we have one thing to announce as well. Quest winners. First up, I think it was for the Schwarz Panzer. That is going to be, the Panzer 58. The Mutz is Joey MK2000 and XX Extreme.
Oh, we have 2 winners today.
Yeah, Quest winners, Mojo. We have actually 4. We have 2 more Quest winners later, Mojo.
Okay.
Why didn't I compete? Why didn't I?
Rich day, man.
It's
Thanks
like,
for falling.
Thank for you. Oh, a few more for you as well. It's like Miloš is sitting there. Look. Oh.
I was actually on one party when Victor was doing the thanks like that in one coffee place when we were. I'm not even joking about it, man. He gave a Thai 59 to someone.
Oh, man. Feels bad, man. I don't ever get those kind of things.
What can you
Mojo, you guys, you should always ask Mojo about Scorpion G advice. He knows how to play that one.
Yeah. When I bought it, I learned how to play it. Never mind that. It's just an internal office joke that I'm the only guy who didn't receive it by some fluke of mistake or whatever.
I don't know.
Sad Panda, if this can turn into like black now, being said, yeah, it would be a good time.
There was no mistake, that's the thing.
Probably.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially for the season finals, obviously, because of the grand finals. I want to remind that there's a lot of points to be taken. It's not sure yet who's going to go. Out of these 4 teams, Ding is the only one that is 100% safe. The other teams depends on the individual positions. Either one of these 3 teams could make it to grand finals.
We can say pretty much certain whoever manages to win in semi-finals and get to the finals, those 2 teams will go. And Ding can pass in grand finals even if they don't.
But even then, Mojo, it's still not decided.
Mm-hmm.
It really depends. It doesn't mean, if Gohar takes second, it doesn't mean that they're going to grand finals.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's the story for Gohar. I mean, for them to make it to grand finals, they pretty much have to win the season.
Well, there is a lot of calculations there, considering the 3 teams from Europe are going to the grand finals. We will see who will manage after the season finals are done.
Now, Mojo, we have 2 more quest winners for the T25. It's going to be Yanka__LV and Kin Tony. Congratulations, guys. You managed to complete the quest. I hope you're going to enjoy your tanks. They will come into your garage. You don't have to do anything for that one to receive it. So I hope you're going to enjoy those one. Both those tanks, fairly enjoyable, right, Mojo?
Like where it's going, what's going to be next? 8 tanks to season finals? Possible.
Mojo, never say never.
Never say never. Always believe.
Now, Mojo, we're almost ready to go. Final thought of the online season. Well, online season, online playoffs, the closing thought, because it's our last broadcast before the season finals.
Well, we were going all the time with more mouses, but I believe the correct will be the less mouses because people are finding a way to play around with them. So I believe that meta that everyone was complaining about is going to change eventually, especially toward the grand finals.
Yep. For me, that's pretty much. I want to thank everybody for watching, the teams for making a great show. It's been a hell of a ride. It's been a very interesting season, the closest we've ever had. I'd like to say it like that. Now there's one thing left. It's the LAN finals in 2 weeks. I hope you're all going to tune in for that one as well. That was it for me and Mojo. We thank you all for watching and see you at the LAN finals.